Simon & Schuster Australia presents Australia's Dambusters, Flying into Hell with 617 Squadron. Written by Colin Burgess, narrated by Steve Shanahan. This book is dedicated to all those who served on the ground and in the air with the gallant leaders and aircrew members of No. 617 Squadron, RAF. Walking the darkness, far from home at midnight. Sometimes I see them, lighted at the wingtips, the cockpits winking with the spark of signals, the outbound bombers. My thought perceives them switch away the sidelights and cease to signal as they drive to danger, from England, oversea to blackened Europe, where fire awaits them. I say, I'll come home safely, midnight darers. And may a day dawn when the youth of nations will hold like purpose, striving to make perfect the life that binds us. John Masefield, 1878 to 1967. Introduction and Acknowledgements. The story of 617 Dambusters RAF Squadron, Barnes Wallis's bouncing bombs, and the breaching of the mighty Ruhr Dams is without doubt the best-known true-life adventure associated with Bomber Command in the Second World War. Several books have been written about the raid and on the squadron's exemplary leader, Guy Gibson, VC, although people are mostly familiar with Paul Brickhill's best-selling The Dambusters and the inspiring 1955 black-and-white film based on that book. This updated and revised version of the story, first published in 2002, seeks to tell more fully the extraordinary story of the Australians in 617 Squadron RAF. It describes not just those who took part in the amazing and heroic events of the 16th and 17th of May 1943, but the men from Down Under, who later became an integral part of undoubtedly the most famed squadron in Bomber Command during its latter war years. 617 Squadron was first known as the Secret Squadron. However, it soon gained something of a reputation as a suicide squadron, because its airmen were assigned many of the most difficult and dangerous missions of the war. The Dambusters raid on the Ruhr Dams was certainly the most renowned heavy bomber air attack of the Second World War, but there was a heavy price to pay. 8 of the 19 Lancaster bombers assigned to the task failed to return. 53 airmen were killed, and another 3 saw the war out as prisoners of war of the Luftwaffe. The loss of so many young lives on a single operation was a tragic consequence. But the destruction of the Ruhr Dams created massive and widespread flooding, severely interrupting or limiting German industry, communications, and utility services. It also caused the redeployment of vast numbers of troops and weapons, and a substantial effort to repair the dams and other facilities. Given these facts, the raid could be counted as a successful operation. Even more than this, however, it provided a huge morale boost to the beleaguered population of Britain, who had stoically endured more than 3 long years of war, widespread destruction, the loss of many lives, and suffered a grave uncertainty about the future. The effect was almost one of celebration. Their stubborn defiance had paid off, while Hitler had received a vast setback on German soil. This had been delivered by a few dozen airmen dropping a remarkable weapon designed to bounce across the surface of lakes. Just as Admiral Horatio Nelson had achieved greater range for his cannonballs a century earlier by bouncing them off the water during his naval engagements. The Dams raid was certainly celebrated as a decisive turning point on the road to ultimate victory. Wing Commander Guy Gibson, already awarded 4 medals for bravery, deservedly received the Victoria Cross for his leadership and valour on Operation Chastise, as the raid was codenamed. It is widely recognised, however, that other men on that fateful night were equally deserving of this highest award for gallantry. In particular, Australian-born Flight Lieutenant Harold B. M. Mick Martin, DFC. The Dambusters raid was the sole occasion on which Gibson had the privilege of leading 617 Squadron, but subsequent commanders of the squadron were some of the most highly decorated and resourceful airmen of the Second World War, while the air crews covered themselves in glory. It was considered an honour, albeit a highly dangerous one, to be assigned to 617 Squadron, and a large number of these men were from Australia. This, then, is their story. For the most part, this book was written several years ago as a series of aviation articles for the Qantas Airways crew magazine, Transit. In researching the first of the articles in the early 1980s, I was fortunate enough to meet 5 of the Australian contingent that had taken part in the Dams raid that spring evening of the 16th and 17th of May 1943. They were Sir Harold Mick Martin, David Shannon, Sir Jack Lego, Bob Kello and Lance Howard, all of whom are now sadly gone. Later, when I expanded the story to include the Australians who joined 617 Squadron after the Dams raid, many former squadron members proved to be of the same inestimable assistance. As a novice writer back then, but one who had always thrilled to tales of high adventure and daring, 2 particular memories stand out especially for me. The first was in meeting and talking with one of the noblest men in both war and peacetime, Group Captain Leonard Cheshire, VC, DSO, and 2 bars, DFC, later to become Lord Cheshire. He had read and approved my draft of the story of the Australians in the Dams raid, and handed me a short but heartfelt tribute to the men that I could include. This came with the earnest entreaty that I should one day consider writing a book on my countrymen in 617 Squadron. His words are reproduced in the prologue to Part 1. The second followed the publication of the Dams article, when I met Sir Harold Martin during a trip to London. He had been quite taken with my efforts in telling the story so factually, and when our meeting was over, he presented me with a magnificent Robert Taylor reproduction painting of the Dams raid, personally signed and inscribed to me. It is also countersigned by the wartime head of Bomber Command, Marshal of the Royal Air Force Sir Arthur Harris, and is a memento that I shall always treasure. This book was never intended to carry an overload of facts and figures, but for those who would like to have a few more technical specifications and information on other men, missions, aircraft and objectives of 617 Squadron, there are numerous books available listed elsewhere in this publication. The reader will note that in keeping with that period of time, I have chosen to use existing pre-metric terms in describing weights and measures such as pounds, tons, feet and miles. A list of conversions can be found in the glossary at the back of this book. There is one contentious issue in relating this story, and that is the well-known name of Guy Gibson's black Labrador dog. In consultation with the publishers, I have decided to forego use of the dog's name throughout the narrative. Times have changed, and I trust the reason for this will be understood and appreciated by the reader. From time to time, I still watch and thrill to the magnificent 1955 Michael Anderson film, The Dambusters, with that stirring soundtrack composed by Eric Coates. Even today, it is hard for me to hear this wonderful march without bringing to mind the magnificent exploits of these men. And to recall that final scene in the film where Richard Todd, as Guy Gibson, strolls away from the camera as the music swells for the credits. Much of the film was shot at Scampton Airport in Lincolnshire, from where the actual raid began in May of 1943. There are so many people to whom I owe profound thanks for assisting me in the original compilation of this story and its later versions. I thank them for their interest, support and cooperation in assisting me to collect, transcribe, organise and publish the information, stories and photographs in this book, especially family members who provided so much information on their loved ones. Principally, I owe a debt of gratitude to Clive Baker, who first saw the potential of my work as a book and followed through to the original publication. I would also like to acknowledge the wonderful help and support given to me over several years by many former members of 617 Squadron, either given in person or through the mail and other means of communication, and mostly in pre-internet days. They were Group Captain, later Lord Leonard Cheshire, Air Marshal Sir Harold Mick Martin, Group Captain Willie Tate, Tony Iverson, David Shannon, Bill Townsend, Lance Howard, Thomas Tammy Simpson, Toby Foxley, Bob Kello, Ross Stanford, Tom Bennett, Jack Hager, Phil Martin, Don Day, Jack Sayers, Bob Barry, Bob Horsley, Joe Dacey, Alan Evans, Grant Perry, Alan Jordan, George Lovett, Alf Jackson, Tommy Treblecock, Jim Salou, Jack Blagborough, Johnny Johnson, Kenny Stott, Howard Gavin, Warren White, Alan Buxton, and William Bunny Lee. When this book was first published, I could not have thought of anyone more eminently suitable to write the foreword than Don Charlwood from Victoria, who was something of a mentor and friend to me for more than a quarter of a century. Don, who flew as an RAAF navigator with 103 Squadron based at Elsham Wolds in Lincolnshire, penned what can only be described as an enduring Australian classic of bomber command, No Moon Tonight. He knew by reputation and deed many of the pilots in 617 Squadron, and in our correspondence over the years often referred to them almost in awe as the Mountain Men or the Himalayan Men, those who went beyond all reasonable expectations in resourcefulness and courage. I was therefore personally delighted and grateful to have had Don lift his pen once again on my behalf. Sadly, we lost him in 2012 at the mighty age of 96. My thanks also go to Margaret Carey, Nikki Shannon King, Denise Dawson, Eric Fry, Adrian Walters, Simon Foxley, Victor Hugo, John Buxton, Alex Bateman, Ian Wally, Robert Wilson, Sue Delaforce, Simon Vaughan, Peg Siney, Peter Kell and John Honeybone, and to 617 Squadron researcher and author Alan Cooper, with whom I shared many memorable conversations and discoveries all those years ago on the history and deeds of the Dambusters Squadron. I would also like to acknowledge the use of some extracts from the 617 Squadron Association's newsletter, Après Moi, Spring 2020, which contained a lengthy and authoritative account of the sinking of the German battleship Tirpitz, written by Dr. Robert Owen, official squadron historian, and Wing Commander Dr. Andrew Walters, Association Chairman. The publishing team under Managing Director Dan Ruffino at Simon & Schuster Australia has been outstanding in producing the book you now hold in your hands. My sincere compliments go to Bronwyn O'Reilly, Anthea Barriamus, Mark Evans, Luke Corsby, and Fiona Henderson, and most especially Managing Editor Michelle Swainson for her enthusiasm and guidance. Finally, I must give sincere thanks to long-time and long-distance friend Francis French, who lives and works near San Diego, California. He was wonderfully adept at spotting overlooked flaws in my writings, offered corrections, and suggested many subtle changes that were generally right on the mark. This book is all the better for his involvement and ongoing support over many years. Last, but certainly not least, a good percentage of the proceeds from this book will go to aid the magnificent work of the Sutherland Shire Military History Club, who work diligently and in so many wonderful ways to recognise the service of so many men and women from all wars, both overseas and on the home front. Colin Burgess, Bangor, New South Wales, 2021. Forward. 60 years since the unforgettable RAF raid on the Ruhr Dams, the birth of the Dambusters. Thank you, Colin Burgess, for taking old men back and for informing the middle-aged and the young. The ranks of RAAF men who were in England at the time of the Dams raid have thinned greatly, but I am sure many who remain still remember how news of the raid came to them. On the 17th of May 1943, I was with a group of aircrew men in the mess at No. 27 Operational Training Unit, Lichfield, a place fondly remembered by many Australians. Several of us had not long finished operational tours during which Ruhr targets had figured ferociously. The astonishing news had just reached us. 19 Lancasters of 617 Special Duties Squadron had breached the Ruhr dams. We were standing there, slightly stunned by the audacity of it, by realisation of the precise flying these targets must have demanded, by the courage and the level of crew discipline shown. Then some wag broke in on our wonder. Hell, they've put out our fires. Soon after hearing this news, I had to give a lecture to a course of Australian trainee navigators. When I reached the classroom, there was great excitement in the air. One of the trainees actually knew a pilot who had taken part in the raid. I asked who the pilot was. Les Knight, the trainee replied. This was the captain of the crew whose bomb had breached the Eder. Where did you know each other? In Melbourne, Camberwell. The trainee smiled self-consciously and added, Since we were kids together at Sunday school. Sunday school. Mass death and destruction. Supreme courage and sacrifice. Such were the contrasts and incongruities thrown up by war. 9 months later, I found myself New York bound on the Queen Mary, sharing a cabin with a young wireless operator who wore the ribbon of the Distinguished Flying Medal, DFM. He was a mild sort of fellow, but something about him conveyed great inner resources. His name was Bob Kello. He had flown on the Dams raid with the same Les Knight. As you will read in these pages, he was again with Knight 4 months later on the Dortmund-Ems Canal raid, when Knight lost his own life, but was instrumental in saving the lives of his crew. Bob Kello told me of his own amazing escape back to England. Now he was being deservedly repatriated. Such was my slight link with one original Dambuster and with the birth of a squadron destined for fame. One of my closest friends, Johnny Gordon, a fellow RAAF navigator, heard early of 617 Special Duties Squadron. We did not yet know of it as the Dambusters, and joined it for ethical reasons. He was a 31-year-old Sydney schoolteacher who, during his first tour with Bomber Command Main Force, became disillusioned by the loss of civilian lives in our target cities. The fact that 617 was bombing specific military objectives appealed to him. There is irony in the fact that he had probably not heard of the high number of civilian drownings following the Dams raid. As Colin Burgess relates in this book, he and his entire crew were killed in an accident the day after the squadron's raid on the Anthior Viaduct. It is fitting now that the Australians who were members of the famous squadron should be remembered in their homeland. All honour to them. Though they were men of whom we can be proud, it is unlikely they much thought of themselves as a national group. On a mixed squadron, a man's nationality tended to be submerged. His strongest bonds were with the various nationalities that made up the squadron, and particularly with his own crew. 617 became a squadron that attracted the skillful and the daring. Each man on these remarkable raids brought honour to the country from which he came. Hank Nelson, in his outstanding account of Australians' part in the Bomber Command War, Chased by the Sun, ABC Books 2002, reminds us that over 4,000 of our aircrew in that command perished. It is a figure disturbing in its magnitude and its obscurity. Australians do not remember the men who fought in the skies over Europe. Colin Burgess has given Australians a reminder that we were strongly represented even in these, the most demanding of raids. These men were warriors indeed. Don Charlwood, AM. 1915 to 2012. Prologue to Part 1. Lord Cheshire wrote these words for me a few years prior to the great man's death, in the sincere and earnest expectation that one day I would convert my series of articles on the Australians in 617 Squadron into a book. My Victoria Cross was given me, not for anything I did, but for all of 617 Squadron. Lots of other chaps in 617 deserved them more than I did. Your fellow countrymen Mick Martin and Dave Shannon, for example. I learned all I know of this low-flying game from Mick. He had a complete genius for low-level attack, and I never saw him make a mistake. In my opinion, he was the finest and most determined operational low-flyer in Bomber Command. You see, blokes like Shannon and Martin pace you. You've got to keep up with them. But Mick and Dave were not the only ones from Aussie land to give us POMs an example and a prod. Partly I think it was that they were proud of being Australian, and perhaps had a sense of national identity in a deeper way than we in Britain. That's important when you are in an emergency. 617 was composed of men from a number of countries, each with their own unique contribution. But I think it is fair to say that it could not have been the squadron it was without its Australian contingent. Group Captain Lord Leonard Cheshire, VC, OM, DSO, DFC, 1917 to 1992. Part 1. Chapter 1. Into the Night. It was a fateful evening. The Lincolnshire air was cool and still, and the sun was just dipping below the cloudless horizon on what the meteorological experts had forecast to be a clear, moonlit night. For the second time that evening of 16th of May 1943, the relative peace at Scampton Airfield was shattered as 3 bomber pilots simultaneously fired up their starboard outer engines. At first, the mighty Merlins on each of the Avro Mark II Lancasters grunted with a tinny sound. Then there was a cough, a splutter, and a throaty roar as the engines were coaxed into lusty life. As the propellers began to spin, the starboard inners were also started, and soon all 4 engines were running. Clouds of blue smoke billowed out behind them, which combined then slowly dissipated as it drifted into the waning spring sky. This was to be the second aircraft formation to take off that momentous night. One by one, the 3 pilots ensured that their brakes were holding fast, then gradually increased the throttle. Within seconds, all 4 Merlins on the massive modified Lancasters of 617 Squadron were roaring with full-throated energy. Now the pilots and engineers carefully checked their engine performance, running each in turn at maximum throttle while the other crew members established that the pre-takeoff checks were correct. All seemed satisfactory, so the engines were throttled back as the pilots called for the wheel chocks to be removed in readiness for taxi. It was around 21:30 hours when G. George, the lead Lancaster of Wing Commander Guy Gibson, DSO, Distinguished Service Order, and BAR, DFC, Distinguished Flying Cross, and BAR, trundled onto the grass takeoff strip, flanked to the rear by the other 2 aircraft. There was a pause as Gibson applied the brakes. His aircraft was inordinately heavy that night, carrying a 5-ton bomb, 150 gallons of oil, and 1,740 gallons of petrol, an all-up weight including the crew of more than 30 tons. 5 Lancasters, scheduled to fly via the longer northern route, had already taken off and were making their way to Germany via Holland. The 3 Lancasters now lining up at Scampton were the first of 9 aircraft that would eventually take off in a second formation on a more direct route into the industrial heartland of Germany, with Gibson flying the lead aircraft. At just 24 years of age, he had already notched up a remarkable 73 operations, received 4 medals for gallantry and previous operations, and was held in high regard throughout Bomber Command. The second Lancaster lining up behind Gibson was under the command of Sydney-born Harold Brownlow Morgan Mick Martin, DFC, a cool but daring pilot with a penchant for low-level operations, who was one of 6 Australians on the crew of P. Popsy that night. He had already tucked his small koala mascot into his jacket as a good luck charm. The third near-new aircraft, M. Mother, was to be flown by the ebullient 21-year-old Londoner John Vere Hopgood, DFC and Bar, a well-liked character known to one and all as Hoppy. As he readied for takeoff, Gibson flipped his rudder and moved the flaps up and down in a final test, then set the elevator tabs a few degrees to give him lift. He carefully ran his eyes over the instruments and was satisfied with what he saw. Soon after, Gibson looked across and saw a bright green Aldi lamp signalling from the control caravan at the side of the runway. Seated beside him, his engineer John Pulford slowly applied full throttle to all 4 engines. Then Gibson released the brakes to send G. George trundling heavily towards the northern end of the runway. The other 2 Lancasters were right behind. The 3 aircraft slowly picked up momentum as they roared along the grass strip, until their noses finally rose into the darkening sky. With a mighty surge, all 3 took off in a staggered Vic or wedged formation, scrambled for height, then wheeled southeastwards in unison towards their objective for that night. Below them, the 3 Gothic towers of Lincoln Cathedral stood out sharply in the muted glow of evening. For many airmen, it would be the last time they would ever enjoy that captivating sight. Beneath the bellies of the aircraft hung a rather unique device, a barrel-shaped bomb, which would cause the names of the men aboard to be collectively remembered as the Dambusters. There were 13 Australians in the 3 formations that night, ranks and decorations at the time of the raid. Flight Lieutenant H.B.M. Martin, DFC. Flight Lieutenant D.J. Shannon, DFC. Pilot Officer L.G. Knight. Flight Lieutenant R.N.G. Barlow, DFC. Flight Lieutenant J.F. Lego, DFC. Flight Lieutenant R.C. Hay, DFC. Pilot Officer R.G.T. Kello, DFM. Flight Sergeant T.D. Simpson. Pilot Officer B.T. Foxley, DFM. Pilot Officer C.L. Howard. Pilot Officer A. Bircher, DFM. Pilot Officer F.M. Spafford, DFM. Flying Officer C.R. Williams. Their participation in probably the greatest and certainly most famous air raid of the last war earned these Australians a well-deserved place in the history books. The story of Barnes Wallace's struggle to have his idea for a bouncing bomb approved by the War Office is well chronicled in the previously mentioned book The Dambusters by Paul Brickhill, another Australian airman. In a rather truncated version, this is the story. Dr. Barnes Neville Wallace was 53 years old at the outbreak of war. Working as Assistant Chief Designer of the Vickers Armstrong Aviation Section at Weybridge in Surrey. He had earlier been involved in designing airships such as the R-100, but in the late 1930s he turned his attention to aircraft structures. He developed the Wellesley and Wellington bombers, both of which had a unique, unorthodox geodetic design, giving them incredible resilience and durability. The strength of the bomber's crosshatch construction saved the lives of many crews, as the aircraft could hold together and land safely despite suffering devastating damage. This prolific inventor and aviation design genius had now put his mind to the question of how he might help shorten hostilities. Britain needed a better bomb, he decided. One that would cripple German industrial and manufacturing areas. But to make bigger bombs would require bigger aircraft. No, that was not the answer, he decided. Although at one time he did submit plans for a 6-engine bomber that had been rejected as impractical. And as for the targets, what could conceivably be bombed that would cause massive and cumulative damage? Dams were the obvious answer, particularly those of the mountainous Ruhr Valley. In fact, the Ministry of Economic Warfare had already concluded well before this time that breaching the Ruhr Valley dams would cause widespread damage and chaos. The dams supplied water for all the heavy industries, armament-making processes, and electricity generation plants in the valleys below. But how to breach them? Torpedoes were a possibility, but the landlocked lakes of the Ruhr Valley were inaccessible to submarines. Wallace knew an attack would have to come from the air. However, one would need to drop a massive bomb from a great height onto a very precise target in order to cause even minor damage to the huge dams. He was well aware that such accuracy was not achievable at that time. In fact, many bombs dropped by the RAF early in the war were landing as far as 5 miles from their target. Water pressure, he reasoned, was the key. If the dams could be breached beneath the surface by the shock of an explosion, however minimally, then the terrific pressure of water would do the rest. But how to lay a bomb against the face of the dam and explode it at a specific depth? The answer came very simply to Wallace. If a bomb could be dropped from an aircraft in a flat trajectory and at a predetermined distance, it could be made to bounce across the surface of the water until it finally sank at exactly the right place. Then, if a way could be found to make the bomb crawl down the dam face, a hydrostatic trigger would set off an explosion once it reached the required depth. Every schoolchild knows and has tested the principle of skipping flat stones over the surface of water. In fact, British Naval Commander Admiral Lord Horatio Nelson had successfully used this principle to give precious extra yards of range to his cannonballs in several battles at sea. Other naval gunners had subsequently adopted the practice. Wallace had also heard stories of American airmen who reportedly dropped bombs from low level and watched as they skipped over the water towards enemy ships. As portrayed so well in the later black and white film, he began by experimenting with his daughter Elizabeth's bag of glass marbles and a static catapult he had rigged up in the garden of their home in Effingham, Surrey. His children, Mary, Barnes, Elizabeth and Christopher, acted as junior research assistants. They watched in childish fascination as he fired marbles across the top of water in a tub, clapping their hands with glee when the glass spheres bounced off the surface. As the children set the experiment up again, their father would make notes in a pad and draw a series of curves to indicate the trajectory of the marbles before and after they bounced off the water. Soon Wallace set about designing his bomb, and then began the mammoth task of convincing the government ministries involved. While this was going on, he experimented with miniature spherical balls fired across the placid waters at Silvermere Lake in Byfleet, and within huge test tanks at the National Physical Laboratory located in Teddington. This laboratory had been built prior to the First World War, and the massive elongated tanks had been used in designing ships. In the summer of 1942, he and his research team began months of experiments, firing 2-inch diameter balls from a catapult across the water. After exhaustive tests and further research, many aspects of his project began to take shape, and Wallace took to carefully setting small explosive charges and blowing holes in model dams built across a stream behind the Road Research Laboratory at Harmondsworth. By now, Wallace had also come to the breakthrough realisation that if he placed a certain amount of backspin on his projectile, it would not only increase its range, but the rotating action would cause it to hug the dam wall as it sank until it reached the preset depth of 30 feet, where detonation would be automatically triggered. Returning to his drawing board, Wallace reduced the diameter of his bomb, which now took on the appearance of a fat barrel. He knew it was important that it hit the water on every bounce with the same shaped surface as before, and with enough backspin to keep it gyroscopically on an identical axis if it was to succeed in skipping across the water. His assistants produced a series of miniature models on their lathes, each one with its own peculiar weight-size-shape ratio, but having the design potential to be carried beneath a Lancaster bomber in its final configuration. Every model was tested repeatedly along the huge tanks, with varying combinations of velocity, height, and backspin. It now became a process of elimination and alteration. In May 1942, following the model testing, Wallace was given permission to secretly exercise his dam-breaching theories with a suitable charge mounted against the wall of a disused gravity dam in an actual and remote catchment area, the Nant Y Grow Dam in the Eland Valley near Rhyadr in mid-Wales. The masonry dam was a tremendously solid structure, 180 feet long and 35 feet high. A 280-pound anti-submarine mine was suspended from scaffolding at the optimum depth of 10 feet in the middle of the dam. Then a group of official observers watched in disbelief as a remotely controlled explosion blew the middle right out of the dam, leaving a massive breach 60 feet wide and 24 feet deep. Later, Wallace and Vickers Armstrong test pilot Captain Joseph Mutt Summers carried out aircraft drop tests of concrete-filled cylindrical bombs from a Wellington bomber at the closed-off Chesil Beach near Portland in Dorset, but these were largely unsuccessful. The welded spheres simply shattered on impact with the water. Gradually, during further trials at Chesil Beach, Wallace worked out the exact height and speed at which the aircraft should be travelling. At last, in further full-scale trials carried out at Reculver Bay on the north coast of Kent, one heavily reinforced bomb fell and to everyone's relief bounced across the water exactly as planned. It would still take a great deal of persistence on the inventor's part, but after many setbacks he thought he might now be given final approval for the operation to proceed. At the same time, experiments were being carried out using a smaller spherical version of the bomb, which was test-dropped from a modified Mosquito, as seen in the film The Dambusters. Known by the codename Highball, these rounder bombs were never deemed successful due to a release problem and a total inconsistency bounce when they hit the water. Eventually, this offshoot project was scrapped and never implemented. One of the most influential opponents of the bouncing bomb theory had been Air Marshal Sir Arthur Bomber Harris, the pragmatic commander-in-chief of Bomber Command. Harris had a chronic mistrust of inventors, particularly when their ideas consumed valuable aircraft and diverted aircrew from operational status. He had no time at all for Wallace's proposal, and once described it as tripe of the wildest description. There are so many ifs and buts that there is not the smallest chance of it working. I don't believe a word of its supposed ballistics on the surface. the war will be over before it works, and it never will. He further suggested any exponents of such an idea should go away and play whilst we get on with the war. His frenetic views were already well known to Wallace. Harris had earlier expressed outrage at the inventor's impractical suggestion for the construction of several six-engine bombers capable of carrying his bombs. Not only was Harris strongly opposed to this bouncing bomb concept, he was loath to commit a large number of brand new and valuable aircraft to the task. At all costs, he demanded in frustration, stop them putting aside Lancasters and reducing our bombing effort on this wild goose chase. However, Harris knew Mutt Summers well and trusted his judgment sufficiently to grudgingly view footage taken at the test tanks, as well as the drops at Chesil and Reculver. Afterwards, he remained resolutely non-committal, but when Prime Minister Winston Churchill insisted he was strongly in favour of the project, the previously recalcitrant Harris began to set things in motion. On the 29th of February 1943, Barnes-Wallis was officially informed that his bouncing bomb would be used against Germany. A special squadron was now to be formed with brand new Lancasters. The bombs would be manufactured to Wallace's final specifications, and a target date was set for mid-May, when the volume of water in the Ruhr dams would be at its greatest. 6 dams were selected in order of strategic importance. The major objective would be a massive dam located where the Möhne and Have rivers came together before flowing into the Ruhr. The Möhne Dam would be holding something in the vicinity of 175 million cubic yards of water at the time of the planned raid. 50 miles southeast of the Möhne sat the Ada Dam. Of similar construction, it would be filled with 265 million cubic yards of water. The third target selected in order of importance was the Sorp, and then came the Lister, Enap and Diemel dams. Harris considered training a regular RAF bomber squadron for this mission, but ultimately decided that the new squadron should comprise only the very best and dedicated crews. He called Air Vice Marshal Ralph Cochrane, his air officer commanding No. 5 Bomber Group, and said he had a job for him. Cochrane agreed that the attack on the dams required experienced bomber crews and would be best comprised of men who had completed, or were about to complete, a tour of operations. Tours at this time in 5 Group lasted anywhere from 25 to 30 missions. A responsible and informed man, Cochrane had known of Barnes-Wallis's project for some time. He was actually a long-time advocate of the proposal. So when Arthur Harris had finished explaining what he needed in a new squadron, and if he knew anyone to command it, he had already formulated his response. He knew the perfect man for the task, a respected bombing leader also well known to Harris, and his reply came straight away. Yes, Gibson. Wing Commander Guy Penrose Gibson was a short but imposing pilot who had been born in India on the 12th of April 1918. He had already forged a name for himself in Bomber Command as a superb leader and tactician. Gibson had joined the RAF in 1936 and after his initial training was posted to 83 Squadron, stationed at Scampton. For a time he flew Hawker Hind biplane bombers, then graduated to Bristol Blenheims, and finally the squadron received a number of Handley Page Hamptons. He quickly became proficient on these, and his logbook records his first operation being flown on the 3rd of September 1939. Once Gibson had completed a tour of 30 operations, he was awarded the DFC, entitling him to a well-earned break from the war if he had wished. He chose instead to fly again, and this time was posted to 29 Squadron, operating out of Wellingborough in Lincolnshire, where he flew Bristol Beaufighters on night fighter operations. In November 1940, Gibson married Evelyn Eve Moore, a show dancer and actress who was 7 years older. The newlyweds managed to escape the war for a while on their honeymoon, but all too soon Guy was back in action, and when he finally left 29 Squadron, he took on an intermediary role as a flying instructor. His military career rapidly picked up pace when he returned to Bomber Command, first as a squadron leader and then wing commander, flying Avro Manchesters and then converting to Lancasters. He was attached to No. 106 Squadron on the 12th of April 1942, where he achieved his first command. By the time he joined the new secret squadron as commander, he had completed 3 tours of duty, flown on 172 recorded sorties, and had been awarded the DSO and DFC with a bar to each, which in effect meant he had won each medal twice. He had become one of the war's most outstanding and tenacious pilots, and his name was fast becoming legendary throughout Bomber Command. Guy Gibson accepted command of the new squadron from Cochrane without hesitation, and was moderately surprised when told that he could choose the pilots who would fly with him. He was given virtual carte blanche to transfer any willing pilot or crew member from his existing squadron, especially those who were tour expired. He chose wisely, knowing from the outset that his crews would have to become extraordinarily proficient at low flying. Everything else was still top secret, even for the squadron's newly selected commander. The only other thing Cochrane told Gibson in regard to setting up the new squadron was that security was absolutely paramount. Eventually, Gibson formed at Scampton what was probably the finest, most disciplined bomber squadron ever. First, however, he had to put together his own crew. Despite what is depicted in the film The Dambusters, Guy Gibson did not simply transfer his 106 Squadron crew across to Squadron X, as it was known temporarily, and a principal task for him was to assemble a fresh crew without delay. One of the first crew members he requested was a first-class navigator well known to him, Canadian Torga Terry Tayram. When Gibson asked Tayram if he knew of a good bomb aimer, he immediately nominated South Australian-born Frederick Michael Spafford, known to one and all as Spam. Spafford was born on the 16th of June 1918 in Wayville, near Adelaide, but under a different name. His parents died when he was very young, so with no immediate family of his own, he was officially adopted by his aunt and uncle and given the surname Spafford. He worked as a fitter and turner and sheet metal worker prior to joining the RAAF on the 14th of September 1940. Among his other credentials, he had flown on 33 operations with 50 Squadron and had already received the DFM. One pilot Gibson penciled in straight away was Flight Lieutenant David John Shannon, born at Unley in the Adelaide Hills in 1922, the son of Howard Shannon, a South Australian Member of Parliament and chairman of the South Australian Farmers Union. With the outbreak of the war in Europe in 1939, Shannon said he was itching to get away from my job as an insurance clerk and into the fray. On the 27th of May 1940, the day he turned 18, Shannon dutifully trooped into the local Navy recruitment centre together with his friend Batty Marks, with whom he played lacrosse. To their disappointment, the young men were told it could be up to 9 months before they would be able to join a unit. Batty was a fairly laconic sort of fellow who was never in a hurry to do anything, so he was not at all perturbed by this news. He decided to join up anyway and wait the 9 months. But it was not good enough for young David, now impatient to get himself into the action. So he walked around the corner and signed up with the RAAF, which only had a waiting period of 6 months. Called up for duty on the 6th of January 1941, Shannon first attended No. 5 Initial Training School, ITS, near Perth. He typified the thousands of young Australian men who couldn't wait to become part of the Empire Air Training Scheme. My initial training was at Pearce, Western Australia, elementary flying training in Tiger Moths, from where I went solo after 11 hours. Service flying training in Avro Ansons was done at Geraldton. My authority to wear a pilot's flying badge was granted on the 24th of July 1941 and qualification as a service pilot on the 19th of September 1941. Then to the embarkation depot for kitting out as a pilot officer and on to England via the USA and Canada. His first operational bomber squadron was No. 106, under the command of the already highly decorated Guy Gibson. When Shannon arrived in Scotland in June 1942, the squadron was just converting from Manchester bombers to Lancasters. Guy Gibson was always a tremendous chap, Shannon told the author in recalling his wartime leader. Of all those who actually flew as squadron commanders, Gibby was probably one of the best. I mean, he was always flying as much as anyone else in his squadron, whereas many of the other squadron commanders would either pick and choose their ops or sit back a bit. Not so Gibby. He was always well to the front. He was a real ball of fire. Dave Shannon did a full tour of duty with 106 Squadron, and then, with a DFC ribbon adorning his chest, was told he would be taken off flying and sent elsewhere to be involved in training. He didn't consider that to be a suitable option and applied for a transfer to No. 8 Group, 83 Squadron, the Pathfinders. It would be a very short posting. I'd only been there 24 hours when I got a call from Guy Gibson. Gibson wanted to know if the young Australian would care to join him in a special squadron he was setting up. Shannon hardly hesitated, and his answer came quickly in the affirmative. Gibson now set things in place for the transfer, but Shannon would also need to form a new crew. In the end, the only crewman who went across with him was his navigator, Pilot Officer Danny Walker, DFC, of the Royal Canadian Air Force. It was hard for some to believe that the youthful-looking, fresh-faced Shannon was actually a seasoned bomber pilot. He had the unblemished look of a teenager, his unruly blonde hair making him appear even younger than his 20 years. Despite this and his mischievous expression, he was in fact an extremely intense young man. In a failed attempt to add years to his appearance, he was attempting to grow a wispy moustache. Right from the start, Shannon felt at home at Scampton. Although always eager to do his bit, he never let his enthusiasm blind him to the sober realities or responsibilities of his duties. I was personally delighted to be in 617 Squadron because I'd always been a low-level fanatic. I was never one for coming back from ops at high altitude. I always put down to low level, even against orders. We were supposed to be routed on a deviating course over France, but I would put my head down and go flat out at treetop level under the radar screens. I think it was safer. Gibby wouldn't say much about his new squadron and its purpose to me, except that it involved flying Lancasters at low level in the moonlight, and this also meant formation flying. The prospect of formation flying in a Lancaster raised my eyebrows a little, as I knew this would be an extremely hazardous sort of thing to accomplish, especially at low altitude. One has to appreciate that at this stage of the war, we could only take an educated guess at our altitude, as we couldn't really get an accurate reading on the altimeters that were installed back then. Although this crossed my mind, I also knew it was something we had to overcome. Another pilot who accepted Gibson's invitation was a man he knew would fit in perfectly with his plans, a seasoned professional who was also an advocate of low-level flying, Flight Lieutenant Harold Brownlow Morgan Mick Martin. The son of a prominent doctor, Mick Martin was born in the Sydney suburb of Edgecliff on the 27th of February 1917. He took his education at Randwick Boys High School and Sydney Grammar School, and in his late teens shocked his parents by announcing that he had a keen desire to become a jockey. His father, who wanted Mick to join him in the medical profession, decided to give the youth a trip abroad so that he might have the chance to mature a little and think more sensibly about his future and his job prospects. It was an adventure young Mick could not resist, and he embarked on a fascinating but money-draining tour of the world, winding up nearly penniless in Spain in 1939. Signing up as a stoker on a freight ship bound for England, he arrived in time to find himself caught up in the imminence of war with Germany. With a typically fierce determination to play his part in the conflict, he enlisted in London with the Australian Army's Cavalry Division, but then had a change of heart and transferred to the RAF through their volunteer reserve. With every intention of becoming a fighter pilot, Martin began his training in the north of England, but quickly became restless with the associated inactivity and applied for a transfer onto medium bombers, which was granted. After this training had been completed, Pilot Officer Martin was posted to No. 455 Squadron, RAAF, flying Hampton bombers. While there, he took part in 13 operations, most of them against heavily defended German targets in the Ruhr Valley. Early on, he suffered several near misses, the most serious occurring when he was flying a Hampton on a low-level operation over Cassel, and his bomber flew straight into a steel balloon cable. Probably the most memorable operational sortie in which I ever took part was an attack on Cassel. Whilst over the target, our aircraft struck a steel cable held aloft by a barrage balloon. The cable snapped from both the balloon's anchorage above and the winch which attached it to the ground and draped itself around the port wing and trailed out of sight. Shortly afterwards, a night fighter attacked and we quickly took evasive action by diving. One end of the cable caught itself on something on the ground, and Lady Luck must have been smiling on us that day. The rest of that potentially lethal hawser unwound itself from around the wing and fell free from our aircraft, but in doing so tore into the leading edge and main spar. A later and accurate analysis of the cut by specialists at base revealed the essential information that the diameter of the cable at the top had been much thicker than the anchorage end on the winch at the bottom, which was therefore considerably weaker. A useful and potentially life-saving conclusion was evident. If caught in a balloon barrage, we would be well advised to fly as low as we possibly could. From then on, the policy of flying below the heavy ack-ack bursts, down where balloon cables were weakest and night fighters' effectiveness poor, was to be a dominant feature of our tactics in such situations for the duration of hostilities. In April 1942, Martin was posted to No. 50 Squadron, RAF, based at RAF Swinderby in Lincolnshire and then operating Manchester bombers. His crew initially comprised of pilot officers Martin, Jack Lego and Ron Burton, Sergeants Harry Smith, Tom Simpson, Toby Foxley and air gunner Len Payton, later replaced by Sergeant Jimmy O'Neill from Corindi, New South Wales, who was killed on 18th of December 1942, flying on later ops with a different crew. Martin's first sortie was to Cologne on the 30th of May as part of the first 1,000 bomber raid, and his crew became the first all-Australian crew to fly a Manchester operationally. In June, the squadron converted to Lancaster bombers, and Martin would complete a further 25 sorties, finishing his first tour with 50 Squadron in October 1942. The following month, he was awarded the DFC. It was during his earlier posting at 455 Squadron that Martin had teamed up with some of the men who would serve him as his crew for most of the war. His rear gunner was countryman Tom Simpson, a flight sergeant quickly christened Tammy by Martin. Thomas Drayton Simpson hailed from Hobart in Tasmania. When war broke out, he was studying first-year arts with an eye to becoming a law student and then entering practice as a lawyer like his father. Now there was a far more pressing imperative, and he decided to join the AIF. To his disappointment, he was rejected, as students fell under the category of reserved occupation. Fortunately, the RAAF recruiting office had no such restriction, and Tom had soon signed up as a potential pilot. He attended ITS in Somers, Victoria, and did so well as a wireless operator and air gunner that he was involuntarily steered away from his piloting ambitions. To his credit, he applied himself as a gunner, and his own proficiency continually surprised him. His first posting was to 97 Squadron in Coningsby, and from there he was transferred to 455 Squadron, where he teamed up with Martin on Hampton bombers. The other gunner on Martin's crew was Bertie Towner Toby Foxley from Queensland. He had signed up with the RAAF in 1940, and following his initial training in Australia was sent to Canada before arriving in England that July. After further training, Toby was then posted to 455 Squadron, where he linked up with Mick Martin and became the crew's front gunner. Tammy and Toby enjoyed flying with Martin, and they soon became a formidable gunnery duo in the air, knocking out many of the enemy's ground searchlights with consummate skill as they flew past. Jack Frederick Lego was a tall and strikingly handsome man from Sydney, New South Wales. Born on the 21st of April 1916, he had been a clerk with the Commonwealth Bank prior to joining the RAAF in 1940, but found the clerical work stifling and couldn't wait to sign up. He followed very much the same training pattern as Toby Foxley and wound up in 455 Squadron specialising in navigation. Jack Lego spoke to the author in glowing terms of his wartime skipper and had some particularly fine recollections to share. We were together for many years. Mick was brilliant in his approach. He was also a first-class topper leader who had the loyalty of his crew at all times, primarily because he always insisted on being one of them in any of the off-duty escapades. He had a great sense of humour. One indication of Martin's readiness to partake in humour and light relief was in the beginning, when he came over as a stoker from Spain and brought a monkey with him. Don't know how he got it into the UK, or out of Spain for that matter, but it found itself living with a relative of Mick's in Dorchester. This house was right in the centre of the city, and the monkey used to sit on the wall, and as ladies walked past it would relieve them of their hats. Mick eventually ended up with a pile of ladies' hats, and in the end had to take the monkey to the zoo. But he was always ready for a prank, and I think this endeared him to the aircrew people, who were all young in those days and enjoyed some light relief. He was also a serious, dedicated pilot and a friend. Jack Lego became an integral part of Martin's crew at 50 Squadron, where they gained valuable experience flying Lancasters at low level. While at Buckingham Palace to pick up his first DFC, gazetted in November 1942, Martin had met a fellow pilot who was there to pick up the DSO, a pilot from 106 Squadron named Guy Gibson. As the two men waited in a comfortable reception area, they began talking, and was soon engaged in a very animated discussion about the various merits of low-level flying. They were completely in accord, and later Gibson would have no hesitation in selecting Martin when forming his new secret squadron. Rounding out Martin's crew in Squadron X were Englishman Ivan Whittaker, who would serve as the crew's flight engineer, wireless operator Len Chambers from the RNZAF, who had previously flown with 75 NZ Squadron, and bomb aimer Bob Hay from South Australia. Robert Claude Hay was born in the country town of Renmark on the 4th of November 1913, the younger son of Robert and Margaret Clark Hay. He was only 10 years old when his father died of pneumonia, so with his older brother he soon became something of a father figure to their 4 young sisters. He went to Renmark West State School and then Renmark High, where he received numerous awards for his scholastic ability. He next attended Roseworthy Agricultural College north of Adelaide, where he was Dux of the college in 1933 and 1934, also receiving the Old Collegians Cup for the highest aggregate in agriculture and animal husbandry. As a youth, Bob Hay was also known for his prowess in swimming at college, achieving several cups and medals. In fact, he was so highly thought of by Roseworthy College that in 1983, 50 years after he had been there and 40 years after he died, the college pool was named in his honour. From May 1932 to August 1935, Hay was a member of the 18th 23rd Light Horse MG Regiment. Then from January to November 1939, the 6th Cavalry Mobile Veterinary Section Brigade and the 27th Battalion's SASR, South Australian Scottish Regiment, originally part of South Australia's 3rd Brigade. According to the Australian War Memorial, the 27th, then involved in protective duties, also maintained a pipe band, which evidently was not always appreciated by its sister battalions when the brigade was in camp. Hay had met his future wife Edna in Balola, Queensland, where he had travelled in 1936 to study cotton farming and production. They had been living in South Australia with their infant daughter Denise when war broke out, at which time he was employed as a horticulturist at Roseworthy College. He took his discharge from the 27th Battalion and joined the RAAF on the 27th of May 1940. He was later attached to the RAF, arriving in England in August 1941. Bob Hay was a highly proficient and reliable bomb aimer, but as he was 30 years of age when he joined Martin's crew, he copped some well-intentioned ribbing from his colleagues, who quickly hailed him as the father of the squadron. Despite this, he was highly regarded by Guy Gibson, who made Hay the new squadron's bombing leader. Guy Gibson arrived at RAF Scampton on the 21st of March to take command of Squadron X. That day the first crews had begun gathering at the base, and many acquaintances were renewed. With the selection process still underway, it would take several weeks before everyone arrived, and Gibson made it his business to get to know all of the men who would fly with him. Apart from Martin and Shannon, another 2 Australian pilots would soon arrive to take up their unknown duties with Squadron X. Flight Lieutenant Norman Barlow's crew was mostly comprised of airmen with whom he had flown in 61 Squadron at RAF Syerston, Nottinghamshire. At 31, he was fairly senior in years to many of the other pilots in the new squadron, and had already survived a number of dangerous operations before being rested as tour expired. In addition to suffering substantial damage to his aircraft on raids over Turin and Berlin, he had twice nursed aircraft back to base on 3 engines. His navigator in 61 Squadron, Flying Officer Jack Lascelles, once described his skipper as a wizard pilot and man. Robert Norman George Barlow was born in Carlton, Victoria on the 22nd of April 1911, the son of Alexander and Frances May Barlow. He and his older brother Alec were educated at Melbourne Grammar School. Both men learned to fly in 1928, made their first solo flights and received their pilot's licenses at the Fisherman's Bend Airfield. Alec went on to have a career in aviation, and during the war was wing commander of a service flying training school in Australia. By war's end, he had risen to the rank of group captain. Prior to signing up with the RAAF in 1941, Norm, as he was generally known, had been employed as a motor dealer while living in Gardenvale with his wife Audrey. After receiving some elementary training in Australia, in September he was shipped over to Canada, where he completed his pilot training. He received his commission and became a pilot officer on the 15th of January 1942. 2 months later he arrived in England and was posted to No. 1654 Conversion Unit, where he trained on 4-engine bombers before his secondment to 61 Squadron. There he was promoted to the rank of flying officer on the 16th of July 1942. According to his daughter Adrienne, always known to the family as Bunny, who was only a young child at the time, Barlow's letters home demonstrated his great love of flying. In one letter he wrote to his mother about thrilling experiences dodging flak, searchlights and night fighters, while at the same time wanting the war to conclude, and in a hurry. As a flight commander with 61 Squadron, he had formed a close-knit crew with whom he had completed a full tour of operations. 2 of them went with him to Scampton, namely his flight engineers Sam Willis and bomb aimer Alan Gillespie, both sergeants in the RAF. Joining them in Squadron X were others whom Barlow had known as a flight commander in 61 Squadron. Navigator Flying Officer Philip Burgess, Front Gunner Flying Officer Harvey Glynns, and Rear Gunner Sergeant Jack Liddell. 4 of the new crew were English, 2 were Australian, and 1, Glynns, was from Canada. His Australian wireless operator was Flying Officer Charles Roland Williams from North Queensland. Born in Queensland in 1909, Charlie Williams seemed destined to become a grazier, running sheep on the unforgiving red land like his father Horace. But first the Depression and then the onset of the Second World War caused a dramatic shift in his life, and he signed up with the RAAF at the age of 31. He trained as a wireless operator air gunner and was shipped to England under the Empire Air Training Scheme to join up with the RAF in Bomber Command. While they had never flown together in 61 Squadron, Norm Barlow had been Williams' flight commander, in charge of the subdivision of the squadron to which Williams belonged. Barlow knew him as a good, reliable wireless operator, the one position he needed to fill on his crew. Happy to have the young Australian on board with him, the 2 men got on well. At some stage during their training there was a radio broadcast back in Australia, which recounted some of the dangerous operations carried out in the skies over Europe and gave the names of many young airmen flying those combat missions. According to Williams' sister Sheila, both Norm Barlow and Charlie Williams were mentioned. There was another Australian pilot selected by Gibson to join Squadron X. Flight Lieutenant Leslie Gordon Knight was a quietly spoken, unassuming person who had been an accountant back in Victoria. Like Norm Barlow, he would not survive the war, but a fellow Australian crew member, Bob Kello, has fond memories of a particularly valiant young man. Les Knight was from Camberwell, Victoria, and I was from Newcastle, New South Wales. We crewed up in August 1942. Les as pilot, myself as wireless operator, plus 2 Canadian gunners, an English navigator, bomb aimer and flight engineer. We were a mixed crew with implicit faith in Les as our pilot and confidence in each other. Les was 22 years of age when we formed our crew, and while that seems young, he was an efficient, capable and trusted pilot. He did not drink, neither did he smoke. He was respected by the other pilots who were more senior and more experienced than himself. He studied and practiced to perfect his flying abilities and was ranked as a very capable pilot. After a successful tour of operations from late September 1942 until March 1943 with 50 Squadron, we were selected as a crew to join the newly forming 617 Squadron. Knight's flight engineer Ray Grayston also paid tribute to his skipper. He was a very quiet chap. He didn't drink and he didn't go out with women, couldn't ride a bike or drive a car, but he could fly a Lancaster. Amazing chap and dedicated to his work. He always completed the job we were given no matter how hot it got, with people screaming, "Drop the bomb!" He'd never do anything until we got to the target. If it had not been for the war, Tony Bircher was unquestionably destined to follow family tradition and become a farmer, even though he had grown up in Sydney's metropolitan eastern suburbs. Generations of Birchers before him had tamed and tended the arid soil of the New South Wales Riverina district, where a small community near West Wyalong even bears the family name. With his life apparently laid out before him, and quite happy to assume the role of farm manager one day, Bircher had enrolled at Wagga Agricultural College. Then war was declared, and in 1940 he decided that, unlike him, the land could wait. He wanted to enlist in the RAAF and do his part in the war effort. He undertook air gunnery training in Canada under the auspices of the Empire Air Training Scheme and was awarded his sergeant's stripes on the 1st of September 1941. Barely 2 weeks later, he was on his way to England, assigned to No. 14 OTU Cottesmore. Bircher eventually found himself at 106 Squadron and flew with them as an air gunner until he completed his first tour of operations. In the interim, he was promoted to the rank of pilot officer and had picked up a DFM. In his time at 106 Squadron, Tony Bircher had also picked up something of a reputation for indulging in rowdy behaviour, which he later told newspaper biographer Robert Wilson of The Australian was fully deserved. Bircher also told Wilson that Guy Gibson was the commanding officer at 106 at the time, and a press-on merchant who he felt was respected rather than liked. He was a strong disciplinarian, I would say almost a fanatic. He had this horrible idea that the aircrew were very much superior to the ground staff, which we didn't like or go along with. At one time, Gibson put Bircher on a charge for fighting while drunk in the mess, during which he had thrown a belligerent RAF warrant officer through a window. Gibson had subsequently posted a notice stating, "Sergeant Bircher is not to be served alcohol for the next month." His friends overcame this by buying drinks for him, which led to Gibson altering the note to read, "Sergeant Bircher is not to drink alcohol in the mess." Now his mates simply bought drinks and passed them to him through the mess window. 2 weeks later, the notice was taken down and quietly removed. Despite Bircher's reputation as something of a larrikin, Gibson had no hesitation in selecting him to join the new squadron. "I hasten to add," Bircher recalled, "that he was a marvellous pilot. He really was. He was a perfectionist, and also in the air he was very amenable to his crew. He treated them as human beings, which was a bit more than he did on the ground. He was always regarded as being an extremely ambitious man." For 617 Squadron, Gibson assigned Bircher as rear gunner to another pilot well known to both of them from 106 Squadron, Flight Lieutenant John Vere Hopgood, DFC and Bar. Altogether, Guy Gibson would personally select 21 crews to join Squadron X, 147 airmen in all. A couple would not prove up to the task and would be quietly returned to their former squadrons. At just 24 years of age, Gibson's tenacity, ability and experience had already seen him decorated 4 times for bravery, and though he mixed comfortably with the selected crew members in the mess and often went off duty, he had an extraordinarily tough job to do, and there were times when he had to be decisive and make tough decisions. New Zealand pilot Flight Lieutenant Les Munro recalled Gibson as mixing well with the men under his command, but on duty he was a different bloke. He didn't suffer fools gladly. Flight engineer Ray Grayston from Les Knight's Australian crew also once recalled that, "If you couldn't do your job, you were out." He got rid of aircrews that fell down on any part of the job. As an exceptional born leader, Guy Gibson wore his mantle of responsibility well, even if it did not endear him to everyone. He was tasked with training a vast number of crews in extremely accurate low-level flying and other mission-relevant techniques in just a matter of weeks, carried out in complete secrecy. That they managed to accomplish this while not even knowing the objective of such intense training is a further tribute to the man. Gibson knew if the crews were not well trained, they would die, and he also shouldered the onerous burden of knowing there was every likelihood that many of the men under his leadership would not return from what was quite evidently a critical and extremely hazardous mission. There were not many men, especially of that age, who could have handled the massive responsibility now thrust upon him. Chapter 2. Après moi, le déluge. Before too long, Guy Gibson had acquainted himself with any aircrew members he hadn't met. He had also introduced them to his faithful black Labrador, a doting dog with a well-developed taste for beer, who was never far from his beloved master's heels. The day after the crews had reported to Scampton, Gibson assembled them all and gave a rousing speech of welcome and caution. He told the men, "You're here to do a special job. You're here as a crack squadron. You're here to carry out a raid on Germany, which I am told will have startling results. Some say it might even cut short the duration of the war. What the target is I can't tell you, nor can I tell you where it is. All I can tell you is that you will have to practice low flying all day and all night until you know how to do it with your eyes shut. If I tell you to fly to a tree in the middle of England, then I will want you to bomb that tree. If I tell you to fly through a hangar, then you will have to go through that hangar even though your wingtips might hit either side. Discipline is absolutely essential. So is security. I needn't tell you that we are going to be talked about. It is very unusual to have such a crack crowd of boys in one squadron. There are going to be a lot of rumours. I've heard a few already. We've got to stop those rumours. We've got to say nothing. When you go into pubs at night, you've got to keep your mouths shut. Of all things in this game, security is the greatest factor." At least one thing was resolved shortly after for Gibson. 2 days after the assembly date for the crews, he was told that a number and identification marking letters had been allocated to his squadron. Henceforth they would become 617 Squadron, and the Lancaster aircraft would carry the letters AJ. One afternoon Gibson was directed to travel to Weybridge in Surrey, where he met up with Mutt Summers, a respected test pilot he knew well. Summers drove a puzzled Gibson to the Vickers factory where he was introduced to a silver-haired gentleman named Barnes Wallace. Several hours later he left to return to his base, having learned a great deal about bouncing bombs and shockwave theories, but remained unenlightened as to the operation for which his crews would be training. Wallace had been surprised and a little perturbed when Gibson revealed that he still did not know the target for which he had assembled 617 Squadron. Somewhat embarrassed, Wallace said he felt sure someone would tell the wing commander when the time was right. It was not up to him to do so. On the 12th of April, Gibson and his bombing leader Bob Hay made a clandestine trip out to Reculver Bay, 2 miles east of Herne Bay in Kent, where they met up with Barnes Wallace near the striking 12th century Reculver Towers and Roman fort. They were there to witness for the first time the dropping of a full-scale bomb. On this occasion, some inclement weather finally forced a postponement to the next day, when conditions were expected to improve. Just after 9 o'clock the following morning, they watched intently as a Wellington bomber roared across the bay. Flying parallel to the shingle beach at exactly 289 miles per hour, while maintaining a height of 80 feet. The drop was successful, even though some of the bomb's wooden casing was shed on impact. Later, a Lancaster flew over the same course and dropped its bomb between 2 floating white marker buoys. This time the sphere shattered when it hit the water. Following a lengthy consultation with Wallace, the Lancaster's height was adjusted to just 50 feet above the bay. As dusk coloured the Kentish sky, the aircraft roared low across the water on a second run. To everyone's relief, the bomb fell and bounced exactly as planned, although once again some of the wooden casing shattered on impact. The casing was only a minor and easily rectifiable problem. Wallace would later dispense with the wooden casing altogether. But of far more importance was the fact that the tests themselves were impressive and conclusive. Barnes Wallace had been anxiously watching the drop tests. At day's end he turned to Guy Gibson, and with a reassurance he did not truly feel, told him the weapons would be ready in time for the planned operation. "We've still got a lot of work to do," he said, "but don't worry, it's going to be all right." Gibson and Hay returned to Scampton intrigued by what they had seen, but still without any idea as to what their role might be with this incredible device. Both agreed it might perhaps be useful in destroying U-boat pens or even the formidable German battleship, Tirpitz. By this time, David Shannon had become increasingly interested in a beautiful young WAAF officer at RAF Scampton named Anne Fowler, and the attraction seemed to be mutual. But as Anne later recalled, she had to contend with a young man totally engrossed with low-level flying and speed. I flew with Guy Gibson on one of his cross-country training flights, which was very interesting, and I also flew with David before the raid. But he got rather mischievous with all this low-level flying and would sometimes beat up the mess. I remember one day we were in the mess and the station commander, Charles Whitworth, was talking to me. Of course, these beat-ups were strictly forbidden, and I suppose rightly so. And then suddenly I could see David's aircraft with the L registration on the side coming past me at 10 feet. A couple of us furiously engaged Charles in conversation until the aircraft had whipped by, so that he couldn't see whose aircraft it was as it swung off into the distance. We always had a small laugh about David's aircraft registration. While it was meant to be L for London, we knew David's antics all too well, and everyone used to call it L for leather. Complete secrecy was crucial to the success of the mission. The crews flew low-level training runs for up to 8 hours a day in 10 Lancasters borrowed from other squadrons with no idea as to their objective. Jack Lego, as the squadron's navigation officer, certainly had his hands full. Gibson had instructed him to map out a training route that would have the crews crossing the Wash off the coast of Lincolnshire, flying over the Cotswolds, and making low-level passes over various lakes, dams and rivers. Lego had to brief the crews on navigating all the practice courses over English lakes at low level, but would not even know the ultimate destination himself until the day before the actual operation. The crews also had no idea what store, bomb load, they would carry. To aid in training for night missions, 2 of the Lancasters were fitted with American synthetic night flying equipment. Effectively, this consisted of amber-coloured celluloid filters attached to the windscreens, side windows and both gunners' turrets, while the crews wore goggles with varying degrees of blue-tinted glass. With this training aid, they could simulate a night mission while flying in daylight, and Guy Gibson declared it quite successful. It would take 7 weeks to bring the crews up to speed in the low-level night flying game. And at the end of it, Air Vice Marshal Cochrane was not even sure Wallace's bombs would be ready. The crews had honed their formation flying by day and night in the first phase of their training, then conducted bomb and gunnery practice at low level, and finally formation flying at dusk and by night, slowly dropping lower and lower until they were howling over the English countryside at just 60 to 100 feet. The low flying quickly attracted the attention and ire of country people living beneath the flight paths, who fired in strong complaints to the Air Ministry, citing the AJ registrations on the sides of the offending aircraft. These letters were quietly filed away. "It's amazing to me the Lancaster stayed in one piece the way we had to fly it," remarked Les Knight's engineer, Ray Grayston. "It was quite an easy machine to manoeuvre. The wings flapped about a lot and the engines flopped up and down a lot, and when they'd done a lot of hours they were really a bit of a bag to fly. But we were lucky because we always had pretty new machines. They degraded rapidly when they'd done a lot of hours." Les Knight was an exceptionally good pilot, a brilliant pilot, and he'd fly the Lancaster like a fighter. Old Les would come in on the wing and drop it down onto the runway. We were intensively flying on ops. No bullshit and no brass polishing your buttons. No parades. You got up in the morning and flew, and you went to bed, and that was it. We were there to do a job. Gibson made it very clear that we weren't there to play silly buggers. The Lancasters had also been practicing flying 60 feet above water at night. This had caused considerable difficulty, but had been resolved during their training by a suggestion that they use 2 Aldi spotlights mounted beneath their aircraft. One was mounted at a specific angle under the nose, and the other was attached beneath the fuselage behind the bomb bay. The spotlights were offset a little to the starboard, so the navigator could easily see them from his position. The pilot would fly lower and lower until the navigator, looking down through a glass blister on the right-hand side of the cockpit, told him that the 2 lights on the water had converged into a figure 8, which gave them their exact bombing height. It was extremely simple, yet extraordinarily effective. Some pilots, including Gibson, practiced low flying over Derwent Water in the Pennines area of the Western Lakelands. Drops were made there using smaller practice bombs. To further aid in the squadron's training, 2 dummy towers were erected on the dam at the Derwent Water Reservoir. On one exercise, Guy Gibson flew so low that he almost hit the water, causing his normally imperturbable Australian bomb aimer Spafford to retort, "Christ, this is bloody dangerous." 2 other reservoirs were singled out for training purposes: the Ibrook Reservoir at Uppingham in Leicestershire and the Abberton Reservoir near Colchester in Essex. The crew members remained baffled as to what sort of operation they were training for. In view of the fact that they were doing a lot of low-level flying over water, it was mostly believed they were going to be targeting some sort of shipping, perhaps the massive German battleships Scharnhorst or Tirpitz. Pilot Officer Lance Howard from Western Australia was the navigator on Bill Townsend's crew of AJO, O Orange. The son of Henry and Helen Howard, he had been born in Fremantle in 1913 and was living in the Perth suburb of Leederville when he joined up with the RAAF at the age of 27. He told the author he wasn't sure they'd survive the low-level exercises, let alone the secret mission for which they were training. As navigator, I was positioned behind the engineer's seat on the starboard side of the cockpit and would look down through a perspex blister to the ground or water racing below us. I can tell you that flying along at great speed at an altitude of just 60 feet is pretty hair-raising stuff. But we were also training in springtime and had to cope with all those warm currents of air that rose from the ground. These up currents caused our poor aircraft to jolt and bang all over the sky, which was quite alarming to say the least. Bill did all the flying, and he did a magnificent job, but it was always a nice moment when you'd landed and you got to put your rather shaky legs back on firm ground once again. Meanwhile, Barnes Wallace and his team at Vickers had been working long hours to modify their bomb, and another test drop took place at Reculver on the 29th of April in pouring rain. This time the Lancaster pilot eased down to 60 feet above the water and flew at precisely 258 miles per hour airspeed. His bomb aimer then dropped the cylindrical mine, and all the observers on shore figuratively crossed their fingers as it hit the water. Moments later, it rose into the air again and bounced in mighty leaps across the bay. Wallace was jubilant. The next drop would be a full-on test of a live bomb, and if that went without a hitch, then the immediate production of the weapon could begin. Early in May, the first of the 23 specially modified Mark II Lancasters began arriving at the Scampton base. The crews walked around the aircraft and quickly took in the loss of the mid-upper gunner's turret and the lack of bomb bay doors, as well as a strange assortment of tackle beneath the empty bomb bay. They were rightly bewildered. On the 8th of May, Gibson, Martin and Hopgood each flew one of the modified Lancasters down to RAF Manston in northeast Kent with their crews, and watched with great interest as a large cylindrical bomb, now given the code name Upkeep, was loaded beneath each of the aircraft. These dummy bombs were not loaded with explosive, but their weight had been carefully calculated to simulate the actual device. The Upkeep had been designed to be held by pylon mounts in the cutaway bomb bay of the Lancaster, between 2 V-shaped side-swing caliper arms. Linked to the mounts were belt mechanisms that would produce a reverse spin on the bombs, keeping them spinning underwater while up against and dropping down the dam wall. As instructed, the crews took off and headed for Reculver, where a set of dummy towers had been set up and were bobbing in the water. Using simple wooden sights held up to the bomb aimer's face, they lined up the two towers and dropped their bombs, scoring direct hits. Mick Martin's Lancaster was marked AJP, and he soon let his crew know, quite against standard regulations pertaining to such things, that she would henceforth be called P. Popsy. Although everything went well that day for Martin and his crew, they did get a small fright when they dropped their cement-filled upkeep, as related by Tammy Simpson. The first lot, of course, were dummies. They had to be fitted up into the specially designed lank and balanced. The store was designed to fit up into a cutaway portion under the lank. It was slung externally between two discs which were revolved by hydraulic power, and the store could be rotated at 400 to 500 revolutions a minute. We were given one bombing test at Manston down in the south of England. We dropped our store either a bit low or the aircraft was going a bit fast, as a jet of water splashed up and a hole was torn in the starboard elevator. I watched the progress of the store we had dropped as it bounced across the water over a sandbank. I hadn't the faintest idea what everybody was trying to do. I didn't ask any questions, but I thought in my own little mind that it must surely be for submarine pens. Toby likewise. The only thing he said to me was, "I hope the bloody thing comes off as it is meant to." Martin's Lancaster was quickly repaired at Manston and then flown back to Scampton. Like Mick Martin's crew, David Shannon only had one opportunity to drop a practice bomb at Reculver, this time on the 12th of May, as he told the author. "We had the bomb spinning. It was on a belt drive reverse spin at 500 RPM, and there was certainly quite a lot of vibration while it revolved. The reverse spin was a part of the design as worked out by Barnes Wallis. I don't know how many of the other pilots actually got to drop practice bombs as well, but even at that late stage we still didn't know what they would be used for. It was all completely secret." The following day, the 13th of May, a live upkeep was dropped as a final test of the weapon prior to full production. The drop took place 5 miles off the North Foreland coast at Broadstairs in Kent. This time Squadron Leader Morris Shorty Longbottom, who was not a crew member with 617 Squadron, flew the Lancaster. Longbottom raced across the water, this time at an altitude of 75 feet and a ground speed of 232 miles per hour. Then set the reverse spin going on the upkeep. Once it was released, the upkeep bounced 7 times over a distance of 800 yards before sinking. When it detonated seconds later, a vast plume of water rose 250 yards into the air. The production of upkeep and the raid could now proceed. The day after Shannon dropped his dummy upkeep at Reculver Bay, the real things began arriving at Scampton, hidden beneath thick tarpaulins and closely guarded. The upkeep bombs to be used in the raid had been manufactured by Barnes Wallis's firm Vickers Armstrong to his final specifications. They were cylindrical in shape, just over 5 feet long and 4 feet in diameter. The metal casing was 3 8-inch steel, and the bomb itself weighed 2,650 pounds. To this was added 6,600 pounds of Torpex underwater explosive, 3 hydrostatic pistols set to explode at a depth of 30 feet, and a 4th self-destructive pistol timed to go off 90 seconds after release of the bomb. All up, each upkeep weighed 9,250 pounds. Tony Birch's reaction when he saw his first upkeep was, "Bloody hell. We didn't know." It was described as looking like the front roller of a steamroller, which is about what it looked like. We didn't know what to make of it. On Saturday, the 15th of May, most of the squadron's Lancasters were grounded for some rigorous maintenance checks to load traces into the machine guns and have their upkeeps positioned below the bomb bay area. This entailed the use of modified trailers and a crane to hoist each bomb into the retaining arms, where they were firmly secured. There was one unexpected scare when the bomb being fitted to Martin's P. Popsy suddenly fell from its arms and thudded heavily onto the ground. Not only did the ground crew scatter, but Martin's crew, who were on board at the time, evacuated in seconds following a shouted warning. The armament officer was notified immediately, and he strolled over to see what the problem was. He calmly assured the ground crews that the upkeep was perfectly safe and would not explode, as it had not been fused. With hearts still pounding, everyone resumed their work on and around the aircraft, and the wayward monster was once again hoisted into position and secured. Due to the slowness of the maintenance and bomb loading rotation, some aircraft were hours from being attended to, so a few pilots requested permission to engage in a little additional training. Norm Barlow was one who welcomed the opportunity to conduct a bombing exercise over Wainfleet, carrying Vernon Byers as his second pilot. With the arrival of the modified Lancasters and the fitting of the weapons they would drop, the crews realised the mission for which they had been training was almost upon them. Knowing the operation would be inherently dangerous, many took the opportunity to write home. And though they could not say anything about the squadron or what might lay ahead, they generally expressed optimism for the future. On his return from the additional training flight, Norm Barlow had his first night off for some days and wrote a letter to his mother back in Melbourne. Typically, he was more excited about some news he'd just received than any concerns he might have held for the upcoming operation. "Today I discovered I've been awarded the DFC," he told his family. "Boy, am I happy. I tried to send you a cable today, but the post office is closed until Monday, so I'll send one then." Sadly, Monday would never come for the young pilot. Barlow's wireless operator, Charlie Williams, had received a letter sent to him by his parents in Queensland, in which they mentioned hearing his name and that of his skipper on the radio. In his considered reply, he too spoke with great optimism. "Was glad to hear you heard my name over the wireless," he wrote in part. "And you'll be interested to know that the Norm Barlow you also heard mentioned is now my pilot, and a very nice chap. He is thrilled today as he has just heard that he has been awarded the DFC. He is a very good pilot, and I have every confidence that he will bring me through my second tour." That afternoon, a loud voice came over the base tannoy. "All pilots, navigators and bomb aimers of 617 report to the briefing room immediately." By 3 o'clock, those airmen had gathered in the briefing room located on the upper floor of the camouflage station headquarters. Among those who attended were Gibson's deputy, Flight Lieutenant John Hoppy Hopgood, his two flight commanders, squadron leaders Henry Maudsley and Henry Dingy Young, and the squadron's chief bomb aimer, Flight Lieutenant Bob Hay. Barnes Wallace was also there to brief these men on the design and release of the upkeep. First up, Guy Gibson stood in front of the men and addressed them clearly. "You're going to have a chance to clobber the Hun harder than a small force has ever done before," he began. "Very soon, we are going to attack the major dams in Western Germany." He then went into the details of the raid, speaking softly but forcefully with his usual deliberateness. Gibson explained that the other crew members were not to be informed of anything he said at the briefing. They would be fully briefed the following day, just hours before the raid. The targets, Gibson explained, were the mighty dams of the Ruhr Valley. Their primary objectives were the Mona, Eder and Sorpe dams, and the attack would be carried out in 3 formations. Gibson would lead 9 Lancasters on a southern route into Germany, while 5 others, led by squadron leader Joe McCarthy, would take the northern route to help divert enemy attention. 5 additional aircraft under the leadership of Bill Townsend would take off a little later to act as a mobile reserve. The plan called for Gibson's formation to attack the Mona, and if it was breached, the remaining Lancasters could then proceed to the Eder Dam with their upkeep bombs. The second formation was to proceed directly to the Sorpa Dam, and if they were successful, the reserve formation would attack the Anipa and Lister dams. At this stage of the briefing, Gibson introduced the men to Barnes-Wallis, who proceeded to tell them all about his remarkable bomb. The airmen sat in rapt silence, completely mesmerised by what this quietly spoken but enigmatic man was revealing to them when he talked about his destructive invention and what it might achieve. Dave Shannon was relieved to be finally given reasons for the intense training and the targets involved, and listened in awe as Wallace explained his bouncing bomb. He told us the speed required at the time of release was 220 miles per hour at the height of 60 feet. The distance at right angles over the water back from the dam wall was 410 yards. The bomb would then bounce 3 times, arrive at the dam, roll down to a depth of 30 feet, and then explode. There was also the normal intelligence briefing on enemy defences. We had to wait for this time because the object was to hit these dams and breach them when they were absolutely full of water, to their maximum capacity, so as to do the most possible damage. Unbeknown to us, reconnaissance aircraft had been flying over the dams for the previous 2 months, watching them as the water level crept up. Also, we had to wait for the full moon, because the only way we could operate at such low level was at a full moon, mid-May. The weather forecast was good for that evening. Security was very tight. No telephoning out. All mail was censored. Australia would be well presented on the raid. Of the 19 pilots involved, 4 were Australians: Martin, Shannon, Knight and Barlow. Martin alone had 4 Australians in his long-serving crew: Jack Lego, Toby Foxley, Tammy Simpson and Bob Hay, while Spam Spafford was the sole Australian on Guy Gibson's aircraft. Another 4 were scattered throughout the crews. Lance Howard would fly with Bill Townsend on Orange. Tony Bircher was on Hoppy Hopgood's crew. Charlie Williams with Norm Barlow, and Bob Keller would fly with Les Knight. The mission was set for the following evening, so the senior crew members studied maps and scale models of the targets with great care, asking pertinent questions about terrain, approaches, defences, and such awkward dangers as balloon cables. All were answered in meticulous detail. Following the briefing, Group Captain Whitworth quietly approached Gibson and gave him some bad news. He'd just been told that Gibson's dog had been hit by a car outside the camp and killed. The driver had not stopped. It was sad news for Gibson to receive, as they had been inseparable since the beginning of the war. The next morning he sought out Senior Base NCO Flight Sergeant George Chiefy Powell, took him aside and asked if he would bury his faithful pet outside of his office at 11 o'clock that evening, at which time Gibson knew he should be crossing the enemy coast. He asked the man to keep the dog's death to himself, as it could be seen as a bad luck omen by the crews. Powell said he would take care of the unhappy task. The next day, Sunday the 16th of May, the last of the modified Lancasters arrived at Scampton and were fitted with their upkeep bombs. All was in readiness. At 4 o'clock the Tannoy burst into loud voice once again, ordering all 617 crew members to assemble in the airmen's mess. They had seen the bombs and belts of bullets being loaded and knew that their mission was imminent, but did not know if it would be that evening. Once everyone was present, they were told the operation was on for that evening and codenamed Operation Chastise. Their targets would be the mighty German dams of the Ruhr Valley. An immediate hubbub of conversation broke out among the men, and Gibson gave them a few seconds to react to the news. He then ran through the details once again for their benefit, before handing over to Barnes-Wallis, who had been patiently seated to the side. Wallace in turn told the men about his innovative bomb, and how it would work to destroy the dams through water pressure and shock effect. Their aircraft were to be flown as close to 232 miles per hour as possible, and they were to drop their upkeep 60 feet above the water. He also reminded the bomb aimers that their upkeep must be revolving in its cradle at 500 RPM before it was released, and it should then bounce 3 times before hitting the dam wall, sinking, and detonating at around 30 feet below the surface. The men were incredulous to begin with, but they soon grasped the principles and settled down to study the details of the bombs and their individual roles in the operation. Now the bomb aimers knew exactly why they had been training with a simple, handheld triangular wooden gadget with 2 nails at either extremity. They would settle the improvised bomb sight on their face, and when the 2 turrets on the target dam matched the 2 nails on the bomb sight, it was time to release their bomb. Despite training at Derwent Water and elsewhere, not many had guessed that dams would be the actual target. Air Vice Marshal Cochrane then addressed the men, reminding them that they must keep all details of the new weapon to themselves, as it was planned to use the bouncing bombs again if successful. He also informed the crews that they would create history that night and do a tremendous amount of damage to the German war effort. It was also impressed upon the crews that they must at all costs avoid returning to base without dropping the bombs, as the self-destructive fuses would have been armed by procedure as each crew crossed the enemy coastline. Following the briefing, the men returned to their quarters to relax and think about their duties that night. Some took the opportunity to write letters to their families and loved ones. 22-year-old pilot John Hoppy Hopwood found Dave Shannon enjoying a nervous cigarette at the back of a hangar and shared his concern with the younger man. "I think this is going to be a tough one," he confided. "I don't think I'll be coming back, Dave." Shannon ground out his cigarette and replied, "Come off it, Hoppy, you'll beat the bastards. You've beaten them for so long. You're not going to get whipped tonight." By this time, Anne Fowler had realised that her young beau David was scheduled for a mission that evening. I knew they were on ops, because that evening they all sat down to a meal of bacon and an egg, and they never had bacon and eggs unless they were going on a mission. And of course later on I went into the ops room with another WAAF officer, and she said, "Look at the board. They're supposed to be on a training run, but this is the real thing." It was a lovely night, and I shan't forget the sight of all those Lancasters taking off and just skimming the tops of the trees. By midnight on the 16th of May, all 19 aircraft had taken off. The first Lancaster to become airborne was AJE, E-Easy, under the command of Norm Barlow. He took to the skies at 21:28 hours and would fly the longer northerly route, with his objective that night, the Sorpa Dam. The final Lancaster to depart was T. Tommy, under the command of American pilot Joe McCarthy. He and his crew had originally been assigned to Q Queenie, scheduled as the first aircraft to leave in the second wave. While the engines were being run up, one of those on the starboard side was shown to have developed a coolant leak, and it quickly became evident that the aircraft was going nowhere. McCarthy yelled at his crew to leave Q Queenie and commandeer the only spare Lancaster, T. Tommy, which had arrived at Scampton just 6 hours earlier. Fortunately, as the reserve aircraft, it had been fully armed and fitted with an upkeep bomb. As they prepared to race over to the reserve aircraft, McCarthy was further frustrated when the ripcord on his parachute got caught on a hook as he scrambled out of the Lancaster. The parachute dropped out and billowed behind him. He flung it to the ground and a replacement was handed to him just in time. They reached AJT, only to find the crucial compass deviation card was not on board. McCarthy jumped into a truck and made his way to the flight office. The card was finally located, and a perspiring McCarthy drove straight back to AJT. Once they had quickly completed their checks, he started the engines and taxied out for takeoff. He lifted off just after, at 22:01 hours, some 34 minutes late, and powered across the North Sea at 200 miles per hour to make up for lost time. All 19 aircraft were now airborne in the 3 assault waves, crossing the North Sea and flying low across the moonlit waters towards the Dutch coast. Air Vice Marshal Cochrane had been at Scampton to see the crews off, before returning to the operations room of No. 5 Group HQ at Grantham, where he joined Air Chief Marshal Sir Arthur Harris and Barnes Wallis in a long, nervous vigil as they waited for the coded Morse signals from Gibson's aircraft. Dr. Wallis sat on the steps of the operations platform, clenching his hands together pensively, as if in prayer. The Chief Signals Officer of 5 Group, Wing Commander W.E. Wally Dunn, was listening in to the WT transmissions and would pass on any news. A little desultory flak burst around the Lancasters as they approached the outline of land, and one of the aircraft which had taken off in the first formation, that of New Zealand pilot Les Munro, was hit by flak over Vlieland, and the plane's radio and intercom went dead. Reluctantly, he was forced to turn W. Willie back to base. Gibson would later rebuke him for not flying low enough to avoid the flak. As Munro later recalled for Kevin Wilson's book Bomber Boys, "Going in over the North Sea, I saw the dunes of the coast ahead of us and gained height to make sure I cleared the dunes, then subsequently put the nose down to get back to 60 feet, approaching the water of the Zuiderzee on the other side. We were flying at 240 miles per hour, and it would have been at 70 or 60 feet when we were hit over Vlieland on the port side of the aircraft. The intercom immediately went dead. I felt the thump of the shell. The damage from that shell exploding blew a hole in the side of the aircraft where the squadron code letters were, but didn't cause much damage on the other side, and no damage to the rear gunner and his turret, because it was probably only a 20mm. We could see a line of trees coming up towards us, but it was only a single shell which hit the aircraft. I asked my wireless operator to go back and see if there was any possibility of connecting up the wiring or anything like that, so that we were able to converse with each other. I did a few circuits round the Zuiderzee while he was looking at that, and when he came back and said it was impossible to make any repairs, I made the decision to return to base. It was just one of those things." Pilot Officer Jeff Rice had been flying low across the northern Netherlands island of Vlieland before passing over a stretch of sea. He increased the altitude for a short while to check their position, then decreased the altitude back to low level and turned southeast towards the IJsselmeer. Flying into the bright moonlight meant it was difficult to judge their height above water correctly. Just as their flight engineer Edward Smith was about to warn Rice that the altitude reading showed 0, a huge jolt suddenly shook the Lancaster. Rice had misjudged his altitude and skimmed the top of the water. The impact was so severe that it tore the bouncing bomb from beneath their aircraft, and seawater surged in through the empty bomb bay. As Rice fought to gain altitude, the rear fuselage of AJH smacked into the sea, forcing the tail wheel up to break through into the cabin's Elsan toilet. Rice finally climbed to a safe altitude as the water in the fuselage sloshed around and drained out through the back, which almost drowned their rear gunner, Flight Sergeant Stephen Burns. It was confirmed that they had lost their upkeep bomb and would have to abort and reluctantly head back to Scampton. They came under anti-aircraft fire as the crippled aircraft retraced its path back to base, but they escaped unscathed. Then fresh problems arose as they neared Scampton, when it was found that the undercarriage would not lower due to the loss of hydraulic fluid. Rice circled the airfield at 1,000 feet as his crew worked to manually crank down the undercarriage. Once this was achieved, the crew prepared for an emergency landing, and as they made their approach, Les Munro's AJW unexpectedly flew beneath them and landed on the main runway. Monroe's radio had been damaged when they were attacked, and they were not to know that Rice's H. Henry was also landing. Rice slowed his approach and touched down safely at 0:46 hours. The first casualty of Operation Chastise occurred at 22:57 hours, when some light flak from an island defence unit scored a mortal hit on Lancaster AJK of Pilot Officer Vernon Byers and sent it crashing into the sea. The other aircraft crossed the coast and then, turning sharply southeast, made their way across the Zuiderzee, a shallow bay in the northwest of the Netherlands. The rising full moon lent them an even more sinister look as they thundered over the low sandhills and swung inland towards Germany. Meanwhile, over the Netherlands, Gibson, Martin and Hopgood were cruising fast, sometimes as low as 40 feet from the ground. One can only admire the skill and sheer guts of these men flying flat out at treetop level over a hostile countryside lit only by moonlight. It was now that their weeks of training truly paid off. Soon after, at 23:50 hours, another of Gibson's crews perished. Norm Barlow had been flying east at treetop level when the crew had just made their scheduled turning point at Ries in western Germany. One of his crew that night was 18-year-old rear gunner Jack Liddell. The youngest airman in 617 Squadron, he had obviously lied about his age when joining the RAF in June 1941. Sadly, he would not live to see another birthday. 3 miles on from Ries, disaster struck. It is believed Lancaster E-Easy was hit by some light flak, and Barlow attempted to gain some altitude before the crippled aircraft slammed into the top of an electricity pylon near Herenhurken, 2 miles north of the town of Haldern, and crashed into a German field. The only 2 Australians to die on the raid, Barlow and Williams, met a swift but fiery end. There were no survivors. Many years later, squadron researcher Helmut Euler located a witness to the crash named Johanna Effing. She said she heard a loud bang outside her home that night. When this happened, we came out of the cellar at Heldenhaken and saw the field in front of us blazing fiercely. An aircraft flying from the west had hit the top of a 100,000-volt electricity pylon and crashed into the field. There were no flak batteries or searchlights here. The plane was just flying too low. When the field has been harvested, you can still see to this day the 2 depressions where the aircraft crashed into the ground. Barlow's upkeep bomb was not destroyed in the crash, and according to Johanna Effing, it had rolled out 50 metres from where the plane had crashed. It would later be recovered intact and defused by the Luftwaffe, who then shipped the mystery device off to a weapons examination depot at Kalkum, near Dusseldorf, for more intensive scrutiny. As the crews flew relentlessly on towards the Ruhr Valley, low-level flying claimed yet more lives, this time those of Bill Astel and his crew. Prior to taking off from Scampton that night, Astel's wireless operator Canadian Abram Albert Garshevitz had inscribed on their upkeep bomb, "Never has so much been offered by so few." They would never get to release the upkeep. Their Lancaster hit some high-tension cables and was brought crashing down near Birken. 21 men had died already, and the remaining crews were still a long way from their targets. Of the 5 aircraft originally designated to fly to the Sorpe, only that of Joe McCarthy remained. The 3 Lancasters of Gibson, Martin and Hopgood flew in tight formation, sliding over trees and just clearing power lines. Pinpoint navigation at such low level was almost impossible, so most aircraft were a little off track in the darkness, which caused several near misses with unexpected power lines and other obstacles. Once they had passed Eindhoven, things were a little better, and their navigators set them on a course for the Ruhr Valley in Germany. The countryside below was little more than a black, impenetrable mass, lit only by the occasional fiery balls of flak that rose to intercept them. The gunners in both Martin's and Gibson's aircraft were now blazing away at ground targets, even succeeding in shooting out a couple of troublesome searchlights. On the planes roared, their exhaust manifolds glowing dull red under the continuous full throttle. The sensation of low-level speed was overwhelming but almost exhilarating for 21-year-old pilot officer Tony Bircher, the rear gunner on Hopgood's crew. It was much better, he stated later, than sitting suspended in the darkness, which was what I did on a normal raid. At one stage, their bomb aimer John Fraser frantically called out, "Power lines ahead!" Hopgood had no time to go over the wires, so he simply flew under them. "Sorry about that," he told his crew. The remaining aircraft eventually climbed over a ridge, and there, shimmering in the moonlight below them, was Mona Lake. Guy Gibson would later record his first sight of their target in his book, Enemy Coast Ahead. The remaining aircraft eventually climbed over a ridge, and there, shimmering in the moonlight below them, was Mona Lake. Guy Gibson would later record his first sight of their target in his book, Enemy Coast Ahead. As we came over the hill, we saw the Mona Lake. Then we saw the dam itself. In that light it looked squat and heavy and unconquerable. It looked grey and solid in the moonlight, as though it were part of the countryside itself, and just as immovable. A structure like a battleship was showering out flak all along its length, but some came from the powerhouse below it and nearby. There were no searchlights. It was light flak, mostly green, yellow and red, and the colours of the tracer reflected upon the face of the water in the lake. The reflections on the dead calm of the black water made it seem there was twice as much as there really was. Now the pilots dispersed to prearranged areas of concealment in the hills southeast of the dam so they could not be seen from the ground on air. They would fly as planned in an anti-clockwise pattern over the Arnsberg forest until called into action by Gibson. He would communicate with them and control the raid using a high-frequency radio telephone, an expedient being used for the first time during an operation. Despite the dangers involved in its use, the radio telephone was considered absolutely crucial in communicating with aircraft circling in a confined area as they waited for their turn to attack. Hours later at debriefing, the crews would enthuse over the new communication device and deem it excellent. On G. George, Gibson made preparations to begin his attack. He circled wide and looped down for the run-in, flying over the high hills at the eastern end of the lake. He straightened up and began a rapid descent towards the water. Over the front turret he could see the dam and its two towers silhouetted against the haze of the Ruhr Valley. Spafford, his Australian bomb aimer, also reported that vision was excellent, and the ramparts of the dam stood out clearly in the distance. It all looked just like the models they had studied back at base. G. George roared in fast from 2 miles out. Small spotlights beneath the nose and tail of the Lancaster were switched on, and Gibson slowly adjusted his height until notified that the two lights had converged on the water's surface. This gave him an exact height of 60 feet. Spafford coolly watched the dam approaching, thick flak now whipping angrily at them as the German gunners manning up to 10 light aircraft batteries opened up with their full defences. His rudimentary bomb sight would tell him when to drop their upkeep bomb. George Deering returned fire with the aircraft's own tracers from the front turret. At least he could try to do something about retaliating against the fiery flak hurtling straight at them. Then, "Bomb gone!" shouted Stafford, and G. George whipped over the top of the dam. Moments later, a huge white gush of water suddenly rose from the centre of the dam and slowly tumbled back into the tormented lake. The crew watched eagerly as their aircraft swept around, but no breach was observed. Rear gunner Dick Trevor Roper, sitting in his 4-gun Fraser Nash turret, had seen their bomb bounce 3 times across the water, and 10 seconds later had marvelled at the huge surge of water that suddenly erupted over the dam wall. But it seemed another upkeep would be needed. Hopgood in M Mother was next in the attack rotation. His Lancaster had already been shot to bits flying over an airfield near Marbeck, and the crew had been forced to feather the burning port outer engine, extinguishing the flames. To make matters worse, Hopgood himself had been hit in the back and groin by shrapnel and was covered in blood. Despite this, he reported that he didn't feel he was badly injured and could continue. "Do you think we should go on?" Bircher recalls his skipper calling back. "I intend to go on because we've only got a few minutes. We've come this far, there's no good taking this thing back with us. The aircraft is completely handleable. I can handle it okay. So any objection?" Canadian flight engineer Charles Brennan, seated next to Hopgood, responded, "Well, what about your face? It's bleeding." Brennan then pulled out a handkerchief and held it against Hopgood's face to stem the flow of blood. The crew decided to press on to the target. Now M Mother raced in, and quickly achieved the desired height of 60 feet above the lake. Once the 2 spotlights converged on the water, they knew they were approaching the dam at the correct height. As the second aircraft to go in, they understood that they would get far more attention from the dam's defences than Gibson had encountered. And this proved to be the case, as Bofors guns mounted on the dam walls began pouring a concentrated wall of flak at the rapidly approaching Lancaster. Despite this, the crew knew what they had to do, and Charlie Brennan started up the small 2-stroke motor that would begin the backspin on their upkeep. Luck was against the crew that night, as some flak slammed into their other port engine, which also erupted into flames. John Fraser somehow managed to release their bomb, but it fell far too late. The upkeep bounced and shot over the top of the dam and exploded, taking out the power station. Although their bomb missed its target, the destruction of the power station would also prove to be a significant blow. Hopgood knew that M Mother was mortally wounded, and the crew would have to get out, and quickly. He hauled the Lancaster into a steep climbing turn to starboard, heading to the west of the dam, but was unable to gain any more height on just the 2 starboard engines. He ordered the crew to bail out. Hopgood had been hit himself, in the head, Bircher recalled, and blood was pouring out of the wound, but he yelled to the engineer, "Carry on and don't worry. Get out, you bloody fool. If only I had another 300 feet. I can't get any more height." Because the ruined No. 2 engine powered Bircher's rear gun turret, he quickly hand-cranked the turret around until he could scramble out into the fuselage and grabbed his parachute. The crippled aircraft, clawing for bailout height, would last only a few more seconds before it exploded. As Bircher struggled to don his parachute and evacuate, he noticed their radio operator John Minchin desperately dragging himself down the fuselage with a clearly broken leg. The man was already wearing his parachute, so Bircher reacted quickly by reaching out and pulling the man's ripcord. He then pushed the semi-conscious Minchin out, but he would later learn that his crewmate did not survive. His body was located in a field midway between the dam and the crash site, 4 miles away. Bircher then pulled the D-ring to release his own parachute and called over the intercom, "Rear gunner abandoning." The final words he heard from Hoppy Hopgood were, "For Christ's sake, get out of here!" Just as Tony Bircher prepared to jump through the exit, M Mother exploded in a massive fireball, and he was blown out of the aircraft. Incredibly, Bircher survived the blast, but he was in a bad way. As he was tossed out of the exit, he slammed into the top of the Lancaster's tailplane with great force, and the impact broke his back. He also suffered a broken kneecap. Within moments he had landed in agony on some soft ploughed dirt, and despite the intense pain he somehow managed to bury his parachute. He then made his way from the area as fast as he could. Now it was Mick Martin's turn to make a third bombing run, although visibility was rapidly becoming a problem. Smoke and dust from the destruction of the powerhouse was mingling with fine water spray lingering in the night air, threatening to obscure much of the designated target area. Despite this, Gibson remained defiant and turned back to the dam to aid Martin's run-in, beginning a dummy assault along the lake's edge on a parallel course with all his landing lights and spotlights switched on to attract attention. His diversionary tactics drew most of the Germans' fire away from the fast-approaching P. Popsy until it was almost too late. Bob Hay, despite having very little forward vision due to the smoke, spray and insects covering his windscreen, calmly lined up his bomb sight as best he could and dropped their bomb at precisely the right distance from the two towers. Meanwhile, Toby Foxley and Tammy Simpson were relentlessly hammering away at the dam's defences. Their guns were truly working overtime, as Tammy Simpson recalled. The store was dropped correctly, and we didn't have time to do much other than blaze away as Mick passed over the top with a foot or two to spare. I felt pretty mad about the whole business. Actually speaking, we were all sitting ducks if the jerry gunners had been on the ball or steadier with their aim. As we passed over the dam face, there was an awful thud. We had been hit somewhere. We turned hard to port after we crossed over the dam wall. Toby and I belted at the flak towers on the dam. There wasn't much daylight between the belly of our aircraft and the top of the dam wall as we swooped across dead centre between the two towers on the top of the dam, quite ornamental ones. Their aircraft had sustained a 20mm flak strike to one of the 3 fuel tanks and ailerons in the starboard wing. Fortunately, it was not too serious, as that particular tank was empty and the shell did not set it on fire as it passed through. Martin swung away after releasing his upkeep, and moments later a towering column of water rose high into the night sky. Gibson would later report that following Martin's attack, he looked down and thought that the dam wall had moved. 2 minutes now passed before Melvin Dingy Young in D-Dog came in, once again under diversionary tactics created this time by both Gibson and Martin, and dropped his bomb with pinpoint accuracy. To the frustration of the crews inside the circling Lancasters, there was still no visible breach after Young's upkeep exploded against the dam wall. It was beginning to look as if the entire operation would prove a monumental failure at a cost of many aircraft and crew lives. David Maltby roared in next, and his upkeep fell accurately, bouncing 3 times along the surface of the water until it hit the dam's parapet, where, still spinning, it sank up against the dam wall and rolled down to a depth of 30 feet before exploding. All of a sudden, the wall of the dam crumbled, and massive volumes of water gouged through an ever-widening gap in the dam wall. They had done it. Maltby would later say of the event, "Our load sent water and mud to a height of 1,000 feet. The spout of water was silhouetted against the moon. It rose with tremendous speed and then gently fell back." At 0:56 hours, a jubilant Gibson told his wireless operator Bob Hutchison to transmit the code word for success back to 5 Group Base, and then ordered Dave Shannon, next in the attack line, to pull out and make his way to the Eder Dam. Although his concentration should have remained focused on the task at hand, Guy Gibson could not help looking at the incredible scenes unfolding below. It was the most amazing sight. The whole valley was beginning to fill with fog from the steam of the gushing water, and down in the foggy valley we saw cars speeding along the roads in front of this great wave of water, which was chasing them and going faster than they could ever hope to go. I saw their headlights burning, and I saw water overtake them wave by wave, and then the colour of the headlights underneath the water changing from light blue to green, from green to dark purple, until there was no longer anything except the water bouncing down in great waves. The floods raced on, carrying with them as they went viaducts, railways, bridges, and everything that stood in their path. 3 miles beyond the dam, the remains of Hoppy's aircraft still burned gently, a dull red glow on the ground. Hoppy had been avenged. Dave Shannon had been next in the attack line and was preparing to go in when he heard the amazing news. Gibson, Hopgood, Martin, Dingy Young and David Maltby had all attacked the Mona Dam, and I had just been called up by Gibson to make the run when they saw that the thing had gone. The dam had been breached, so I was called off, and we turned away. We could see the water spilling out, and then we went on to the Eder Dam. The Eder was very difficult to find because the mists were coming up, and it is surprising how much waters in lakes are alike, especially in such a hilly area. In fact, I made a run, not a serious one, on a wrong leg of the lake, about 7 miles from where we were supposed to be, and it wasn't until Gibson fired off a very light, he'd found the target, that we all congregated together. The aircraft with bombs left were myself, Henry Maudsley and Les Knight, but on that particular dam there was no flak. The approach was to get down over this hill, over another bit, and then, having dropped the bomb, to get out over the range, which I think went up to 1,200 or 1,500 feet on either side. To get out of the valley after crossing the dam wall, we had to put on full throttle and do a steep climbing turn to avoid a vast rock face. My exit with a 9,000-pound mine revolving at 500 RPM was bloody hairy. The Germans thought it was presumably safe from low-level attack because of the terrain, and there were no anti-torpedo nets, no flak, and no ack-ack guns at all on the Eder Dam. But I did 5 runs at it, and then decided I'd better circle a bit to try to get to know the place better. The sky was beginning to lighten in the pre-dawn, and Gibson became increasingly anxious as precious minutes rolled by. It would not be easy flying back to England at low level in the gathering light. Henry Maudsley was next to make an attack, and came in once, then twice, and on the 3rd run over the lake they managed to drop their bomb. However, he was going too fast. His upkeep bounced and then slammed into a parapet, exploding directly beneath the aircraft as it flew over. Z Zebra was visible for a few moments, and then disappeared into the gloom. Maudsley apparently put up a good fight to keep his crippled Lancaster flying, and was heading back to England when their aircraft was brought down by flak. Z Zebra crashed with no survivors. Once again, Dave Shannon was called into the attack. Twice more he failed to achieve the desired height and speed due to the dangerous and highly difficult manoeuvring required, and pulled away. He was determined, however, not to waste his bomb, and wanted to ensure that everything was exactly right before he dropped it. On the 3rd run-in, he was satisfied with his height and speed, and as he thundered over the lake, his bomb aimer Len Sumter dropped their upkeep with unerring accuracy. It skipped over the water and sank up against the dam wall. When the bomb exploded, a huge fountain of water billowed up into the sky, and Shannon was certain his crew had pulled it off. However, no breach was observed, and a disappointed Shannon hauled L London into an almost vertical climb along the wall of the jagged mountain beyond. Les Knight, the other Australian pilot, was flying in N nuts, and his crew had the last upkeep meant for the Eder. After Shannon's bomb failed to visibly damage the dam wall, he knew their bomb represented the squadron's final chance to breach the dam. His wireless operator Bob Kello described the ensuing action. When the Mona Dam was broken by the bomb of the 5th aircraft, The remaining 4 were instructed to proceed to the Eder Dam. Unknown to the leader, Wing Commander Gibson, aircraft number 8 had been shot down on the journey to the dams, leaving only 3 to attack the Eder. Following the attacks by number 6 and number 7, and with the dam still holding, Wing Commander Gibson reminded us over the RT that ours was the last bomb, and to make it good. The actual approach to the dam wall was far more difficult than the Mona. This was a dogleg dam, with a large hill in the crook of the leg, and a mountain directly en route on the downstream side of the dam. We made our first run, and our bomb aimer was not satisfied and requested Les to go round again. This meant that as we passed over the dam wall, Les had to apply full boost to the motors to enable us with our heavy bomb to clear the mountain beyond the dam. Once clear of the mountain, Les positioned our aircraft for our second run, got down to the required 60 feet, negotiated the dogleg, adjusted the speed to 240 miles per hour, and headed straight and level for the dam wall. There was a plastic dome above the wireless operator's position in the Lancaster, and I stood up and watched the dam wall approach. I heard the bomb aimer say, "Bomb gone!" and the engines roared as the nose of the aircraft lifted as we climbed to pass over the dam and then a large hill directly ahead of us. Les had to pull the nose up quite steeply in order to clear this hill. Still standing, I looked back at the dam falling behind us. It was still intact for a few seconds, and then it was like a huge fist had jabbed at the wall. Suddenly, a large black hole appeared in the centre of the dam face, about 30 feet from the top, and water was gushing out. I knew then our bomb had done its job. There was real excitement amongst the crew, and our bomb aimer suggested we go around again and have another look. There were no defences on the Eder Dam, and with our low flying and the hilly terrain around the dam, the possibility of attack from night fighters was very remote. We did go around for a third time, and as we approached the dam wall, we saw that the bridge which had been left above the hole punched in the wall was gone, and the water was pouring through a large V opening in the dam wall. Gibson's radio operator Bob Hutchinson then transmitted the Morse code word dinghy back to base, informing them that the Eder had also been breached. Following the destruction of the Eder, the job of the first 2 formations of aircraft was at an end. Guy Gibson called up those crews over the RT and said, "Good show, boys. Let's all go home and get pie." Some did not respond. Meanwhile, the reserve Lancasters, still carrying their upkeep bombs, had been directed to attack the Sorpa Dam. Gibson turned back to base, flying via the Mona Dam to check on the damage. Looking down from 3 miles overhead, he saw that the river had changed shape, swelling to several times its normal size. A new, surging lake had been formed, and was writhing a destructive path down the valley, tearing apart and engulfing everything in its path. Dave Shannon later reported that the defences were much the same as they had been on the outward journey, but they made it through, crossed the North Sea and returned to base. We landed back at 4 a.m. on the 17th of May. I had been away about 6.5 hours. Gibson's G. George made it safely back to Scampton and touched down at 04:15. Despite the intense flak they had endured, the only damage their Lancaster suffered was 3 small holes in the tail. Les Knight's rear gunner, Sergeant Harry O'Brien, recalled a very close call as they headed for home. We were flying very low during the return journey. At the Dutch coast, the terrain rose under us. Les pulled up, over and down. On the seaside of this rise in the terrain and invisible to Les was a large cement block many feet high. This block passed under our tail not 3 feet lower. As the rear gunner, I was the only one to see it. Joe McCarthy, who'd been forced to switch Lancasters back in Scampton due to a last-minute technical hitch, had made a solo run across Germany in T-Tom to attack the Sorpe Dam. The Sorpe was different from the other dams. It did not have the vertical cement walls for which the Wallace bomb was intended, but held the waters back with long, sloping earthen banks and a solid concrete core. The plan this time was not to attack over water, but to conduct a more conventional bombing run by coming in directly along the crest of the dam and dropping the upkeep without the backspin. It should then hit the crown of the Sorpe Dam before exploding. Just as Dave Shannon had found with the Eder, the area surrounding the Sorpe was hilly and shrouded in mist. McCarthy had to carry out 9 dummy runs before he finally made a successful approach through the treacherous hills and over the dam. There were no flak defences to worry about, so he and his crew could concentrate on flying and placing their bomb in the right place. As recalled by McCarthy's bomb aimer, Sergeant George Johnson. We made 10 runs on the Sorpe and dropped the weapon on the final run. I found out that night how easy it was to become the most unpopular member of the crew very quickly. 9 times I called dummy run. It didn't do the morale of the crew much good, but I knew that if we had to do it, we had to do it properly. This time the drop was successfully completed, and McCarthy hurriedly wheeled away from the mountains looming ahead. Meanwhile, the rest of the crew was watching anxiously to see if their upkeep had had any effect. When the mine exploded, it was a terrific sight. We were nose up at that stage and turning. The explosion was between our aircraft and the moon, and Dave Roger in the rear turret had a clear view. He said, "God Almighty." Then as we turned, I saw it. By then it was starting to fall back, but it was still a fair amount of water. Louis Burpee, the Canadian who was also meant to attack the Sorpe, would never make his expected run on the dam. His aircraft, S Sugar, had been shot down at 0200 hours. Burpee and his crew were further casualties of that dramatic evening. The mist over the Sorpe was now heavy, but aircraft F. Freddy under the command of Ken Brown now flew in, having been diverted from its original target, the Lister Dam. Brown made a wide run and, like McCarthy, came in following the line of the dam below. His upkeep hit the dam wall, where it exploded. The effect was nowhere near as spectacular as that at the Mona and Eder dams, due to the steep earth banks on both sides of the dam's core. Damage was certainly caused to the crown, but no seepage occurred. The explosion provided a clear view of the dam and the lake, Brown later stated. And although knowing it would take time for the already leaking water to penetrate the soil, we hoped the dam would soon break. Cyril Anderson's diverted Lancaster Y Yorker, coming a while later, had to abandon its run because the mist was now too thick to make a safe approach in the deep-set valley. Reluctantly, they turned for home with their upkeep still on board. However, the bombs of McCarthy and Brown had inflicted enough damage to cause German engineers to later drain most of the reservoir in order to effect repairs, even though there was little danger that the wall might crumble and collapse. 2 aircraft now remained with bombs ready to be dropped, those of Warner Otley and Bill Townsend. Otley's newly designated target was the Lister Dam, and he radioed acknowledgement as he made his way over the hills. Sadly, it was to be the last transmission from C. Charlie before it too was shot down by ACAC defences. Only Bill Townsend in O Orange was left. Lance Howard from Western Australia was Townsend's navigator, and he described their part in this operation. Our crew and 4 others comprised the mobile reserve to be sent where necessary after the original group had attacked the Mona and Eder dams. It was a clear night with a full moon, and we flew at 60 to 100 feet to keep under German radar. On the way in, we received a radio message to attack the Anepa Dam, which indicated that the main target, the Mona, had been breached. This we saw for ourselves shortly afterwards, as we used this for a turning point on the way to the Anaper. It was an horrific picture with a great stream of water bursting down the valley from the breach in the dam wall. We attacked the Anaper at 60 feet high and a speed of 240 miles per hour. There were no defences and the bomb was accurate. But no breach was observed, and it was obvious that 2 or more bombs would be needed. Unfortunately, there were no other aircraft. 2 of the 5 attacked the Sorpa Dam without effect, and the other 2 who would have joined us were shot down on the way in. So back we screamed flat out to the Mona with the engines at maximum revs, and thence up to the North Dutch coast, where we were sent on our way by a large flak gun, and then over the North Sea to Scampton. We had another encounter with flak and searchlights on the way in, and all in all one wonders how we survived flying low level and dodging high-tension cables and trees. We were the last crew back. Bill Townsend touched down at Scampton at 06:15, to be met by several other crew members who were anxiously watching the skies. They waited with diminishing hope until 0700 before a disconsolate Dave Shannon suggested they should all retire to their quarters. The raid's objective, to flood the German armament industries in the Ruhr Valley, had succeeded, and the subsequent devastation hit the German war effort hard. Hundreds of millions of cubic yards of water had surged through the valley on a massively destructive path. It was later reported that the tidal wave of water was still some 18 feet high when it surged through Schwerte, nearly 24 miles from the dam. On the flight back to base, Dingy Young's aircraft A Apple was hit by flak over Holland, and his Lancaster was seen trailing a long contrail of fire before it crashed into the sea. Young had already survived 2 ditchings at sea, hence his nickname. But this time there would be no joyous reunion back at base. This meant that of the 19 aircraft involved in the raid, only 10 returned. 56 of the original 133 aircrew were missing, slightly above a 40% casualty rate. After they returned to Scampton, the surviving crew spent some time checking out their aircraft and then attended a post-raid debriefing. Later that morning, all 617 personnel, ground and aircrew were alerted by tannoy loudspeaker to attend a meeting in the mess hall, at which Guy Gibson gave them a complete rundown on the raid and what they had achieved. Afterwards, they listened with profound sadness to the roll call of those who had not come back. Les Munro recently spoke on his chances of survival during the raid, had they not been hit by ground fire on the way in. On reflection afterwards, I felt a sense of relief that because I was hit and had to return to base, it probably saved my life. Even to this day, I think if I had gone on, there was a strong possibility I wouldn't have come back. If you look at the percentage of the ones who got there and didn't come back, the possibility is that if I hadn't been hit by flak, I would have been among those who didn't come back. Gibson finished up by releasing the aircrew on a week's leave, while all the ground staff and other personnel were given 3 days' leave. He then retired to the orderly room to begin the heartbreaking task of writing 56 individual, personal letters to the next of kin of those who had not returned. He held on to a modicum of hope that some might have survived, but in the end this only applied to 3 crew members who were captured and became prisoners of war. Now came the incredibly mixed feelings of survival, a job well done, and the loss of so many fellow crew members. Instead of the traditional post-ops breakfast, the crews decided to ease the sombre atmosphere by having a party to celebrate the destruction of the 2 principal dams. This started slowly, but quickly gained in momentum and noise. Later that day, Dave Shannon plucked up the courage to ask Anne Fowler to marry him. She agreed, but only on the condition that he shave off his ridiculous moustache. The following day, it was gone. Photographic reconnaissance was carried out a few hours after the squadron had returned to Scampton. Squadron leader Frank Frey of 542 Squadron had flown his modified Spitfire over the Ruhr Valley and brought back an amazing series of photos, revealing the full extent of the damage caused by the breaching of the two major dams. It would later be estimated that 150 million cubic yards of water had gushed through the shattered dam from the Mona Reservoir, while the Ada had unleashed around 200 million cubic yards of water. These massive torrents of water caused flooding for some 20 miles into the valley and wreaked damage as far as 100 miles away. The flooding effectively halted steel production and coal mining for the remainder of the year, while barges and trains in the valley could no longer supply the war effort for many months to come. One sad realisation of the raid was that of the 1,300 people who died in the floods, nearly 500 were Ukrainian women and children held in the padlocked compound of a German labour camp. Also dying in the floods were several French, Belgian and Dutch prisoners of war. On the 27th of May, King George VI and Queen Elizabeth visited Scampton. Their Majesties chose the squadron's official emblem and motto from a prepared couple. Appropriately, the motto they selected read, Après nous le déluge, which translates to, After us the flood, and was derived from a quote attributed to Madame de Pompadour in the reign of Louis XV. However, the chief registrar at the Heraldic Centre in Chester later suggested that Madame de Pompadour had spoken the line in an irresponsible connection. It was therefore changed to the singular Après moi le déluge, to keep everyone happy. During the royal visit, Guy Gibson happened to mention to the king that the date coincided with David Shannon's 21st birthday. As His Majesty shook Shannon's hand at parade, he happened to remark, "You seem to be a very well-preserved 21, Shannon. You must have a party tonight." And party again they did, with a vengeance. David Shannon in particular was having a mighty time of it when one of his superiors made the rather ungracious comment, "I think you're drunk, Shannon." To which Shannon stood stiffly at attention and responded, Sir, if so, then it is by royal command." For the squadron's gallantry on the dam's raid of the 16th and 17th of May, a large number of awards were gazetted to the crew members of 617 Squadron on the 28th of May. Wing Commander Guy Gibson received the Victoria Cross to add to his 2 DSOs and 2 DFCs. Les Knight, Joe McCarthy, David Maltby, Mick Martin and Dave Shannon all received a DSO, while Ken Brown and Bill Townsend were presented with the CGM. 5 crew members, including Bob Hay and Jack Lego, received bars to their DFCs, while another 10, including Lance Howard and Spam Spafford, picked up the DFC. Additionally, there was 1 bar to the DFM awarded and 2 DFMs, one of which went to Tammy Simpson. For his part, Barnes Wallace had been deeply shocked by the number of casualties suffered by the squadron, and was completely devastated by the loss of so many young lives. It would take some time for him to overcome his profound grief. Although he would continue to design aircraft and weapons, to the end of his days he would always do so in a precautionary way that minimised any risk to the pilots. Despite his crippling injuries, Tony Bircher had managed to crawl into a culvert near where he'd come down after Hopgood's Lancaster exploded over the Mona Dam. He was in great pain, but didn't realise his back had been broken when he'd hit something, probably the tailplane he imagined, as he left the aircraft. He also had a pulverised knee, but the severed nerves in his back prevented him from realising the full extent of this injury. Bircher remained in the culvert for several days before attempting to crawl across an adjacent road, but was seen by a Hitler Youth on a bicycle who turned him in. Fortunately, he received prompt detention to his injuries, which included having his back set in a cement cast. Despite this, he would still suffer back pain for the rest of his life. He later learned that bomb aimer John Fraser had also managed to bail out safely, and both men saw out the war in German POW camps for captured airmen. Burcher was sent to Stalag Luft 3, where the tragic mass breakout known as the Great Escape took place the following March, although he was not involved. Soon after his liberation at the end of the war, he returned to England and married Joan Barnes, who had been a WAAF with 106 Squadron. They had been 2 weeks away from marrying when he'd flown out to breach the Mona Dam. He remained in the Air Force and settled in Sydney with Joan until 1949, when they returned to England and Burcher transferred to the RAF. He later flew in the Malayan conflict and also in Korea as a flying boat pilot with 205 Squadron. On retiring from the RAF in 1961, he set up a floor construction business in Cambridge. Eventually he retired from the business, following which he and Joan returned to Australia and set up home at Snug, just south of Hobart in Tasmania. John Fraser, meanwhile, was killed while flying his private aircraft off the Canadian West Coast in 1964. Tony Burcher was unable to fly to England for the 50th anniversary of the Dam's raid in 1983, despite the offer of a complimentary first-class ticket, as his war injuries and poor health now precluded him from such activities. In 1994, he was diagnosed with lung cancer and died aged 73 from a stroke 2 months after he and his wife Joan had celebrated their 50th wedding anniversary. Joan, 2 daughters and 4 grandchildren survive him. Lance Howard was awarded the DFC for his part in the raid on the Inapa Dam under pilot Bill Townsend, and on the 21st of July 1943 was promoted to the rank of flying officer. In October he transferred to No. 1654 Conversion Unit and returned to Australia on the 12th of May 1944, where he received a further promotion to Flight Lieutenant. His return home was tinged with sadness at news of the loss of his younger married brother Godfrey, a 29-year-old flight sergeant operating on Wellingtons with 142 Squadron RAF, based in North Africa. His aircraft had been shot down near the Italian city of Bari on the 25th of January. Lance Howard was released from active service in March 1945, following which he founded the Air Force Memorial Estate in Bull Creek, just south of Perth in Western Australia. In this vast estate, comfortable housing was provided for ex-servicemen, and it is now located adjacent to the largest aviation museum in Australia. He and his wife Marjorie lived happily on the estate until his death in 1989, aged 76. Jack Lego from Mick Martin's crew was asked to do a lecture tour around South Africa following the Dam's raid, relating his experiences in recruiting depots and Air Force establishments. He struck up a deal, saying he would gladly do the tour if, by way of exchange, he was given pilot training. This was agreed to, and that October he bid a fond farewell to Mick and the rest of the crew before he left for Canada to complete his pilot's course. Lego later returned to England and flew 12 missions on Sunderlands with No. 10 Australian Squadron before returning home on the 17th of September 1945. 2 years later, he married Mary Best. After a few attempts, Lego managed to build a distinguished career in the textile and wholesale drug industries and was knighted in 1982 for his community work with Rotary, the Red Cross, and the Endeavour Foundation for Children with Intellectual Disabilities in Queensland. Sir Jack Lego, DFC and Bar, passed away in Brisbane on the 14th of November 1983. Guy Gibson, who had been taken off operations after the raid, accompanied the British Prime Minister on a tour of Canada and the United States, where General Hap Arnold of the USAF invested him with the American Legion of Merit. Returning to England in December 1943, Gibson was exhausted, looking strained and noticeably thinner, but looking forward to being assigned to an operational squadron. perhaps even 617. As he waited for a recall, he began work on his classic war book, Enemy Coast Ahead. Although there was some long-standing conjecture that he actually used a well-known author as his ghostwriter, this was later dismissed, although it was revealed that a certain amount of censorship had been implemented. Certainly some of his more pungent remarks on members of his squadron or ground crews had been watered down as inappropriate for such a publication. He also began testing the waters for a possible post-war political career. He did receive a new posting, but to the staff at 55 Base HQ in East Kirkby near Coningsby, where 55 and 630 RAF squadrons were stationed. Almost immediately, Gibson found living and working at an operational base without actually flying a terrible kind of torture. Meanwhile, unbeknown to Sir Arthur Harris, Gibson did manage at one time to secretly take the place of a Lancaster pilot from 630 Squadron on a raid to a V-1 missile site. Soon after, he was assigned to yet another bomber command station, number 54 Base HQ at Coningsby. Desperate to fly on operations once again, he began making covert familiarisation flights in a Mosquito on loan from 627 Squadron. Gibson had never been properly trained on a Mosquito, but he persisted in his efforts to return to operational status and finally, reluctantly, Sir Arthur Harris relented and gave his permission. He offered Gibson the chance to participate in a mission as master bomber to Mönchengladbach on the 19th of September, which Sir Arthur thought might be a soft target. Gibson and a navigator would fly the operation in Mosquito KB267E, one of 9 belonging to 627 Squadron, as part of a relatively large raid by 220 Lancasters and 10 Mosquitoes. Their objectives for that night were railway and industrial centres at Mönchengladbach and the destruction of a communications centre in the German town of Reit. That evening, the main bomber force dropped 652 tons of high explosives and incendiaries on the targets, with the relatively light loss of just 4 Lancasters. Shortly before 2200 hours, Gibson was satisfied that the job had been done satisfactorily and radioed a message saying, "Nice work, chaps. Now beat it home." Around 45 minutes later, one of the war's greatest heroes died when Gibson's aircraft was smashed around the sky by flak as they crossed Holland on their way back to base. After circling for a while with its engines audibly spluttering, the burning Mosquito suddenly plunged into a farm near the Dutch town of Steenbergen, in what one witness called an arc of flames curving to earth. He and his navigator that night, squadron leader James Warwick, DFC, were killed. The following morning, the owner of the farm found Gibson's wallet and a letter in Warwick's pocket, which identified the 2 bodies. The remains of both men were buried beneath a single white cross in a small communal grave in Steenbergen, 28 miles north of Antwerp. After the war, the Imperial War Graves Commission respectfully replaced the simple white cross on the single grave with 2 engraved headstones. Western Australian Lance Howard said he had only known Guy Gibson for a short time, but in those weeks he had come to respect him for his bravery and indomitable leadership. We were all stunned and totally devastated when we heard the news. We just kept hoping it wasn't true, that a terrible mistake had been made and another unfortunate pilot was involved. But it was Gibson. It just seemed so terribly unfair that this wonderfully talented young pilot, who covered himself in glory during the raid on the Ruhr Dams, had fallen to flak on a raid he never should have taken on. But that was the nature of the man, I suppose. I know there are some who will say that Gibson rubbed them the wrong way, that he was abrasive and uncompromising, particularly with the ground crews. But most of us regarded him as a man above men, a peerless leader and an exceptional pilot. It was a privilege to have known Guy Gibson and to have served with him. It's a pity, an incredible pity, that he did not survive the war. But I suppose now it's just part of his legend that he died in action, flying just one more mission. He was, without doubt, the very best of the best. Sir Arthur Harris always deeply regretted the decision to allow Guy Gibson to become operational again, although he tried everything in his power to stop this happening. He had assigned Gibson to Fighter Command in order to train pilots in a night fighting force. He had then unashamedly conspired with Winston Churchill to send Gibson to the United States on an extensive tour of Air Force bases, where he gave inspirational talks to American airmen. In a third and final effort to force him to rest from operations, wrote Harris in his foreword to Gibson's posthumously published book, Enemy Coast Ahead, he was put on his group's staff. A few days later he was found in his office with, literally, tears in his eyes at being separated from his beloved crews and unable to go on operations. It was, in fact, breaking his heart. Harris finally weakened and allowed Gibson to return to operations, but it cost the young wing commander his life. Despite this, Sir Arthur Harris had an undying respect and admiration for Guy Gibson, and once called him as great a warrior as these islands ever bred. He further wrote, "If there is a Valhalla, Guy Gibson and his band of brothers will be found there at all the parties, seated far above the salt." Chapter 3. Operation Chastise. Battle Order, Crews and Aircraft. Dams Raid Battle Order. This is a retyped reproduction of the original highly classified document giving 617 Squadron its battle orders for the Dams Raid. Spelling errors and errors of consistency made by the original typist remain uncorrected. Most Secret. Copy number 7. Number 5 Group Operation Order number B976. Appendix A, Routes and Timings. Appendix B, Signals Procedures for Target Diversions, etc. Appendix C, Light and Moon Tables. Information. General. The inhabitants and industry of the Ruhr rely to a very large extent on the enormously costly water barrage dams in the Ruhr district. Destruction of Target X alone would bring about serious shortage of water for drinking purposes and industrial supplies. This shortage might not be immediately apparent, but would certainly take effect in the course of a few months. The additional destruction of one or more of the 5 major dams in the Ruhr area would greatly increase the effect and hasten the resulting shortage. Target Z is next in importance. A substantial amount of damage would be done and considerable local flooding would be caused immediately consequent on the breach of Target X. In fact, it might well cause havoc in the Ruhr Valley. There would be a large loss of cooling water for the large thermal plants. In the Weser district, the destruction of the Target Y would seriously hamper transport in the Mittelland Canal and in the Weser, and would probably lead to an almost complete cessation of the great volume of traffic using these waterways. The reservoirs usually reach their maximum capacity in May or June, after which the level slowly falls. Enemy defences. A. Target X. There are 3 subjects on the crest of this dam which may each be a light AA gun. A light 3-gun AA position is situated below and to the end of the dam, with a possible searchlight position nearby. A double-line boom with timber spreaders is floating on the main reservoir at 100 to 300 feet from the dam. No other AA positions or defence installation is known. B. Targets Y and Z. Information about the defences of these 2 dams will be given when PRU sorties have covered these areas. Information has now been issued. The last resort dams are unlikely to be defended. To breach the following dams in order of priority as listed. Target X, GO939. Target Y, GO934. Target Z, GO960. Last resort targets. Target D, GO938. Target E, GO935. Target F, GO933. Execution. Code name. This operation will be known by code name, which will be issued separately. Date of attack. The operation is to take place on the first suitable date after the 15th of May, 1943. Effort. 20 Special Lancasters from 617 Squadron. Outline plan. The 20 Special Lancasters of 617 Squadron are to fly from base to target area and reform in moonlight at low level by the routes given in Appendix A. The squadron is to be divided into 3 main waves. First wave is to consist of 3 sections spaced at 10-minute intervals, each section consisting of 3 aircraft. They are to take the southern route to the target area and attack Target X. The attack is to be continued until the dam has been clearly breached. It is estimated that this might require 3 effective attacks. When this has been achieved, the leader is to divert the remainder of this wave to Target Y, where similar tactics are to be followed. Should both X and Y be breached, any remaining aircraft of the wave are to attack Z. Second wave is to consist of 5 aircraft manned by the specially trained crews who are to take the northern route to the target, but are to cross the enemy coast at the same time as the leading section of the first wave. This second wave are to attack Target Z. Third wave is to consist of the remaining aircraft and is to form an airborne reserve under the control of Group HQ. They are to take the southern route to the target, but their time of takeoff is to be such that they may be recalled before crossing the enemy coast if the first and second waves have breached all the targets. Recall will probably not be possible unless the first section of the first wave are at position 5151 north, 0300 east by civil twilight, evening, plus 30 minutes, and the third wave must be at this position 2 hours 30 minutes later. Orders will be passed to aircraft on the special group frequency if possible before they are to attack. Failing receipt of this message, aircraft are to proceed to X, Y, and finally last resort targets in that order, attacking any which are not breached. Officer commanding RAF Station Scampton is to arrange for individual aircraft to be detailed to specific last resort targets. Detailed plan. The first wave is to take off in 3 sections, each of 3 aircraft, and fly to the target at low level by the route given in Appendix A. Sections are to be spaced at intervals of 10 minutes and are to fly in open formation. Height is not to exceed 1,500 feet over England. On leaving the English coast, aircraft are to descend to low level and set their altimeters to 60 feet, using the spotlight altimeters for calibration. The QFF at various stages of the route is to be carefully noted. Aircraft are to remain at low level for the flight to the target and on the return journey at least until crossing a point 300 east. An accurate landfall on the enemy coast is important, but on no account should aircraft turn back if their landfall is not quite accurate. The route selected should be free of all major opposition from flak, but good map reading and crew cooperation is essential to keep aircraft on track. The enemy coast is to be crossed as low as possible, both going in and coming out, even if it is necessary to climb a little later for map reading. On arriving at a point 10 miles from the target, the leader of each section is to climb to about 1,000 feet. On seeing this, all other aircraft are to listen out on VHF. each aircraft is to call the leader of the wave on VHF on arriving at the target. Spinning of the special store is to be started 10 minutes before each aircraft attacks. The leader is to attack first and is then to control the attacks on targets X and Y by all the other aircraft of the first wave using the signal procedure given in Appendix B. Number 2 of the leading section of the first wave is to act as deputy leader for the whole of the first wave during the attack on target X. Should the leader fall out, number 2 of the leading section is to take over leadership, and number 3 deputy leadership for the attack of target X. For the attack of target Y, number 4 is to take over deputy leadership, in which event number 7 is to be the deputy leader. All other aircraft are to return to base after completing their attack. The first 3 aircraft are to return by Route 1, the second 3 by Route 2, and the last 3 aircraft of this wave by Route 3. The direction of attack of target X is to be at right angles to the length of the target. The general direction of attack is, therefore, to be southeast to northwest. Aircraft are not to be diverted to target Y until target X has been breached. If target X is breached, up to 2 additional aircraft may be used at the discretion of the leader to widen the breach in target X, providing at least 3 aircraft are diverted to attack target Y. Destruction of the dam may take some time to become apparent, and careful reconnaissance may be necessary to distinguish between breaching of the dam and the spilling over the top, which will follow each explosion. When target X is seen to be breached beyond all possible doubt, the leader is to divert the remainder of the first wave to target Y by WT and VHF, where similar tactics are to be used for the attack of this target. The general direction of attack of target Y is to be from northwest to southeast. If target Y is seen to be breached beyond all possible doubt, all remaining aircraft of the first wave are to be diverted by the leader to attack target Z independently using the same tactics as the second wave. For the attacks of both targets X and Y, the special rangefinder is to be used. The height of attack is to be 60 feet and the ground speed 220 miles per hour. The second wave is to take off and fly to target Z at low level by the northern route given in Appendix A. Aircraft are to cross the enemy coast in close concentration, but not in formation, at the same time, although at a different point, as the leading section of the first wave. Aircraft of this wave will be controlled on the alternative VHF channel. The special stores are not to be spun for the attack of target Z. Aircraft are to attack this target from northwest to southeast, parallel to the length of the dam, and are to aim to hit the water just short of the centre point of the dam, about 15 to 20 feet out from the edge of the water. Attacks are to be made from the lowest practicable height at a speed of 180 miles per hour. IAS aircraft are to return to base independently. First 2 aircraft by Route 1, second 2 aircraft by Route 2, and the last by Route 3. The third wave is to consist of the remaining aircraft and is to form an airborne reserve under the control of Group Headquarters. They are to fly to target X in close concentration, but not in formation, at low level by the southern route given in Appendix A. These aircraft are to be at position 5152 north, 0300 east. 2 hours 30 minutes after the leading section of the first wave have crossed this point on their outward route to the target. Orders for the third wave will be passed to all aircraft on the special group frequency, if possible before they reach the enemy coast, instructing them which target they are to attack. Failing receipt of this message, aircraft are to proceed to X, Y, and finally last resort targets in that order, attacking any which are not breached. The third wave are to use tactics of attack similar to those used by the first wave when attacking targets X and Y, except that attacks on last resort targets are to be made independently. After attacking, aircraft are to return to base independently at low level by any of the 3 return routes given in Appendix A. Aircraft attacking early should take Route 1, the next aircraft Route 2, and the last Route 3. Method of attack. Aircraft are to use the method of attack already practiced, the pilot being responsible for line, the navigator for height, the air bomber for range, and the flight engineer for speed. The interval between attacking aircraft is to be not less than 3 minutes on all targets. On all targets except target Z, each aircraft is to fire a red Veery cartridge immediately over the dam during the attack. Aircraft attacking target Z are to each fire a red Veery cartridge as they release their special store. All aircraft are to fly left-hand circuits in each target area, keeping as low as possible when waiting their turn to attack. Time of attack. The time of attack by each target by each wave is not important to within a few minutes. The time of crossing the enemy coast is, however, all important. 0 hour, which will be given in the executive order, is, therefore, to be the time at which the first section of the first wave are to be at position 5152 north, 0300 east, on the outward route to the target. This time will probably be civil twilight, evening, plus 30 minutes. At this time, aircraft of the second wave should be about position 5319 north, 0400 east. Routes, as in Appendix A. Diversions. The whole essence of this operation is surprise, and to avoid bringing enemy defences to an unnecessary degree of alertness, diversionary attacks must be carefully timed. HQBC will be asked to arrange the maximum possible diversionary attacks so that the first enemy RDF or other warning of the diversionary attacks occurs 20 minutes after the leading section of the first wave crosses the enemy coast. No diversionary attacks should be dispatched which would cross the enemy coast for a period of 1 hour preceding the third wave. 15 minutes after the third wave crossed the enemy coast, further diversionary attacks should be made at maximum strength and should continue, if possible, until the third wave are clear of enemy territory on the return journey. Diversionary attacks below 2,000 feet should not be made in the area bounded by the points 5100 north, 0320 east, 5120 north, 0630 east, 5100 north, 0900 east, 5320 north, 0600 east. HQBC will also be asked to arrange suitable weather reconnaissance to report in particular on the visibility in the target area at least in sufficient time to recall the Lancasters before they cross the enemy coast if the weather is unsuitable. Armament. A. Bomb load. Each Lancaster is to carry one special modified store, upkeep ammunition. All guns to be loaded with 100% night tracer, G6. Fuel. The Lancasters may take off at a maximum all-up weight of 63,000 pounds, at plus 14 boost. As the modified store now weighs about 9,000 pounds, 1,750 gallons of petrol can be carried. Navigation. HQBC are requested to arrange for the eastern chain, stud 5, to be switched on at Z 20 minutes and to remain on for the whole of the operation. This should assist in making an accurate landfall on the enemy coast at the correct time. Synchronization of watches. All watches are to be synchronized with BBC time before takeoff on the day of the operation. Secrecy. Secrecy is vital. Knowledge of this operation is to be confined to the Station Commander, OC 617 Squadron, and his 2 flight commanders until receipt of the executive signal. After crews are briefed, they are to be impressed with the need for the utmost secrecy, because of the possibility that the operation may be postponed should weather reconnaissance prove the weather to be unsuitable. Reports. Each aircraft, as soon as possible after it is attacked, is to report by WT on the normal group operational frequency in accordance with Appendix B. Special devices. Mandrel and tinsel are not fitted. IFF is not to be used on the outward journey, but normal procedure is to be followed on the homeward flight. Any aircraft returning early is not to use IFF, except after Z plus 30 minutes for the first and second waves, and after Z plus 3 hours for the third wave. Nickels. Nickels are not to be dropped. Intercommunication. Wireless silence. Strict WT and RT silence is to be maintained until after Z plus 30 minutes for the first and second waves, and after Z plus 3 hours for the third wave. Any aircraft returning early is not to break WT or RT silence, and is not to identify on MF-DF except after Z plus 30 minutes for the first and second waves, and after Z plus 3 hours for the third wave. Aircraft returning before that time are to cross the English coast at 1,500 feet at the point of exit and proceed direct to base or the nearest suitable airfield. Otherwise, normal operational signals procedure is to be used, except as modified by Appendix B. MF-DF section. Section D is to be used if required in accordance with paragraph 39. Executive Order. The executive order for the operation will be given by executive, followed by the code word allotted, the date on which the operation is to take place, and the time of 0 hour in British double summer time. To see the full list of code words and RAF aircraft and aircrew involved in Operation Chastise, please refer to the PDF included with this audiobook. Prologue to Part 2. Hardly anyone in England in 1940 realised how desperate the situation was. All our allies, most of our army and most of our money had gone, when all supplies were on a cash-and-carry basis. This was the time when the men from overseas came to join the cause, almost a forlorn hope. It is well known that almost exactly half the air crews in Bomber Command were from overseas, and this mix was reflected in the squadrons and the crews. There were few one-nation squadrons or one-nation crews. By accident or inclination, most crews were completely mixed. I do not suppose this will ever happen again. We will always remember our Australian comrades and are deeply sensible that they came halfway around the world to be alongside us in the bomber force, the arm of all the services which fought most continuously and had the highest casualty rate. I think that while the war was on, we took it too much for granted. 50 years on, my mail is half overseas, and we do not forget. We will never forget those strangers who came to save us and became our friends permanently. Group Captain J.B. Willie Tate, DSO, DFC, ADC. Part 2. Introduction. Throughout the wartime operations of 617 Squadron, several Australians distinguished themselves in what was quite literally known by aircrew in Bomber Command as a suicide squadron. While acknowledging the participation and undoubted valour of individuals who were dispersed across a number of aircraft and crews, this follow-on account of the squadron's post-dams activities draws principally on the stories of the 8 Australian pilots and their particular crews. These were the men, mostly tour-expired but highly motivated and capable, who filtered into the squadron after the original mission to the mighty dams of the Ruhr Valley. They answered the call to join the high-risk squadron with resolute enthusiasm, but in the almost palpable knowledge that they and their fellow crew members would be taking part in extraordinarily hazardous but vital operations. While reticence is not normally a characteristic associated with aviators, particularly those who flew in wartime, some of the men interviewed only wanted to make sure that the deeds of others were recognised. In doing this, they tended to downplay their own role in events, which was generally significant. The dangerous raids these indomitable men flew, and their odds against survival, would only serve to perpetuate the renown of 617 Squadron. The Australian pilots with ultimate ranks were Flight Lieutenant D. W. Carey, DFC; Wing Commander H. V. Gavin, DFC; Flight Lieutenant A. E. Kell, DFC and Bar; Flight Lieutenant W. R. Lee, DFC; Flying Officer P. H. Martin, DFC and Bar; Flying Officer I. S. Ross; Flight Lieutenant J. L. Sayers, DFC and Bar; Flight Lieutenant R. M. Stanford, DFC. These men were certainly representative of the other fine crews and crew members of several nationalities who served with 617 Squadron. Despite the extensive passage of time, their achievements and audacity have secured them a rightfully enduring residence in the annals of the Second World War. The Dams raid of the 16th and 17th of May 1943 is deservingly enshrined in military folklore as probably the most remarkable and daring bomber operation of the Second World War. But the squadron's story certainly did not end there. Nor were the later missions by any means easier. They are simply less known by comparison. The awesome perils of these raids, their effectiveness, and the unflagging courage of the crews who took part should always be remembered with considerable respect and admiration. Chapter 4. A Change of Personnel. Barnes-Wallis's work was far from finished. Following the extraordinary success of the Ruhr Valley Dams raid, and now with the enthusiastic support of the Air Ministry, he continued with the development of his larger tall boy bomb. The massive 12,000-pound bomb worked on his earlier earthquake principle, and was developed for an increasing number of objectives where such a device would be more than effective. Among these were the sites of Germany's new V weapons of mass destruction, tunnels, viaducts, and concrete reinforced installations. Wallis was equally adamant that these facilities could be destroyed by the pressure wave or ground shock of a tall boy penetrating the ground close by and exploding. With two of the mighty Ruhr dams successfully breached by his bouncing bombs, there were now few in power who doubted him. In talking of the new objectives, Wallis said, "These targets are unfortunately of the most massive nature and are practically invulnerable to attack by existing aerial methods. They are, however, concentrated in character and cannot be moved or dispersed." In its final form, Wallis's tall boy was a streamlined aerodynamic monster with a remarkably high terminal velocity of around 3,700 feet per second. This meant it was travelling faster than the speed of sound when it hit the target, so the noise of its fall could effectively not be heard on the ground before the resultant explosion. Ballistically perfect, the high-tensile steel bomb was designed for release from a height of 20,000 feet and was equipped with angled fins that produced a rapid spin to alleviate wobble when descending. It was specifically manufactured to penetrate up to 16 feet of reinforced concrete or displace 1 million cubic feet of earth. Each tall boy had an explosive force equivalent to that of a large, high-capacity blast bomb, combined with the penetrating ability of an armour-piercing shell. The first drop of a live tall boy was conducted in February 1943 at the 4,000-acre Ashley Walk bombing range to the northeast of Fordingbridge in Hampshire. Within the boundaries of the range, nearly every type of air-delivered weapon used in the Second World War was tested. On the day of the tall boy test, a large white circle was painted onto the ground. Directly in the centre of the circle, a movie camera was set up facing skywards to record the fall of the bomb. A direct hit was never contemplated due to the inordinately high altitude of the assigned aircraft. However, the wary observers cautiously withdrew to a dugout nearly a mile from the designated target area. A short time later, one of 617 Squadron's Lancasters flew overhead at 20,000 feet and released the 21-foot bomb strapped to its underbelly. With silent, incredible precision it fell, landing plumb in the centre of the circle, where it exploded in a volcanic eruption of dirt and smoke. Where the targeting camera had once been was a massive, stinking crater some 80 feet deep and 120 feet wide. It was eventually filled in, using more than 5,000 tons of earth. Following the raid on the Ruhr dams, Guy Gibson was reluctantly stood down from active duty, but he nevertheless elected to stay on at Scampton. Meanwhile, the heads of Bomber Command were debating the future of his squadron, although it seemed clear that there would be no more objectives allocated in the foreseeable future to aircraft carrying the bouncing upkeep bombs. Decimated in both aircraft and crew numbers, 617 Squadron fell into an uneasy limbo of enforced idleness, while the men waited to hear if they would be going on further ops, returned to their former squadrons, or simply stood down indefinitely. They quickly grew weary of the tedious inaction and craved for the day when their operational status would finally be resolved. In July, things finally began to happen when 2 new crews arrived to build up squadron numbers once again. The first of these crews was under the command of Pilot Officer Bernard Bunny Clayton, while the second was that of Squadron Leader George Holden, DSO, DFC and Bar, who had previously served with No. 4 Group in Yorkshire. He had been designated the role of Acting Commanding Officer to replace Guy Gibson. While a decision was being determined on the future of 617 Squadron, Bomber Command Headquarters decided to send them on some selected raids over Italy in order to maintain their proficiency and bombing skills. The first post-dams attacks were carried out on transformer stations and power plants in Arcata Scrivia and San Polo d'Anza on the evening of the 16th of July 1943. Mick Martin was the only Australian pilot involved. All 12 aircraft returned safely from the raid, although the results of the attack were not as conclusive as they'd hoped they might be. In early August, Guy Gibson left on a whirlwind tour of Canada. George Holden not only assumed official command of 617 Squadron, but with the exception of engineer John Pulford, who had transferred to Bill Suggett's crew, took over Guy Gibson's crew as his own. It was a fateful decision. At the same time, the squadron was in for a move from Scampton to another Lincolnshire base, this time at RAF Coningsby, and the relocation was successfully carried out on the 30th of August. Their new base, which had opened in 1940, was located on the southern edge of Coningsby village, 14 miles northeast of Sleaford and some 30 miles southeast of Lincoln. Once fully established at Coningsby, the squadron was ordered to intensify their low-level training for an upcoming operation. This would turn out to be a raid on the Dortmund-Ems Canal, a vital waterway for the movement of coal, war materials and mineral supplies, now even more important to the Germans because of the heavy damage Allied bombing had inflicted on the rail and road transportation system. The canal, built in the late 19th century, was nearly 100 feet wide and 165 miles long. It ran between Dortmund and Emden, connecting the industrial Ruhr district with the Ems River and the North Sea. It boasted 18 locks, several massive aqueducts, and extensive dockworks. Because of its immense importance, the canal was extremely well defended, and many previous raids by the RAF had proved costly, both in lives and aircraft. According to the planners, a Mosquito reconnaissance aircraft would take off beforehand to view the target area and return across the channel, meeting the bomber force at the halfway point to advise if the weather was clear. On the evening of the 14th of September, 8 aircraft from 617 Squadron took to the skies in close formation and made their rendezvous with the Mosquito at the appointed time. However, the pilots were advised to return to base, as the target area was badly obscured by fog. At the time, the 8 aircraft were flying very low over the water, and as they turned for home, the Lancaster on the inside of the formation, that of David Maltby, dipped too low in running, possibly because of the turbulent air. His port wingtip hit the water. The Lancaster cartwheeled and finally settled in the water. Dave Shannon witnessed the crash and began to circle the area, hoping against hope to spot survivors while waiting for air-sea rescue craft, which had been alerted, to reach the sea. Sadly, it was to no avail. The entire crew, whose upkeep finally breached the Mona Dam 4 months earlier, had perished in the crash. The following evening, the 7 Lancasters flew out again, together with a replacement aircraft, making up the assault force. Mick Martin had just returned from leave and insisted on taking Maltby's place on the raid. His rear gunner, Tammy Simpson, had flown with Martin for 2 years now and trusted him implicitly, but he still noted in his diary, "Mick's a bloody fool volunteering. This is going to be dangerous." As Jack Lego had left Martin's crew to pursue his flying ambitions, a new navigator was needed, and Australian Flight Lieutenant Ken Stott, DFM, stepped in to fill the gap. Born in Ballarat, Victoria in 1917, Stott was working as a bank clerk when he signed up with the 7th Battalion AIF in Mildura. But after 6 months' service, he applied to join the RAAF in November 1940 and was accepted. Following navigation training, he was posted to No. 61 Squadron, RAF. As a warrant officer, he was awarded the DFM following daylight bombing raids on Le Creusot, Milan, and 2 night raids on Berlin. While stationed at a conversion unit at Wigsley in Lincolnshire, Stott, a keen sportsman, was selected to play tennis in a team against one from 617 Squadron at Coningsby. During the day he was talking with Toby Foxley, who told him that Mickey Martin was short of a navigator. He expressed interest, so Martin began to pull the necessary strings. Stott arrived at the squadron on the 14th of September and flew that day on a 2 hours and 35 minutes low-level bombing exercise with Martin. They did not fly on the first disastrous Dortmund Ems raid that night, but were on the second the following night at Martin's insistence. George Holden was leading the first group of 4 aircraft, together with the crews of Mick Martin, Les Knight and Harold Wilson. Ralph Alsbrook, Dave Shannon, Jeff Rice and William Duval flew the second group of 4 Lancasters. Holden, who turned 30 that day, had just carried out the onerous task of telling David Maltby's widow that her husband would not be coming home. Bob Kello was once again flying with Les Knight and described some of the fearful events of that evening. It seemed this raid was doomed to failure. For this time, as we climbed to clear the steeple of a church in a small town directly on our path, a lone anti-aircraft gunner located alongside the church opened fire and hit the leader's aircraft in the port wing gas tank. There was a burst of yellow flame. The aircraft sideslipped, narrowly missing the aircraft formatted on his left, and crashed in a ball of orange and red flames. Wing Commander Gibson's crew died with Squadron Leader Holden in that crash. The remaining 7 aircraft reformed again and continued on, now led by the Deputy Leader, Flight Lieutenant Mickey Martin. We reached the target area, but the canal was obscured by fog. We knew we were very close to the target area and decided to fly in a square search pattern, hoping for a break in the fog, but the fog didn't break. After about 5 minutes flying in the fog, a violent jolt shook the aircraft. Unknown to us at the time, we had hit trees on an unseen high bluff, and we soon realised the aircraft had been damaged. It was not answering properly to the controls. Within a short period of time and in fairly quick succession, the 2 starboard engines overheated and were shut down, and then the port inner caught fire and was stopped. This problem was caused by leaves being scooped into the air intakes of the motors and cutting off the air supply. The aircraft was now losing height, and Les, in his calm, methodical manner, asked permission to jettison the 12,000-pound HC bomb we were carrying. Martin gave his approval immediately, and fortunately for us, the bomb with its delayed action fuse dropped safe. With the loss of the bomb, a quick check was made of our position, and it was determined we were over northern Holland, but not too far away from the coast to make it on one engine. Les gave the order to abandon aircraft. I was the last of our crew to see Les alive, for as I passed him on my way to reach the escape hatch in the nose of the Lancaster, I made certain he had his parachute on, and we gave one another the thumbs-up sign as I passed. Bob Kello landed by parachute and then began a long evasion through enemy territory, striking out in a southwesterly direction, heading for Belgium. All of the escape and evasion lectures he'd attended stressed that the Belgians had a well-organised underground movement, and that if anyone could help a downed Allied airman escape from Europe, they would. His hastily conceived plan he hoped would eventually take him through Belgium, France, and finally Spain and Gibraltar. From Gibraltar, he recalled, I could easily get a plane back to England and safety. Kello made his way through Holland for the first week, travelling on trains where he could. Quite remarkably, and despite the fact that he was still wearing his English battle dress, no one bothered to question him, including German service personnel. Fortunately for him, there were so many foreign nationals travelling across the country in a large variety of uniforms that it seems his presence was not regarded as unusual. He finally met up with the underground in Belgium. Over the next 3 months he was moved as he had earlier planned through Belgium, France and Spain before arriving in Gibraltar. From there he was sent back to England. With his return, Bob Kello had become the first RAAF crew member to carry out a successful evasion from Holland. The raid on the Dortmund-Ems Canal continued to be an ill-fated night for 617 Squadron. Flight Lieutenant Harold Wilson's aircraft fell to concentrated ack-ack fire, and he somehow managed to make a heavy, wheels-up crash landing in a field. The force of impact was so devastating that it probably caused severe, if not fatal, casualties to the crew, as no one was able to exit the wreckage. Minutes later, the Lancaster exploded, and all 8 crew members were engulfed in flames. Flight Lieutenant Ralph Alsbrook's crew had dropped their bomb, but remained in the target area directing other aircraft on their run-ins when their Lancaster was suddenly hit by flak and caught fire. Alsbrook called Martin and told him he was going to try and make it back to base, but soon after his aircraft crashed near Berger-Schwede in Germany. There were no survivors. In all, 5 out of the 8 Lancasters were lost that night, together with many lives, including that of the squadron commander George Holden and wing commander Guy Gibson's crew. There was some later consolation when it was confirmed that Les Knight's crew had managed to bail out, although Knight himself had not survived. Bob Keller was distraught when he finally heard the news of his skipper. It was not until I arrived back in England that I learned that Les had died that evening we bailed out, and in a subsequent letter from a doctor in Holland, I learned of the circumstances. He told me that he saw the plane headed towards a clearing and realised it was in trouble, but arose slightly, cleared the trees, and after making a full circle headed for the clearing again. Les apparently made a near-perfect wheels-up landing, but unfortunately the enemy had dug a deep ditch across the field and piled earth from the ditch to form a wall about 6 feet high. The aircraft slammed into the wall, and the impact broke Les's neck. He was killed instantly. I realised then the superhuman effort Les must have put forward to manoeuvre that damaged aircraft to land it in that specific clearing. Then, the most sobering thought of all. Les must have known that what little control he had over that aircraft would be lost as soon as he tried to leave his seat to parachute to safety, and he must have decided to ride it down. He kept that damaged aircraft flying straight and level, so that we, his crew, would have a chance to live by parachuting to safety. But in doing so, he gave his life for us. Mick Martin finally touched down 2 hours late, having endured a truly harrowing evening. Ken Stott, the crew's new navigator, was just thankful to still be alive. Apart from the 2.5-hour flight the previous day, this was the first occasion I had flown as a navigator since completing my first tour with No. 61 Lancaster Squadron at RAF Syerston. To say that I was a bit rusty would be a very great understatement. However, we did manage to locate the target, bomb, and arrive back at base in one piece. 5 other crews out of the 8 were not so lucky. On the way to the target, I watched Holden's crew go down in flames and explode on impact with the ground. I remember thinking at the time what a bloody fool I was to have ever taken up the game of tennis. We had previously been flying in formation, Holden leading, but now we were on our own. One of the most difficult situations for a navigator is to take over after flying in formation. We were unable to obtain a fix of any description. The visibility was very poor, but fortunately the wind speed at that level in conditions of fog is virtually nil, so it was just a question of dead reckoning navigation and hoping for the best. Mick Martin was absolutely exhausted, but within half an hour of landing he was discussing the 2-night operation and the horrendous losses with Air Vice Marshal Ralph Cochrane, who had made his way over to Coningsby. Cochrane was deeply shocked by the number of aircraft lost, but there was some consolation in the fact that Martin was one of the 3 surviving pilots. The 2 men discussed all the difficulties encountered during the raid, the poor visibility on their way to the target, the almost impenetrable fog over the canal, and the unexpected flak defences. Cochrane was quite amazed that Martin seemed almost apologetic for not taking out the canal bank, despite the appalling losses. "I'm terribly sorry, sir," Martin said at one stage. "It didn't breach. The mist beat us and the flak. But if the weather's clear tomorrow, that is tonight now, I think we can get it if you'll let us have another crack." "How many crews have you got left?" Cochrane asked gently. After a pause, Martin replied, "Well, there are 3 of us in my flight and 3 more in Shannon's flight. That ought to be enough, sir." Cochrane could not believe anyone would willingly fly again that night, but he could sense the determination in Martin's voice. 6, he said with sadness in his voice, "out of your original 21. Martin was resolute. "It ought to be enough, sir. I'm just sorry about last night." Cochrane told Martin he would think about it and told him to head off to bed. Following this, he had a quiet talk with the station commander at Coningsby, Air Vice Marshal Sam Patch. At the end of their discussion, and in the knowledge that George Holden and his crew had been lost, Cochrane told Patch he was promoting Martin to squadron leader, and placing him in temporary command of 617 Squadron. Mick Martin was still stowing his gear when Cochrane approached and gave him the news of his promotion. It took a while for Martin to grasp the situation. Up to now, he hadn't even been a flight commander, and now he was being placed in charge, albeit temporarily, of the squadron. All he could mutter was, "Christ." Pilot Officer Tammy Simpson, Martin's rear gunner, was one who actually applauded the move. Somebody made a bad mistake, really, of putting Wing Commander George Holden in charge of the squadron. He had been posted to Scampton shortly before the squadron went to Coningsby, but his knowledge of low flying was practically nil. It was a retrograde step in overlooking Mick as leader of the squadron, if it was to be built up again. Maybe the powers thought that he would not be capable of exercising strict discipline. Mick was always in for good, happy times and was never one for spit and polish. As a flyer, he was superb, a complete master of the low-flying technique as far as heavy bombers were concerned, and a better pilot in Bomber Command, in my estimation, never existed. Despite Martin's bravado, Cochrane had decided for the time being against sending the squadron back to the Dortmund Ems Canal, especially after suffering such devastating losses. He would soon find other targets for his Dambusters. With so few aircraft and crews available, there was a short lull in operations for the squadron. Given this situation, Dave Shannon managed to grab a few days' leave in order to get married in London. His bride was 21-year-old WAAF Assistant Section Officer Anne Somerset Fowler, and they were married at St Mark's Church, North Audley Street, London, on the 22nd of September 1943. Group Captain Charles Whitworth from RAF Scampton served as best man, while the groomsmen were Mick Martin, Bob Hay and Jack Lego, as well as Squadron Leader Alfred Day from Adelaide, who had been associated with the navigational planning for the Dams raid. In his book, The Dambusters, Paul Brickhill tells of an amusing incident that happened soon after to the newlyweds. They spent part of their honeymoon in a hotel, and when they walked into the bar one night, Anne heard someone say, "Good God, that boy looks too young to be in the Air Force." Shannon turned round, and the man saw he was wearing a DSO and DFC, and his eyes stuck out like organ stops. As operations planning continued for the squadron, Mick Martin was not only kept busy interviewing potential pilots and crews who might be willing to join 617, but consulted often with Barnes Wallis. He knew all about the two massive bombs the inventor had on his drawing board. Wallis was adamant his weapons would revolutionise aerial bombing warfare, but stressed to Martin that accuracy was now more essential than ever before. "If you can attain an accuracy of 20 yards, he explained, the explosive power of my beautiful bombs and their earthquake effect will do much to smash the Nazi war arsenal." The key to dropping the massive bombs from a great height to within just 20 yards of the target was a newly developed facility called the Stabilised Automatic Bomb Sight, SABS. So Martin laid a heavy emphasis on SABS training. To be totally effective, SABS required a long run into the target area at a rigorously constant height and speed. So the crews now spent many long hours brushing up on these techniques. Assisting in the training was Squadron Leader David Richardson, a tall, thin man who had turned up from Technical Armaments in August of 1943. He had been a pilot in the Great War, and his enthusiasm for SABS bordered on the passionate. He would eagerly discuss the intricacies of the bomb sight with anyone who showed even the slightest interest, and had soon been christened Talking Bomb by the irrepressible Bob Hay. Despite the light-hearted approach the crews offered Richardson, they also realised the potential of SABS. His intense training and intimate knowledge of the bomb site would eventually identify itself with the incredible precision that the squadron later began to achieve. However, the full potential and use of SABS was still some time off as Martin worked with his crews on marking problems. They reported in frustration that it did not seem to matter how accurately they released the bombs. They were still totally dependent upon flare markers dropped by the Pathfinder force, and these were sometimes inaccurately placed and generally well off target. Soon, however, a new leader would arrive at 617 who would overcome all of these problems and create an indelible reputation for the squadron as the most accurate bomber force in the RAF. In January 1944, 617 Squadron moved to yet another base, this time RAF Woodhall Spa, a satellite heavy bomber airfield with a 3-standard runway configuration. Located a short distance from the village of Coningsby in the East Lindsey district of Lincolnshire. The officers' mess was situated at the nearby Petwood Hotel, a magnificent Tudor-style accommodation that stands to this day, while the NCOs were billeted in smart Nissen hut quarters. 2 months earlier, a replacement squadron commander had been assigned to 617, and his remarkable reputation preceded him. Leonard Cheshire had been studying law at Stowe and Merton College, Oxford, when he decided to enrol in the University Air Squadron in 1936. He flew solo for the first time on the 8th of June 1937, and from then on he never looked back. Cheshire was commissioned as a pilot officer in the Volunteer Reserve, RAF VR, that November, and 3 years later he was granted a permanent commission in the RAF. He joined No. 102 Squadron Bomber Command in June 1940. Cheshire had an absolute conviction that bomber aircraft would provide the key to victory in the war against Germany. He flew raid upon raid over the Ruhr, Berlin, and the ports of northern Germany. Knowing he was defying the odds, he would nevertheless volunteer for missions when it wasn't his turn, and even flew sorties over enemy territory during a temporary assignment as a flying instructor. Along the way, he somehow found the time to write a book called Bomber Pilot, which became a contemporary bestseller. Promotion came quickly to this exceptional pilot and leader, from aircraft captain to flight commander and then squadron leader. By the age of 25, Cheshire was the youngest group captain in the service, and from August 1942 until April 1943 was the commander of 7-6 Squadron at Linton-on-Ouse in Yorkshire. When he left the squadron to command a bomber station at nearby Marston Moor, a satellite station to Linton-on-Ouse, the squadron's diarist wrote of him, "What the squadron has lost, Marston Moor will gain." It was under the character and personal supervision of Group Captain Cheshire that the squadron became what it is today, one of the finest in bomber command. However, Marston Moor was home to No. 1652 Conversion Unit, a non-operational unit for pilots transitioning from twin-engined aircraft to 4 engines. This command took Cheshire away from operational flying, and soon after he requested a reversion to the rank of Wing Commander so he could take on the challenge of leading 617 Squadron. He would arrive and take charge in November 1943. Warrant Officer Joe Dacey, DFC and DFM, originally came from Bolton, Lancashire. Post-war, he and his family would emigrate and settle in Queensland. He served as a wireless operator air gunner with Flight Lieutenant Terry Kern's crew in 617 Squadron, and he recalled his first encounter with Cheshire, a man who would become a lifelong friend. We had taken off on the 11th of November from Coningsby to drop the first 12,000-pound bombs on the Anthior Viaduct and then went on to North Africa to refuel. When we were due to return to England a couple of days later, a couple of the ground crew asked if we could take a parcel home for them in time for Christmas. The next thing we knew was that most of the ground crews had got in on the act, and the lanks were stacked up with parcels. It didn't bother the boys, because we knew that Mickey Martin was acting CO and that he would okay it. When we landed back at Coningsby, we were met by the ground crew and told that the squadron had been taken over by a new CO called Cheshire. Unfortunately, Mickey hadn't returned, so it was decided to let Les Munro approach Leonard about the parcels. The next thing we knew was that a couple of trucks approached, loaded all the parcels, and took them off to the Lincoln post office. That's the kind of man Leonard was. With his arrival at 617, Cheshire promptly held talks with Mick Martin, the squadron's temporary commander, to discuss pressing operational matters and techniques. The Australian was well aware of Cheshire's reputation and ability, and after they'd discussed the squadron's emphasis on SABS training, Martin suggested that dive bombing at low level was the only way to ensure a target was accurately marked for bombing. To his delight, Cheshire fully concurred with his thoughts. In fact, Cheshire had been dismayed when, on joining 617, he had been told that the squadron was to train with an emphasis on high-level bombing techniques. As Cheshire related, Air Vice Marshal Ralph Cochrane was eminently well equipped to deal with his arguments. First, he informed me that the squadron had changed its role. Henceforth, high-flying, not low, was the order of the day. To be precise, 20,000 feet. There was a special target in sight, and a special bomb to attack it which would have to penetrate very deep, and therefore be dropped from very high. Did I like high-flying? No. Well, that was a pity, because I would get plenty of it, until I could guarantee one 15-yard error out of 3 bombs from 20,000 feet. And perhaps I would give some thought to the question of marking, because the target wouldn't be visible from 20,000 feet at night. Someone would have to mark it. Ah, yes, so they would. But Cochrane had noticed the gleam in my eye. I don't want you to get any false ideas on that score. The marking is not to be done low level. Low level doesn't pay. We've already lost 3/4 of the squadron because of it, and it's not to be repeated unless there's another dam to attack. I want the marking done scientifically using modern instruments, and that means high up. When I finally reached Coningsby, I found the rest of the squadron in much the same frame of mind as myself. They were fed up, browned off, ready to mutiny if Group didn't put an end to the bombing practices and give them an operation. Neither did they see why they should have to accept a CO from outside their own ranks, and who could blame them? Nor did the remaining 3 months of the year do anything to help. For in place of the action for which we had forgone our ranks and our pay, there was nothing but high-level bombing schedules on Wainfleet ranges. Just bombing by day and bombing by night, month after month. Not any sort of bombing, but planned and calculated down to the nearest 10 feet of altitude, the nearest mile per hour, the nearest 10 seconds of timing. A bombing run that started 25 miles short of the target and carried on steadily as a rock, neither 5 feet up nor down, neither half a knot faster or slower, with neither thought for flak nor fighter. And when back on the station, charts to prepare, averages to work out, explanations to give, new instructions to be followed, discussions as to how to drop a marker within 15 yards without coming lower than 15,000 feet. No wonder there were deputations to the station commander, to group headquarters, to the air officer commanding himself, and petitions to the squadron commander by the score, in the office, in the hangars, over the intercom, in the bar. But the AOC was adamant as rock. He yielded not an inch. The problem became quite apparent for both Cheshire and Martin on subsequent operations, when they tried to mark the targets themselves in their Lancasters. Even though they might drop the markers accurately, They fell on a flat trajectory and skidded when they hit the ground, sometimes ending up 200 or 300 yards from the target. It was proving a real headache for the two men until one day, when flying back to base in daylight, Martin noticed a large patch of seaweed floating on top of some water. On the spur of the moment, he peeled off and dived down at the seaweed, dropping a marker using his own judgment before pulling out of the dive. He realised that this was the solution. If, instead of merely dropping the markers from level flight, they were dropped from an aircraft in a dive, the markers would not skid. Cheshire was excited by this news, and they had soon developed the best procedure. Now, instead of sighting and aiming at the target during a low approach, they would dive straight down at the target at an angle of 30 degrees. Once the two pilots had eventually mastered this hazardous procedure, Cheshire asked Air Vice Marshal Cochrane for permission to try it out on an actual raid to prove its effectiveness under combat conditions. Cochrane agreed, albeit with some apprehension, and they resolved to test it out during an attack on the Nome-Rhone aero engine works at Limoges. After modification, the Lancasters could now carry a massive 12,000-pound bomb, commonly called a blockbuster, and these would be used on the raid. The blockbuster was not a new bomb. In fact, it was virtually 3 4,000-pound canister bombs joined together. This would indeed prove to be a crucial test of the accuracy of dive bombing marking. As Cochrane warned Cheshire, there was a night shift of French women reluctantly working for their German masters at the factory. Relations with France were severely strained, and if any of these women were killed, it would create such a political furore that Churchill himself would likely put an end to any future low-level marking. On the evening of the raid on the 8th of February, Cheshire gave a meticulous briefing to his bomber crews. Once at Limoges, Cheshire made 2 noisy low-level runs in his Lancaster, howling less than 50 feet above the factory in order to alert the 2,000 workers before any markers were dropped. As a result, the factory hands were able to evacuate and flee to shelters before the first bombs rained down. The first blockbuster bomb was dropped from Dave Shannon's aircraft, and he scored a direct hit in the centre of the markers. Other aircraft then followed, dropping more blockbusters and sticks of 11 times 1,000-pound bombs. As a result of Cheshire's tactics, not a single French life was lost. In fact, a letter from female workers at the factory was forwarded to the squadron through the French resistance, praising and commending the pilots for their consideration and congratulating them on the accurate bombing of the works. With this outstanding success, Churchill authorised further raids on French targets using low-level marking, opening the way for attacks on V-weapon sites and submarine pens in northern France. On the 12th of February, the squadron made a third airborne attack on the Anthior Viaduct in southern France, near coastal Caen. The 9-arch viaduct, which carried a double-track railway line, was in constant use by the Germans, who used it to transport military supplies and equipment to the Italian front. In 2 previous operations, the squadron had only inflicted a moderate amount of damage. It had been quickly repaired, and intelligence reports showed that the viaduct was being used more than ever before. This time, armed with 12,000-pound bombs, the pilots set out to finish the job. They had been briefed to expect heavy opposition following previous attacks, as the Germans had fortified the viaduct with 12 heavy ack-ack guns and several light guns. After refuelling at the advanced base of RAF Ford in West Sussex, Leonard Cheshire and Mick Martin, in his beloved P. Popsy, led 8 other Lancasters down to the southern French coast. Their 2 aircraft were loaded with markers to pinpoint the target for the other aircraft, which followed half an hour behind them. Once there, however, the 2 pilots found great difficulty in identifying their target in the darkness. Flying at 3,000 feet, they made repeated runs without success. Knowing the bombing force would soon be in the area, Martin roared in once again, while Cheshire also flew towards the viaduct in a gallant effort to draw some of the intense ack-ack fire. Buffeted by close misses, Martin flew in straight and hard while his bomb aimer Bob Hay prepared to release their markers. Cheshire, despite suffering some damage to his aircraft, finally managed to drop some markers. However, they fell away from the actual target. At the same time, a 20mm shell fired from the viaduct hit Martin's Lancaster, exploding in the ammunition trays under the front turret, instantly killing Bob Hay. As they were so close to the drop zone, Martin mistakenly thought that Hay had released their markers and flew off, still encountering intense flak fire from the ground. Minutes later, several blockbusters were dropped on Cheshire's markers, but the closest fell 15 yards from the viaduct, and no real damage was caused. Once Mick Martin had managed to fly out of danger, a quick check was made on the crew, but there was only silence from the bomb aimer's area. Other crew quickly investigated, and it was then that they discovered Bob Hay had been killed, while their engineer Ivan Whittaker was wounded in the legs. The aircraft itself was in poor shape, as Whittaker reported to Martin. "Port inner and starboard outer throttles gone," he called in his skipper's ear. "And pitch controls for the other two gone." This meant that Martin would have to fly with two engines throttled back and keep the other two in fully fine pitch. They were already running at maximum revs just to keep P. Popsy in the sky. Leonard Cheshire called to ask if they were okay, and Martin told him they were still airborne, although two engines were basically useless and a couple of his crew had been injured. He said they had no chance of making it back to England and would try for the nearest friendly place to set down. After some consultation, Martin told their navigator Kenny Stott to set a course for North Corsica, which had recently fallen into Allied hands. He needed to gain some height, so very gingerly he coaxed P. Popsy into a slow climb, although the two good engines were screaming in protest. The noise was deafening. At 2,000 feet, Martin suddenly discovered they still had their bombs on board, which was contributing to the sluggishness of the aircraft. The crew added them up. There was a 4,000-pounder and several 1,000-pounders, and then came some more bad news. The fusing circuit was damaged. However, Stott thought he might be able to release them manually, although the minimum safe height to drop the bombs was set at 4,000 feet. The only good news came when Corsica answered their SOS and confirmed the RAF had set up a base there and would prepare the airfield and flare path for an emergency landing. P. Popsy slowly began to claw back some height for Martin, but it was tough going. There was an added complication when they flew into some heavy rain, and ice began to form a deadly sheet over the leading edge of the wings. This could cause a loss of lift, which Martin knew might result in losing control of the aircraft. As he grappled with this, another problem occurred when one of the engines slipped back into coarse pitch and began to lose power. Stott, who had been working hard at getting rid of some of their store, finally managed to unleash a 1,000-pounder by using a ruler to release the bomb grips, and began to look at getting rid of their larger bomb the same way. Martin's delight at this news was only momentary. Seconds later, the Lancaster suddenly stalled and began to plummet down. Mick Martin finally managed to recover control at 1,800 feet and relentlessly drove P. Popsy back into a slow climb. He knew that for safety reasons they could not drop the large bomb any lower than 4,000 feet, as the resultant shockwave could tear their aircraft apart. Eventually, after a superhuman effort, Martin managed to get them to 3,200 feet. However, that was the limit for P. Popsy. It was as high as she would go. Martin instructed Stott to release the 4,000-pounder, and once again a ruler was used to hit the release grips in the bomb bay. The huge bomb took a full 14 seconds to fall into the sea, where it exploded in a titanic crimson gout of water. The anticipated shockwave now hit their aircraft and threw it all over the sky. But Martin managed to gently bring the crippled aircraft back under control. Then came a change of landing field to American-occupied Sardinia. The problem they now faced was that they were still toting a couple of fused 1,000-pound bombs they could not dislodge, and with very little hydraulic pressure, they were not even sure that the undercarriage would go down. Eventually, Whittaker solved this by using an emergency CO2 bottle to create the pressure, and the wheels slowly came down and locked. Following this, Martin executed a good landing, pulling up on a grass verge just a few yards from the edge of a cliff top. It had been a close thing. Toby Foxley made his way up front, where he clapped his skipper on the back and said with evident relief, "Well, you old bastard, I'll never bitch about your landings any more." Once ground rescue teams had reached the stranded aircraft, Martin told them about the fused bombs still on board. He then arranged for Whittaker to be taken to hospital for treatment and for Hay's body to be removed. Later, amid great sadness, Bob Hay was buried at Cagliari. Bob Hay was buried at Cagliari. The Australian had been an immensely popular man in Fife Group, acting as their bombing leader before he'd linked up with 617 Squadron. Sadly, he would never see his baby daughter Denise, born after he had left for England. There was more bad news to come for the squadron. The morning after the raid, while flying back to Woodhall Spa from RAF Ford through some particularly foul weather, Squadron Leader Bill Suggett elected to fly below the cloud layer. His aircraft apparently suffered engine problems and hit a tree on some high ground at Littleton Down on the South Downs of Sussex. Suggett's crew died instantly when their Lancaster ploughed into the ground. He was the sole survivor of the crash, but passed away 2 days later from his terrible injuries. His engineer on that fatal flight was Sergeant John Pulford, DFM, who had been part of Guy Gibson's crew on the Dams raid. Also on board his aircraft were 2 Australians, Flying Officer Stanley George Hall and Pilot Officer John Irvin Gordon, DFC. The men had previously flown together on operations with 647 Squadron, the second RAAF Lancaster Squadron to be formed in the United Kingdom. Stan Hall, aged 23, was Bill Suggett's front gunner. He was born in Saxted, Sussex, but grew up in Wickham Garden near Woodbridge in Surrey. A search of the records has not revealed why he left his widowed mother Edith and travelled to Australia. But when he signed up to join the RAAF, he was living on a property called Archerfields in Richmond, New South Wales. Unmarried, he had returned to the United Kingdom to join the fray under attachment to the RAF. The crew's navigator, Johnny Gordon, was 31 years old and hailed from Cessnock in New South Wales. He had been a schoolteacher prior to his enlistment in the RAAF. Sadly for John and his parents David and Mildred back home in Australia, his younger brother Flight Sergeant George Wallace Gordon had also been killed flying Sunderlands with 228 Squadron, Coastal Command, on Christmas Eve 1943, just 7 weeks earlier. Despite the loss of his younger brother, Johnny Gordon had married his fiancée Mary a week later. Perhaps his younger brother's death had brought to them the brutal odds against survival during the air war against Germany. Stan Hall and John Gordon were buried at Coningsby Cemetery. The unsuccessful and tragic raid on the Anthorpe Viaduct and the death of Bob Hay marked a sad ending to Mick Martin's operational career with 617 Squadron. Now tour expired, he was awarded a bar to his DSO and posted to No. 100 Squadron headquarters, where he somehow managed to use his contacts to bully his way onto a Mosquito night fighter squadron, flying ops over Germany. Eventually, he would receive several well-earned promotions and commands. Post-war, Martin stayed in the RAF. At the height of his illustrious career, he would become the head of Bomber Command, and at another time headed up NATO's Tactical Air Force. All the time he kept flying, commanding the first jet flight across the Atlantic Ocean, and in 1947 he set a London-Cape Town-London record of 21 hours and 31 minutes, piloting his favoured Mosquito fighter bomber. To his imposing list of credentials, Martin added the Air Force Cross and the top British Aviation Award, the Britannia Trophy. He also married an Australian WAAF girl named Wendy Athwaite, the daughter of renowned Melbourne artist Ida Athwaite. In 1968, he used his considerable influence to obtain a VC-10 from Transport Command, in which he collected 18 former members of 617 Squadron in Australia and flew them back to England to attend a mass gathering organised by the officers then in charge of the squadron. The following year, he had the great honour of leading the flypast over Caernarvon Castle at the investiture of Charles as Prince of Wales. He would eventually retire from the Royal Air Force as Air Marshal Sir Harold Martin, KCB, DSO and BAR, DFC and 2 bars, AFC. There were many, including the author, who feel that he should also have retired wearing the Victoria Cross for distinguished gallantry. In writing about the men who flew with 617 Squadron for Paul Brickhill's book The Dambusters, Air Vice Marshal Sir Ralph Cochrane stated that the backbone of the squadron were Martin, Australia, McCarthy, US, and Shannon, Australia, and of these the greatest was Martin. As an operational pilot, I consider him greater than Gibson, and indeed the greatest the Air Force has produced. Late in life, Sir Harold was hit by a bus while crossing a busy road and received severe injuries from which he never fully recovered. It was an ignominious and undeserving finale to a grand life. He died peacefully in his sleep on the 3rd of November 1988 and is buried in London's Gunnersbury Cemetery. 2 Australians from Mick Martin's crew, who had flown a total of 50 sorties with him, also left 617 Squadron at the same time as their skipper. Toby Foxley had a short break in Canada before returning to Australia in 1944 and was posted to a squadron in New Guinea. He took his discharge from the RAAF in 1948 and headed back to England, where he picked up the broken threads of a romance with Thelma Budd Peacock, to whom he had been engaged before his decision to return home to Australia. They were married and Toby joined the RAF, serving with them for another 15 years throughout several postings in England and Germany, mostly as an air traffic controller. Following his discharge, Toby and Thelma tried their hand at farming before deciding to settle in Australia, where they arrived in 1962. Here, Toby took over a mobile garage at Woolloongabba in Brisbane, and then a second at Kapalaba. When he and Thelma separated in 1973, Toby sold his garage business and purchased the commercial hotel-motel in the Western Queensland town of Chinchilla, a highly successful venture in which he eventually involved his son Simon. In 1978, a year after his retirement, Toby Foxley returned to England and settled in Keyworth, Nottinghamshire, where he died on the 8th of March 1985 after a short illness. Tammy Simpson also returned to Australia in the summer of 1944 and the following year resumed his law studies at the University of Tasmania. He graduated in 1948 and then practiced as a barrister and legal practitioner. He also worked devotedly for the Air Force Association, where he held office and became a life member. His other efforts were directed towards the charitable organisation Legacy, established by ex-servicemen and dedicated to the task of caring for the widows and dependents of deceased comrades, as well as aiding ex-service personnel. In 1995, under the name Tom Simpson, he published his autobiographical book, Lower Than Low. He died 3 years later, aged 80, and is survived by his wife Esme and a son. Martin's navigator Ken Stott stayed on with 617. He still had to undertake a number of sorties to complete his second tour, so he joined Flight Lieutenant David Wilson and his crew as their navigator. Between March and July of 1944, he flew a total of 17 operations with Wilson and his crew. He was then posted to 27 OTU Litchfield and subsequently to RAF Transport Command OTU Bramcote to undergo a special navigation course. His work with 617 Squadron was recognised when a DFC was gazetted on the 13th of October that year to match his DFM. On completion of his course, Stott was posted to No. 11 Ferry Unit at Talbenny in Cornwall, from where surplus aircraft were ferried out to the Middle East. He recalls this as a very pleasant sojourn. He returned to Australia in December 1945 and resumed working for his former employer, the Bank of New South Wales. 6 years later, Stott applied for and received a permanent commission with the RAAF and served through to his eventual retirement as a General Duties Officer in the Navigation Branch. His final posting before retirement with the rank of Group Captain was as Commanding Officer of the Air Training Corps in Brisbane, Queensland. He and his wife Diana worked for several charities in the ensuing years, and he was lovingly proud of the fact that she received the Medal of the Order of Australia in 1996 for her services to the aged and people with disabilities. Of her husband, Diana Stott wrote, "I can assure you that the courage, bravery, integrity and humour that carried Ken through those troubled years is still very prevalent in him." James Kenneth Stott passed away in August 2014. Leonard Cheshire was still not satisfied with his attempts at adapting the cumbersome Lancaster to an unfamiliar role as a dive bomber. In his typical way, he relentlessly badgered Cochrane until he was granted an interview with Sir Arthur Harris, the head of Bomber Command. Harris listened with interest to Cheshire's arguments and agreed there was merit in his proposal. 2 brand-new Mosquito aircraft were subsequently delivered to 617 Squadron at Woodhall Spa. Cheshire owed much to the quietly spoken Cochrane, and once wrote of the debt he owed the man. In tracing the evolution of our low-level bombing technique, don't underestimate the contribution of Cochrane. He is the only senior officer with a really clear, unbiased brain that I have met. He followed our course with great attention to detail, was remarkably quick to grasp the fundamentals and was seldom hoodwinked. If I ever asked for anything and he refused, he always gave me clearly his reasons. If we ever needed anything, we usually got it immediately. I used to think that if I asked him for an elephant, I'd get it by return of post. As a matter of fact, I once did ask him for an elephant because the tractors kept getting bogged in the mud. But the mud dried up, and he said we didn't need the elephant then. One day I asked him for 2 Lancasters fitted with nitrogen tanks, a guard against fire, for the leading high-level crews. He hadn't a hope on earth of getting them officially because they were all booked up months in advance by the Pathfinders, who, though they didn't need them as badly as we did, had the highest priority of all. Cochrane merely called up the makers, asked them to let us have the first 2 that came off the line without letting anyone know, and we got them 3 days later. It was much the same with everything else, and we should have been lost without someone as strong and critical as Cochrane behind us. He is, of course, a strict disciplinarian, ruthless in dealing with inefficiency, and there is no doubt that he was the key figure behind all that 617 achieved. By now, many of the squadron's original members had opted for a well-earned rest period. They needed a break from operations, particularly following fearsome losses in the sorties against the Dortmund-Ems Canal. Around this time, Air Vice Marshal Cochrane decided that 617 Squadron should be divided into 3 flights, and Cheshire was in complete concurrence. It would allow for better organisation and make training easier, and the choice of the 3 flight commanders was a relatively simple one, as there were only 3 pilots left from the original squadron: Australian Dave Shannon, New Zealander Les Munro, and American Joe McCarthy. Cheshire gave them the news together with his congratulations on their promotions. Together with Group Captain Cheshire's reorganisation of his squadron on a 3 flights basis, each with its own flight commander, it was necessary to build up the numbers of crews once again to full operational strength. 13 crews from No. 5 Bomber Group were invited to join the Special Duties Squadron, so between February and April, replacements began filtering in to Woodhall Spa. Some crew members, it has to be said, were far from happy with the prospect of linking up with what had rapidly become known throughout Bomber Command as a suicide squadron. The odds against survival in this particular service were already dauntingly high, without taking on high-risk special duties. The first of the Australians to arrive was Flying Officer Ross Stanford, who commenced operations with the squadron on the 1st of March 1944. The genial, well-liked South Australian was born in Fulham Gardens on the 25th of September 1917 and spent his early working years with the State Bank on transfer to the Murray River towns of Waikerie and later Tailem Bend. While he was working at Tailem Bend, the RAAF sent a recruiting train through the town, and the young bank clerk eagerly volunteered for duty. However, he hadn't figured on the report of the medical officer, who declared him unfit for flying duties. A keen and skilled cricket player, Stanford had once received a severe blow to the back of his head with a cricket ball and had become concussed. Even though he had quickly recovered from the effects of his concussion, the MO argued that this could possibly affect a pilot flying at 20,000 feet. This rejection by the RAAF only served to spur Stanford on, and 4 months later he presented himself at their recruiting office in Adelaide. While waiting to see the MO, Stanford told a sympathetic corporal about the previous setback and was quietly advised not to mention the concussion, even though it was on his medical record. This time the concussion was not brought up, and he sailed through the physical. After languishing on the reserve list for 4 months, he was finally called up and attended ITS at Victor Harbour. His training then took him to Parafield and Malala, flying airspeed Oxfords and Avro Anson trainers. From there he was sent to Sydney under embarkation orders. Once in England, Stanford was posted to No. 22 EFTS, where he flew Tiger Moths for 4 weeks, and then moved on to Ramsbury, where he honed his skills in the familiar Oxfords. He loved the Ramsbury area and its ancient village, nestled in the northeast corner of Wiltshire beside the clear waters of the River Kennet. All too soon, however, it was time to move on. So from peaceful Ramsbury, he travelled to Lichfield in Staffordshire and No. 27 OTU, where he learned to fly the twin-engined Wellington bomber. Stanford did not know it at the time, but he would later become involved with the designer of this geodetically constructed aircraft, known affectionately to those who flew her as a Wimpy. The designer was a British scientist, engineer and munitions designer named Barnes Wallace. It was at Lichfield that Ross Stanford formed the nucleus of his crew. They were Alan Jordan, wireless operator, Tom Butler, navigation officer, George Clark, bomb aimer, and Gordon Blue Venables, rear gunner. The next step in his training program took Stanford and his crew to Swinderby, some 9 miles west of the city of Lincoln, to No. 1660 Heavy Conversion Unit, HCU, where he flew a Manchester bomber for a total of 2.5 hours. His instructor at the unit was Flight Lieutenant Jerry Falk, later a flight commander with 617 Squadron, who assisted in the crew's final conversion to the Lancaster bomber. Eddie Judson, flight engineer, and Les Griffiths, mid-upper gunner, now teamed up with Stanford to give him a full crew complement. After just one operational trip, Venables was grounded with eye trouble, and Stanford picked up Arthur Blondie Rushton as his replacement rear gunner. As part of 467 Squadron, the crew now flew on raids to such heavily defended targets as Berlin and Dusseldorf in Germany. Stanford's log records the fact that he flew on 8 missions to Berlin as pilot and once as a second pilot. I was on 467 Squadron for the first part of my first tour. One day the station commander said he wanted to fly with me while I dropped a few practice bombs at Wainfleet Range. I felt there must have been a problem somewhere, but anyway off we went and flew up to 8,000 feet, with a bombing error calculated to 20,000 feet. We dropped about 10 practice bombs, and when we landed I thought we'd done pretty well, although the group captain said he thought I'd used too much rudder on my bombing runs. At afternoon tea he came and sat opposite me, clutching the results of the exercise sent over by Wainfleet. He said, "I'll have to apologise to you, Stanford. Waddington reports that yours was the best exercise put in by anyone on the squadron since they've been there. Our average error was 68 yards. Very tight bombing in those days. Our crew went on leave after that, and when I got back, I was told that we were being transferred over to 617 Squadron and had to be there in 48 hours. So we packed up, went around and got cleared, and joined 617 on February 24th. After a few bombing sorties with their new squadron, Stanford's crew was settling in well, but a couple of the crews that had been posted over were not all that keen to stay. Leonard Cheshire, aware of this, eventually called all the crews together at a special assembly and told the men they could finish their first tour at 30 operations if they wanted, or volunteer to go on. Only one crew decided not to continue. Such was the influence of Cheshire. Stanford's crew now stood ready for that first operational assignment. Our first mission as a crew was down to Saint Etienne in the south of France on the 4th of March to bomb the Lyra Camiri ball-bearing works. By the time we got there, however, our bomb site had gone US, unserviceable. The gyros were toppling all the time, and we couldn't bomb accurately. So I called Cheshire and told him, and he instructed me to wait around until all the other crews had bombed, which we did. He then told me to come down to 3,000 feet. The target was roughly 1,200 feet above sea level, and instruct my bomb aimer to drop his bombs by his own judgment. He gave me directions to come in downwind so that the smoke was all blowing the other way. The factory was well alight by now, and we came down and George Clark dropped his bombs. It was the first time he'd dropped bombs on judgment, and the lowest I'd ever flown to drop them. Dave Shannon was still flying with 617 Squadron as one of 3 flight commanders. He had been presented with a bar to his DFC for his participation in the raid on the Dortmund-Ems Canal. He would also be awarded a bar to the DSO he gained on the Dams raid for his part in a 260 aircraft raid to Munich on the 20th of April 1944, while flying a Mosquito as a deputy to Leonard Cheshire. He had a particular recollection of that raid. Over the target we met intense flak and searchlight defences. However, aided by flares dropped by some of the Lancasters, Cheshire's markers were accurately placed and my markers fell on top of those already blazing, intensifying the target for the main force. Climbing away, we were coned in searchlights with flak exploding all around. It was an exciting 10 minutes before I managed to shake them off and ask my navigator, Len Sumter, for a course back to base. Len's laconic reply, When I get my night vision back, perhaps I'll find my maps. Meantime, for God's sake, fly west. We arrived back at Manston at dawn with about 5 minutes' fuel to spare. Cheshire, whose mosquito was hit several times by flak, had needed every ounce of his skill and experience to escape the flak zone without being shot down, and as he approached Manston, his fuel tanks were also showing empty. On the way in, he almost became the victim of a marauding German night fighter, but turned off his lights and landed in the dark without further incident. Questioned later about the dangers of this raid, Cheshire's modest response was, "I don't know why I wasn't frightened at the time. Too busy, I suppose. Makes it difficult to assess courage, doesn't it?" On the evening of the 3rd of May, 617 Squadron was involved in massive Bomber Command attacks on 2 of the largest German military camps, including a tank depot and park attached to the 21st Panzer Division. Altogether, 338 heavy bombers took part in the raid and caused tremendous damage, although 42 aircraft were lost in completing the task. 617 supplied 4 Mosquito aircraft for the raid, but these were only used to mark the targets. Cheshire had volunteered his squadron's Lancasters for the raid, but as they were being kept for special duties, his officer had been refused. With the advent of Barnes-Wallis's massive tall boy bomb, aerial bombing was now moving into a new phase. In May of 1944, the first tall boys arrived at 617 Squadron, and with all the SABS training the crews had undertaken under Martin and Cheshire, they were ready for them. The torpedo-shaped bombs contained an explosive called Torpex, a lethal mixture of TNT, RDX, and 10% aluminium powder. To Cheshire, the sleek 12,000-pound bomb was going to move aerial warfare into a whole new phase. We nursed it, patted it, and did everything one might be expected to do with a baby except show it off, Cheshire said of the tall boys. We alone, of all the Allied air forces, now possessed the equipment and the bomb capable of destroying the 5 monstrous launching platforms that the Germans were building in the Pas de Calais. However, the V-weapon sites were not the first targets designated for the huge bombs. The initial use of tall boys over enemy territory was a hastily prepared operation to bomb and block the Sumier rail tunnel in France. This would help significantly in preventing the deployment of crack German panzer troops from Bordeaux, who were expected to be moved by train over Germany's main rail supply line to join the battlefront at Normandy. On the 8th of June 1944, Leonard Cheshire, in company with 2 other target-marking Mosquito aircraft, led 617 Squadron over France to the tunnel. One squadron pilot on the raid was Flight Lieutenant Bill Reed, who had been awarded the Victoria Cross for his gallantry during a raid on Dusseldorf the previous year. Dave Shannon was to have been part of the target-marking force, but had to opt out with engine trouble. 4 Lancasters of 8-3 Pathfinder Squadron, operating at that time out of Coningsby, supplied the flare force, but the first flares dropped south and east of the target. Cheshire had to ask other aircraft to drop their flares north and west of the initial strings, and these flares now enabled him to mark the tunnel, dropping his 4,000-pound red Spotfires with amazing accuracy. An Australian pilot on this mission was Sydney-born Arthur Kell, who had inherited Mick Martin's beloved P-Popsy, which had undergone extensive repairs before being flown back to Scampton. Kell was to stay with 617 Squadron until virtually the end of hostilities, flying 62 sorties in total over 2 years of wartime operations. He had also flown on the St. Etienne raid described by Ross Stanford. Post-war, he would become a Qantas pilot. Arthur Edward Kell was born in Campsie, New South Wales on the 6th of May 1918, the son of Clotilda Irene, née Sadler, and Thomas Kell, who owned a small plumbing business in Elizabeth Street, Sydney. He and his younger brother Ken took their schooling at Marrickville Technical School, where Kel proved to be an excellent student. Once he left school, he found employment as a storeman clerk at a wool factory in Sydenham Road, Marrickville. He also worked as a journalist with a local newspaper. Arthur Kell was always a very accomplished sportsman. He played second-grade cricket for Marrickville and rugby league with the Newtown Blue Bags at Henson Park. But his major sporting achievements were always in the sport of boxing. He sparred at Hop Harry's Boxing Stadium in Sydenham Road and had many bouts at Leichhardt Stadium. He won several titles as an amateur boxer in the welterweight division and was considered unlucky not to have made it to the 1936 Olympics, ironically, in light of his later wartime activities held in Berlin. In 1938, he became the national amateur boxing champion in the welterweight division while still boxing regularly at Leichhardt Stadium. He was well in line for selection in the Empire Games boxing team of 1940, but this time the war was to intervene, and that was that. When Australia first entered the war in 1939, his brother Ken enlisted, even though he was too young to join up. He forged his father's signature on the enlistment papers and put his age down as 20. Once his father found out, he had his younger son's application cancelled. Ken, however, was obstinate and tried again. This time the enlistment officer passed him through, and he was assigned to the 2nd 1st Field Regiment, part of the 6th Division AIF. Arthur Kell also enlisted in Sydney on the 15th of August 1941, but unlike his younger brother, he signed up to serve and fly in the RAAF. Beginning on the 15th of August 1941, now with the service number 412969, Kell undertook initial and later elementary flight training in Australia before embarking for Halifax, Canada on the 21st of March 1942, where he would take on more intensive pilot training, arriving there on the 18th of April. Having completed his pilot training, Kell was shipped across to England, where he joined No. 14 Operational Training Unit, OTU, RAF, on the 9th of March 1943. He was then assigned to No. 1654 Conversion Unit to train on the Avro Lancaster heavy bomber before arriving at his first posting with No. 467 RAAF Squadron, then stationed at Botsford, Lincolnshire, on the 19th of September. Kell's flight engineer was an Englishman, Flight Sergeant Johnny Clark of the RAF, but the rest hailed from Australia. There was his navigator Jack Hager, bomb aimer Ken Morrison, wireless operator air gunner Alan Evans, mid-upper gunner Fred Snell, and tail gunner Jim Chapman. They would stay together through all operations to the end of the war, apart from those rare occasions when a member was ill or indisposed. When the squadron split to form the twin Australian Lancaster squadrons of 463 and 467 RAAF, Kell's crew was attached to the former. They would be transferred to the newly formed No. 463 Squadron on the 25th of November, initially under the command of Wing Commander Rollo Kingsford Smith, nephew of famed Australian aviator Sir Charles Kingsford Smith. For Arthur Kell's wireless operator and sometimes air gunner, Alan Evans, it was a long way from the coalfields of Queensland. His story is most indicative of the path many Australians took on their way to 617 Squadron, and while they might not have ended up as pilots, they were an integral part of many crews that passed through the squadron's doors. I was born in Blackstone, a suburb of Ipswich, on the 23rd of February 1922, a descendant of Welsh migrant grandparents who settled in the West Moreton coalfields area of Ipswich. After schooling at Blackstone State School, I commenced work in the coal mines, as did most other Blackstone sons of mining families. Prior to my 18th birthday, I enlisted in the RAAF, and after some delay was accepted. I then had to gain release from the coal mine, as I worked in what was termed an essential industry. I finally was released and went to recruiting HQ in Creek Street, Brisbane, with many others. After medicals and so forth, which held us up for most of the day, we were sent to No. 3 ITS at Sandgate, a seaside suburb of Brisbane. So my RAAF career with course number 2-1 had begun. After 3 months of drill, I was sent to Maryborough, Queensland, to commence the wireless operators course. After many months of dots and dashes, and sometimes very close to becoming dit-happy, my No. 2-1 group was sent to Evans Head Gunnery School for me to become a dangerous, much-feared air gunner. After our graduation ceremony as now fully qualified wireless operators air gunners, we were given a few weeks' leave before being sent to Bradfield Park in Sydney to await embarkation overseas on the USS Mount Vernon. So Sergeant A.L. Evans was off to war. We sailed via Wellington, San Francisco and New York, then on the Queen Elizabeth to Greenock in Scotland. A little later, on all categories of aircrew assembled at OTU, and by mingling with one another, the pilots were able to form their crews. I joined Arthur Kell's crew, and we were eventually posted to 467 RAAF Bomber Squadron. By January the following year, Kell's crew had completed his first tour of operations, including 12 missions to Berlin and 1 to Dusseldorf, which was flown almost entirely on 3 engines following a mechanical problem at takeoff. The engine was pouring smoke, but Kell weathered it and flew on. It was not his way to abort for the lack of something as simple as a failing engine. By the time he and his crew moved across to 617 Squadron, he had received the first of his 2 DFCs. On the 15th of February 1944, the crew was transferred to the famed Dambusters Squadron at Woodhall Spa under the command of Group Captain Leonard Cheshire. They joined other crews coming into the squadron to replace the heavy crew and aircraft losses sustained during the now famous raid on the Ruhr Dams and several subsequent high-risk operations. Many dangerous sorties followed for the squadron, particularly on targeted sites in France where the Germans were housing their U-boats, and in Germany where Hitler's deadly V-weapons were being constructed, ready for launching on England and other European cities. For maximum impact, the squadron's Lancasters had been specially modified to carry Barnes-Wallis's 12,000-pound tall boy, or earthquake bomb. On joining 617 Squadron with the rank of flying officer, Kell had inherited Mick Martin's beloved Lancaster P. Popsy. The logo on the side of the aircraft, painted before the historic Dams raid, was a kangaroo with angel's wings holding a bomb. The aircraft was badly damaged during the raid and became a virtual write-off, so Martin had been given another with a large bomb bay used to hold the massive tallboy bombs. Meanwhile, P. Popsy was extensively restored, and on its return to Scampton was assigned to Kell. Just before midnight on the evening of the 8th of June 1944, 29 Lancasters and 3 Mosquitoes took off for an aerial bombing assault on the Samur Tunnel. Leonard Cheshire was flying the lead Mosquito along with his navigator, Pilot Officer George Kelly, while the other 2 Mosquitoes were flown by Dave Shannon, accompanied by navigator Len Sumter, and Jerry Falk with navigator Tom Bennett. Much to their annoyance, Shannon and Sumter had to return to Woodhall Spa with an over-revving port engine. Cheshire and Falk continued to the target and dropped their markers from 500 feet above the tunnel. The waiting Lancasters then powered in, the bomb aimers dropping their tall boys on the markers. At least 2 good hits were observed. Due to the unique nature of the bombs, the crew did not see the full explosions. Merely subterranean pricks of light as the massive bombs detonated nearly 120 feet below the ground. Earth and chalk began erupting violently into the sky, and they saw the tunnel roof cave in. As a result, the Samur Tunnel was not only blocked, but substantially buried under 10,000 tons of earth. With the success of this raid, the German panzers were irreversibly denied rail access to the battlefields beyond. In fact, the tunnel, once repaired, was not considered absolutely safe by the French authorities until 3 years after the war. Arthur Kell had an observer pilot on board for the Samur tunnel raid. It was customary in 617 Squadron for new pilots to learn the ropes by flying a couple of sorties in a non-operative role, in order to watch the target marking and tall boy dropping techniques employed by the squadron. The observer pilot on this particular mission was Flying Officer William Richard Bunny Lee, who had arrived at Woodhall Spa on the 12th of April 1944 on transfer from 106 Squadron, Guy Gibson's former unit. By way of coincidence, Bunny Lee, like Kell, later went on to become a Qantas captain, the only two pilots from the squadron ever to do so. Bunny Lee was a tall, stocky man who had never entertained any thoughts of being a pilot. In fact, he was a builder by trade before the war and had worked in his father's joinery business. Born in Townsville on the 4th of October 1917, Lee grew up in Brisbane before moving on to Dirranbandi in southwest Queensland. One night he was enjoying an evening meal at the pub in Dirranbandi, considering a position as a builder a little further north in St George, when a bored RAAF clerk from a recruiting train passing through town joined him. After chatting for a while, Bunny asked if there were any positions available as carpenters with the RAAF ground staff. The young clerk then surprised him by suggesting he should perhaps try for an aircrew position. Lee told the man he did not have the educational qualifications necessary for the job, although the idea actually appealed to him. The clerk then suggested a correspondence course, which Lee undertook while working in Toowoomba. One of Bunny Lee's most memorable operations had occurred on New Year's Day in 1944, while he and his crew were still with 106 Squadron, then stationed at Metheringham in Lincolnshire. Delayed by a fault in their G radar set, he sat patiently in his pilot's seat as the problem was discussed. He was keen to get airborne, and his tolerance of the problem grew thinner by the minute. He finally declared they should not need the damn thing anyway and eventually took off, easing JB 562 M Mother into the skies for the flight across to Berlin. A strike force of 421 Lancasters was already making its way to the German city that night, so once Lee and his crew had reached Berlin, they had no difficulty in following fire flares dropped earlier by the Pathfinders. Just before they reached the target, a lone Focke-Wulf FW-190 spotted their Lancaster and dived in for what the pilot thought would be an easy kill. Rear gunner Peter Red Hunniset in his Fraser-Nash turret spotted the enemy fighter and hurriedly yelled out a warning over the intercom. Bunny Lee threw M Mother into a corkscrewing manoeuvre while the rear gunner returned fire at the enemy aircraft, which was flying towards their tail section with cannon guns blazing. In those few heart-stopping seconds, Hunniset watched it closing in and continued to hammer away with his 4 guns until the Focke-Wulf finally swept past his turret. He kept firing, and then, to his unimaginable joy, some tracer found its mark. Hunniset watched in amazement as the German fighter seemed to stagger in the sky before exploding in a huge fiery ball. They reached Berlin just after 0300 hours to find the city already well ablaze below them. Soon after, they made their run. At 0316 hours, bomb aimer Gus Hoyland dropped their load, consisting of one 4,000-pound cookie, 32 30-pounders, and 900 4-pound incendiaries. Suddenly, M Mother was caught and held in the brilliant probing glare of ground searchlights, more of which immediately locked onto their Lancaster. A deadly curtain of flak swept up at them as Bunny Lee desperately tried to escape the blinding cone of lights, using everything he knew to save his aircraft and crew. with flak exploding all around them, and vicious, red-hot metal splinters beating a frightening tattoo on the wings and fuselage of their aircraft. Navigator Alex McKee recalls everyone hanging on for dear life. We wondered afterwards why the wings had not come off, because being thrown about must have put an enormous strain on the aircraft. It was a magnificent demonstration of flying by Bunny, because the Lancaster was not a small aircraft. He dived and corkscrewed and dived again, and eventually we got out of the cone at 5,000 feet. Bunny maybe couldn't land an aircraft well, an old crew joke, but he could certainly fly one. After they'd made it back to England and landed, the exhausted crew left the dispersal area almost immediately and trooped over to the mess, where they enjoyed a hot breakfast. When they had finished, the men strolled out to inspect the damage to M-Mother and were shocked by what they saw. Dozens of holes had been torn through the fuselage, wings and tailplane, which was not entirely unexpected due to the hits they had taken. Most alarming of all, however, they discovered an unexploded cannon shell from the downed fighter lodged right in the root of the starboard wing. Had it exploded, their aircraft would have literally broken apart, and they would now be posted back at Metheringham as missing, presumed killed in action. In April 1944, the crew completed their tour of operations with 106 Squadron and were miserably contemplating an unwanted posting to an OTU as instructors. They were all for continuing to fly as a crew and were unhappy about the relatively dour prospect of becoming non-operational. Then Bunny Lee and Alex McKee happened to hear that Leonard Cheshire was seeking out a replacement Mosquito crew for 617 Squadron. They quickly made their way up to Woodhall Spa and volunteered their services. As a rule, the squadron actively discouraged volunteers. The crews were always carefully selected and posted over. This should have been the case for Lee and his crew as well, but their persistence interested Cheshire. Once he'd heard that they'd been flying Lancasters and had examined their logbooks, he spoke to Lee and asked if his entire crew would be interested in joining the squadron. The two men were delighted, said they would confirm this, and then carried the good news back to Metheringham. As expected, the other crew members were happy to sign on for the Special Duties Squadron, just as long as they could stay together. A telephone call was then made to Cheshire. Alex McKee recalls that they had a special bond, because Bunny Lee imposed a tremendous discipline on his crew. Each man, whatever the task he had in the aircraft, was really very good at it. That made all the difference. Looking back, I don't know how we got through it night after night, but then we were young. Some aircrews occasionally smoked as they crossed the English coast. We never did, nor did we use first names on the aircraft. It was always pilot to navigator, bomb aimer to pilot, and so on. It was different on the ground, but in the air discipline was very tight. It had to be. And I believe that was a major reason why we survived. When Bunny Lee and his crew arrived at 617 Squadron, the crews were temporarily off operations, in training for a complex, highly secret operation codenamed Operation Taxable, to be carried out a few hours before the upcoming D-Day. They were going to take part in a meticulously planned spoof raid across the English Channel to Cap d'Antifa, and their mission was to drop loads of window, small slivers of silver paper that would be picked up by German ground radar operators. After releasing the window at correct intervals, it was anticipated that German radar screens would become confused and create what seemed to be a convoy of ships steaming across the channel on a 14-mile front at 7 knots to the decoy landing site. Each aircraft would drop bundles of window in waves at specific and increasingly elongated distances from and parallel to the shores of England. Meanwhile, below the aircraft, 18 ships towing barrage balloons would be moving along at a uniform 7 knots. Any aberration would have given the game away. As planned on the evening of the 5th of June, the Germans picked up a big ship echo on their radar screens and completely swallowed the illusion of a huge convoy moving steadily towards Cap d'Antiver. Troops and armament were rapidly deployed to the area, leaving the actual landing site at Normandy 150 miles to the southwest open to the true Allied invasion a few hours later. In fact, the spoof convoy came within range of German gunners in the Pas-de-Calais area, who fired salvos of radar-aimed 12-inch shells into the clouds of descending tinsel. Alan Jordan from Ross Stanford's crew recollects with some amusement that just prior to D-Day, Leonard Cheshire had surprisingly issued arms to the squadron's crew members. He was apparently concerned that the Germans might drop paratroops on English airfields on D-Day or just after, and he wanted his men to be able to defend themselves. 3 days later, the pistols and Sten guns were hastily retrieved after much ribald target shooting and several near misses had occurred out of the upper windows of the Petwood Hotel. A great deal of ammunition was unaccounted for, and several dozen shattered plates lay scattered about the hotel lawns. Alan Evans remembered the issue of sidearms well. The pistols were hammerless types, and of course one could not cock the weapon, so by the time the trigger was squeezed enough to release the hammer and fire, the end of the barrel was scribing circles, and a bird in the air or a worm in the ground would be in danger of being hit. Sammy Watson and I were the two standing at the top of the first flight of stairs at Petwood, trying our skills through the bay window. Small arms were never issued to the men again. D-Day would also be the occasion on which Bunny Lee's DFC was gazetted for his outstanding leadership and courage while in 106 Squadron. The citation for this award read, Flying Officer William Richard Lee, 405693, Number 106 Squadron. Lee has taken part in many attacks on important and heavily defended enemy targets, including Berlin, Stuttgart, and Schweinfurt. On one occasion, when returning from sortie against Berlin, aircraft was attacked by Focke-Wulf FW-190, but by his coolness and skillful airmanship, this officer completely outmanoeuvred enemy and enabled his gunners to shoot it down. Throughout his operational career, Lee's courage, determination and cheerful confidence have set an inspiring example to all. Flying Officer Daniel William Bill Carey from Mount Gambier in South Australia joined the Dambusters from 106 Squadron on the 10th of April 1944. That same night, he operated as a second pilot to Flight Lieutenant Bunny Clayton on a sortie to bomb an aircraft and engine storage facility at Saint-Cyr, west of Paris. He flew for the first time with his own crew a week later on a mission to another French target, the rail marshalling yards at Juvisy. Bill Carey was born on the 25th of September 1918, growing up and taking his education in Mount Gambier. He signed up with the RAAF in August 1941 and was eventually posted to No. 4 ITS at Victor Harbour. Attending the same flying training schools Ross Stanford had earlier passed through at Parafield and Malala, he left for England in August 1942, where he undertook advanced training and was posted to No. 29 OTU in Bruntingthorpe, southeast of Leicester. Here, Sergeant Pilot Carey teamed up with his crew. They made the conversion to Lancaster Bombers and were posted to 106 Squadron, based at Metheringham in February 1944. The crew's first operation with 106 was to Stuttgart on the 20th of February, and they also flew to such heavily fortified targets as Nuremberg and Berlin. Bill Carey was commissioned on his 25th birthday, and on the 25th of March 1944 was promoted to the rank of flying officer. Due to his short stature and mannerisms, he would soon become known to other aircrew as the Australian James Cagney. On the evening of the 5th of April 1944, Carey's crew attended a briefing for a raid that night on an aero assembly plant at Saint-Martin-du-Tache in Toulouse. Just as they were about to board their Lancaster that evening, the squadron commander drove up with a few encouraging words for the crew. He was about to drive off when he suddenly called out, "By the way, this will be your last trip tonight, Carey." Bill Carey was aghast, wondering why he was being pulled from the flying line and chased after the rapidly disappearing car, calling out, "Come back here, you bastard!" During the operation that night, he was in a filthy mood, and when they returned, he sought out the squadron leader to have it out with the fellow. The subject of his anger was quite astounded and apologetic. He had merely wanted Carey to know that his application to join 617 had been approved. Along with Stanford, Kell and Carey, the fourth Australian pilot to join the squadron under Cheshire and fly as an active pilot on the Samoa raid was Flying Officer Ian Stewart Ross, later killed under the most tragic of circumstances. He was born on the 28th of March 1920 in Camperdown, Victoria, to Alexander McLaughlin and Christina Lillian Ross. His father had served in the 39th AIF Battalion during the First World War before being critically wounded and returned to Australia. He would never fully recover from his wounds and died when Ian was just 8 years old. When he was old enough, Ian left school in order to support his family and became a fitter and turner in Alphington. When war broke out, he was engaged to his sweetheart Ivy, but they decided to put off their marriage until after the war. Enlisting with the RAAF VR in June 1940, he began serving as an engine fitter at Point Cook. Then a relative, training to be a pilot with the RAAF, took him on a flight which nearly ended up in disaster when they overshot the landing approach and damaged the aircraft. Fortunately, neither man was badly injured, but they were made to pay for the damage. Despite this, Ross now decided he would like to be a pilot and applied to the RAAF. In December 1941, he began his training in Australia and Canada, eventually serving with a number of operational squadrons in England. While based at Scampton with 5-7 Squadron RAF, he and his crew flew 14 bombing missions before transferring to 617 Squadron in April 1944. While Kell and Stanford were equipped with tall boys, both Carey and Ross carried 8 1,000-pound bombs on the Samoa raid and helped in the effort to destroy a nearby rail bridge. The next assignment for the squadron was to aid in safeguarding important and highly vulnerable Allied shipping, which was making its way across the English Channel to the landing beaches after D-Day. These ships were being badly mauled at night by skirmishing E-boat flotillas operating out of France, especially from harbour anchorages at Boulogne and Le Havre. Some enemy submarines were also using the newly built pens at Le Havre, which were heavily reinforced with tons of concrete. Just before dusk on the 14th of June, 617 Squadron attacked Le Havre in company with aircraft from other squadrons. 617's Lancasters aimed 11 tall boys at the submarine pens, and a further 10 were dropped into the harbour anchorages, where the E-boats were fully armed and massed for their evening foray. E-boat nests in Boulogne were similarly attacked on the 15th of June, with 0-hour advance to catch them in harbour before they commenced the longer trip to the invasion area. The Le Havre operation would eventually feature in Leonard Cheshire's Victoria Cross citation. When Cheshire arrived at Le Havre in his Mosquito, he flew around the harbour at 3,000 feet and was astonished to see dozens of E-boats lined up. By now, he was under heavy attack, with light flak shells and tracer streaming up at him, and the other marker aircraft were amazed that he managed to survive the fierce onslaught. In his unhurried way, Cheshire dropped to 700 feet and let his markers go before dashing out of range, his Mosquito peppered with holes. Dave Shannon was to conduct some more marking, but Cheshire felt his markers were sufficient for the force of 400 Lancasters, which now moved in. For the next few minutes, the air was alive with the noise of the attack, the intense barrage of flak, and the fearful shrieking sound of hundreds of bombs being unleashed, including 15 tall boys dropped by aircraft from 617 Squadron. Photo reconnaissance aircraft later flew over and photographed the devastation. Not a single E-boat in the harbour had survived the onslaught. Even Barnes-Wallis was both shocked and impressed by the devastation his tall boys had caused. The submarine pens at Le Havre had suffered extensive damage, with destruction being caused more by near misses than actual hits. The near misses undermined foundations at the pens, and as a consequence the tremendously heavy, thick concrete roofs became a liability, causing them to collapse inwards some days after the raid. The predatory E-boats ceased being a threat to invasion convoys, and many surviving vessels in the fleet were hastily withdrawn to Imoden on the Dutch coast. In 1943, having suffered serious defeat on several fronts, Hitler ordered that priority be given to the development of his secret V-weapons, and the construction of several underground launch sites took place along the coast of France. An expendable labour force of Russian and Polish workers was drawn from the concentration camps, and these wretched, underfed slaves worked day and night under the harshest of conditions. One such Verbunkerung underground bunker would be built in a disused chalk quarry at Helfart-Wizernes, south of the rail line between Saint-Omer and Boulogne-sur-Mer, and some 28 miles southeast of Calais. It was a mammoth undertaking, which required the construction of a huge concrete dome on the southern hillside overlooking the quarry, 233 feet in diameter and more than 16 feet thick. It would weigh in at a colossal 50,000 tonnes. Excavated 138 feet below the finished dome was a series of connecting tunnels several miles long. Here they planned to assemble and launch V-2 rockets on Britain, as well as produce liquid oxygen fuel. The Germans believed the dome, when finished, would protect them during any Allied air raids. British intelligence soon came to know of the construction of the massive bunker and its purpose. Between March and June, the RAF conducted several air raids on the bunker, but only slight damage was inflicted. In the latter part of June, 617 Squadron was involved in 3 raids on Wizernes, but damage was minimal and construction continued. On the 17th of July, the squadron returned to Wizernes loaded with tall boys, and this time they were successful. The earthquake effect of a single tall boy which fell just to the northwest of the gigantic dome caused it to shift markedly out of alignment, while 2 other tall boys not only caused part of the cliff to collapse and cave in the bunker's roof, but completely blocked the tunnel entrance. A further raid was carried out on the 20th of July, but was aborted due to inclement weather. Later intelligence reports showed that a further follow-up raid would be unnecessary, as the bunker had been abandoned, never to be completed. With this increase in daylight raids, the squadron looked at the way Americans flew such operations, in a shoulder-to-shoulder formation. However, Cheshire dismissed this, according to Paul Brickhill in the Dambusters. The SABS was one reason. Having to fly undeviatingly for 10 miles on the run-up would make a close formation a sitting target for the flak. On the run-ups, they flew what Cheshire called a gaggle, lines of 5 aircraft abreast, each 200 yards apart and each ranked 300 yards behind the one ahead. Every plane flew at a different height as well, so that while they were a most dispersed target for the flak, they could converge on the target and bomb almost together. That had another advantage. Smoke from the first bombs had often obscured the target from later bomb aimers, but with the gaggle formation, the last bombs were on the way down before the first bombs hit. Prior to the first series of raids on Wyzerns, the intrepid Cheshire had decided he needed a smaller, nimbler aircraft than the Mosquito to use in his risky spot-fire marking operations. He chose the single-engined Mustang III. Despite the fact that he had never flown anything less than a twin-engined bomber, he went ahead with his request, which was fulfilled. The Mustang arrived in a crate the day of a raid on the V1 site at Siricord on the 25th of June, and Cheshire ordered it assembled in time for the raid. The assembly by ground crew was completed an hour after the assault force of Lancasters had taken off, but Cheshire quickly checked over the fighter, strapped himself in, and took off. He easily overtook the slower four-engine bombers and successfully spot-marked the target for them. One navigator on that operation, Tom Bennett, recalls Cheshire formatting onto their Mosquito on the way back and spending quite a bit of time calibrating his instruments with them. I think that he was setting various combinations of revs and boost and getting our pilot Jerry Falk to confirm the indicated airspeed they evinced. I'm sure that some of the American instruments were very strange to him, and he wanted to have all the necessary info for his first landing in a Mustang. Those who served with Cheshire were astounded by his rapid self-adaptation to the single-engine fighter and by his uncanny sense of navigation. Jack Hager, Arthur Kell's Australian navigator, shook his head as he spoke of the great leader's abilities and skills. In those days, poor navigation was the bane of bomber command. Crews were continually getting lost on their way to the set targets, despite the best efforts of their navigators. And yet here was Cheshire in an unfamiliar Mustang fighter, able to navigate his own way over a blacked-out Europe with an unerring sense that brought him right over the target. Little wonder he was revered by his men. On the 4th of July, the squadron's target was another V1 supply dump, situated deep below the ground in limestone caves and quarries at Saint-Leu-d'Esserand. Before their attack, a force of Lancasters from 463 and 467 squadrons pounded the area, and then the 17 aircraft from 617 moved in, armed with tall boys. 11 were released, including 2 by Arthur Kell and Bunny Lee that dropped right on the target markers. 1 direct hit was recorded, while the explosion from a near-miss collapsed the entrance to the tunnel and a railway line into the supply dump was destroyed. 2 V rockets complete with warheads were crushed in the subsequent cave-in. There would be a second raid 2 days later carried out by 463 and 467 squadrons, which caused further damage. And on the 5th of August, a third assault completed the total destruction of the site. 617 Squadron would take no part in these follow-up raids. On the 6th of July, however, the squadron attacked another massive underground complex at Mimoyek in the Pas-de-Calais, from where a nest of gigantic V3 big guns would soon be used to fire on London some 90 miles away. These huge guns, Hitler's Vergeltungswaffen, vengeance weapons, had been sunk 500 feet into the ground, beneath a massive sheltering block of reinforced concrete 100 feet by 70 feet in area and 20 feet thick. It was later revealed that the guns were expected to fire approximately 5 rounds a minute on London, a total of nearly 600 tons of high explosive a day. The complex had been cleverly designed and constructed. First, slave labour was used to drive a train tunnel through a hill with a platform on either side to unload materials, so the subterranean complex was hidden from prying airborne eyes. In fact, the site was so secret that even the white chalk excavated during construction was painted green before it was removed. The fortress complex was built to house 25 of the big guns, each 420 feet long. Despite the secrecy and camouflage, Allied intelligence had been aware something unpleasant was going on at Mimoyek, and bomber aircraft had been peppering the site since November 1943 with little discernible effect. Rather than using the traditional single-bore barrel, Each of these guns in the complex had multiple side chambers situated either side of the barrel. As the flame front travelled behind the projectile, it would detonate propellant charges in the chambers, mounted at 12-foot intervals along the barrel. These auxiliary charges maintained pressure behind the projectile, which left the barrel at 5,000 feet per second. This ingenious design allowed for a suborbital muzzle velocity without the need for an enormously thick barrel at the chamber end. Two of 617's Lancasters, each laden with 4,500-pound bombs, flew to the side ahead of the main force to ascertain prevailing conditions and check the run-in for those with the tall boys on board. Meanwhile, Cheshire tagged behind in his Mustang. It was anticipated that the Germans would heavily defend this prime target, and so it proved. Cheshire swooped down and marked the camouflage site from 800 feet with his spot fires, and observed almost immediate success as a tall boy dropped by Flying Officer Nick Ross's crew scored a direct hit on the huge slab. 4 more tall boys fell and exploded close by, probably with greater effect than the direct hit, due to the earthquake principle. The Lancasters of 3 Australian pilots were damaged in the raid, while Arthur Kell's aircraft had to make a second run after an engine cut out on the first attempt. Ian Ross's aircraft had suffered some flak damage, and Bunny Lee's Lancaster was hit in all 4 engines on the way to the target, causing him to order that their tall boy be jettisoned. Shell splinters had injured 3 of his crew. Ross Stanford recalls that the raid on Mimoyek was the only time he was shot up. I lost my 2 outer engines and the aircraft's hydraulics. I managed to nurse it back to England, where we landed on the long runway at Bardwell Bay, just north of the Thames. It was a rather exciting landing. We used the air bottle to get the landing gear down. Les Munro, who flew back with us, took us all back to Woodhall Spa. The big guns of Mimoyek had been buried and blocked and were never fired. It would not be for some time that the intelligence people fully realised the massive destructive potential of the guns they had destroyed. It had certainly been a close thing for London. The raid on Mimoyek proved to be the end of an era for 617 Squadron. First Leonard Cheshire and then David Shannon, Joe McCarthy and Les Munro were posted as tour expired. The latter 3 were veterans of the original mission to the dams of the Ruhr Valley, and they had defied the odds by flying on. With the realisation that the stand-down order was now being enforced, the 3 flight commanders put up a nominal objection, but in their hearts they knew they had done enough. They'd put in 2 years flying the most hazardous of operations, and it was time to move on. Cheshire recalls that the men then relaxed quite noticeably, and even enjoyed a riotous send-off party. The indomitable Cheshire, having completed his 100th mission, was compulsorily retired from active service by the RAF chiefs. Statistically speaking, he should have been killed 4 times over. Shortly after, his Victoria Cross was gazetted. Leonard Cheshire was awarded the medal not for any single act of gallantry, but for sustained and unflagging courage, and his insuperable example. David Shannon had won 2 DSOs and 2 DFCs before he left 617 Squadron as a wing commander, having completed 69 operations without a meaningful break. He wound up his operational career on the 25th of June 1944 and was asked to serve as a chief flying instructor at No. 27 Australian OTU, located at Church Broughton, from July 1944. But after just 3 months, the desk job lost its appeal for him, and he asked to revert to his previous rank of squadron leader so he could join an operational unit. He now flew Yorks and Liberators on the trunk routes with numbers 511 and 246 squadrons in Transport Command, until he was demobilised in December 1945. After the war, Shannon briefly ran a flower shop in London and tried his hand at farming before settling down as a company executive with Shell Oil. He and his wife Anne were then posted all over the world: Borneo, Venezuela, Egypt, Colombia and Kenya. In the early 1960s, he resigned and bought a property where the two of them bred Welsh mountain ponies for a time. He rejoined the oil business in 1968 with the Trafalgar House Group, running a drilling company, then retired in 1984. In the months before David Shannon's death, he was heavily involved in preparations for the 50th anniversary of the Dambusters raid, but he never lived to enjoy the celebrations. On the 8th of April 1993, just 5 weeks before the anniversary, he passed away at 70 years of age. His wife Anne had predeceased him. Their daughter Nikki King initially lent his medals to the Imperial War Museum to put on display, later donating them to the Australian War Memorial in Canberra. I knew that when alive, in his heart, he really did want them in time to go to Canberra. He was a true Australian at heart. She also revealed that after the war, he had never again taken control of an aircraft. The remaining crews at Woodhall Spa had flown hard and often, and it was not uncommon for them to let off a bit of steam with a little hard drinking and some high-spirited antics. They were, after all, still youngsters whose tomorrows might never come. But in the case of Ross Stanford, he took advantage of lapses in the fighting to play the game he loved so much: cricket. After the unrelenting demands of hazardous bombing missions, he found renewed stimulus in having no deadlier opponent than a fast bowler intent upon his wicket. Air Commodore Sharp at Coningsby organised the cricket matches, and Stanford, together with eager recruits such as Arthur Kell and John Pryor, were keen participants. The cricket was not meant to conflict with their operational activities, although in one little recorded affair John Pryor was forced to miss the D-Day spoof operation after receiving a nasty blow to the head with a cricket ball while wicket-keeping. Ross Stanford dutifully took his place on the operation as a second pilot to Flight Lieutenant John Williams. Sharp's team managed to win the 5-group Knockout Cup, a feat proudly recalled by Stanford. Some mysteriously veiled entries appear in Stanford's flying log from that time. When the author questioned these, he dismissed them with a sly grin. On one occasion, for example, it was recorded that he flew Ian Ross's crew up to Honolulu in Warwickshire on a 30-minute flight. When I asked the reason, the laconic response was, "Well, we probably had a match on that day." Stanford had played cricket for West Torrens in South Australia before the war, and when he arrived in England he put his name down to play in any service games. Eventually, he was picked in a team. Actually, it was an unfortunate piece of timing. I took the place of Ken Ridings, who had been South Australia's opening batsman and played with No. 10 Squadron. I virtually took his place in the first RAAF team game we played at Bristol in 1943. But I did not know this, and when I saw the list of players, his name was still on it, and I was looking forward to seeing him again. But then someone told me that he'd gone missing the week before, and that's why I was in the team. After that, I played with the RAAF team throughout 1943, 44 and 45. An Australian services team was proposed in 1945, and they sent over such good cricketers as Lindsay Hassett, Dick Whittington, Cess Pepper and Charlie Price, all AIF. They went to the reception camp for the AIF prisoners of war down in Eastbourne, and with the RAAF team formed the Australian Services cricket team. We played 5 victory tests in England. This was really something for me. I mean, every cricketer's dream is to play cricket at Lord's, and I never thought I'd be good enough to play there in a test team. We played the tests at Old Trafford, Bramall Lane, and 3 at Lord's. Unfortunately, the other 2 famous grounds, the Oval and Headingley, were out of action, and in fact the Oval had been bombed. But it was a great thrill to meet all the famous English cricketers, and I can proudly say that I scored 73 runs against them at Lord's. Wing Commander James Bryan Willie Tate whose idea of bliss was to sit back and listen to Beethoven or Bach, took over command of 617 Squadron on the 12th of July 1944, and he had soon appointed 3 new replacement fight commanders, Jerry Falk, Drew Duke Wyness, and John Cockshott. The quiet but determined 26-year-old squadron commander was born in the English industrial city of Manchester on the 9th of December 1916, but had grown up in Abercynon, Glamorgan. From childhood he had been absorbed with engines, pulling them to pieces and reassembling them with increasing accomplishment. After his father took him to see the Schneider Trophy air race in 1928, young Tate decided he wanted to become a pilot. He signed up with the RAF and was eventually commissioned from Cranwell in 1936. His craze for sleek, low-line sports cars led to his only serious pre-war accident. He was cranking the starting handle on one of his racing brutes when the handle savagely kicked back, breaking his leg. Willie Tate came to 617 with over 100 operations already posted against his name. At this stage he held a DSO and bar, and the DFC, and was one of the most skillful and experienced pilots in Bomber Command, a curious amalgam of the aesthetic and forceful. By the end of the war he had been awarded an unparalleled DSO and 3 bars, and the DFC and bar. Meanwhile, 617 Squadron continued to pound flying bomb sites and storage depots with their tall-boy bombs. On the 31st of July, they teamed up with 9 Squadron in a successful attack on a V-weapon storage dump in a railway tunnel at Rilly-la-Montagne near Reims. This operation was most notable for 617 in the fact that Victoria Cross winner Bill Reid's aircraft was shot down. Although most of his crew was killed, Bill Reid managed to survive, together with his wireless operator, Flying Officer Dave Luca. Both men saw out the rest of the war in German POW camps. Following several attacks on U-boat pens in the French Atlantic ports of Brest, Lorient and La Pallice, 617 Squadron was then ordered to return to Brest, accompanied by 9 Squadron, in order to sink a disused battleship, the Guidon. The ship, built in Lorient in 1898 and commissioned in 1903, was of sturdy construction, with the flat vertical sides and almost straight bow indicative of that era. Military strategists worried that the ship would be scuttled in the mouth of Brest Harbour before the Allies could take the port. The first attack on the 13th of August was unsuccessful, and a repeat mission was ordered for the following day. As anticipated, the flak was quite ferocious this time, but the crews from 9 Squadron were able to drop their 1,000-pounders and 617 their tall boys, with the desired result. The old French hulk was mortally damaged and sank, settling on the bottom of its mooring before the Germans could tow it out to the harbour mouth. The raid on Brest was not without casualties. John Pryor's bomb aimer was killed when a piece of shrapnel hit him in the throat, while Bunny Lee and Lancaster LM492 was also hit by shrapnel, wounding him in the ankle. He managed to fly the aircraft back to Ballyhoo near Southampton, but was too badly injured to continue operations for 10 weeks, resuming duties with 617 Squadron on the 1st of November. The month of August was a particularly busy one for the squadron, with 16 tall-boy missions, mostly to U-boat pens on the French and Dutch coasts. It also saw the arrival of yet another Australian pilot and his crew, this time Flight Lieutenant J.L. Jack Sayers, known affectionately to his crew as Slapsy. Jack Sayers was born in Brisbane on the 21st of February 1921. I had the same birthday as Douglas Bader, not that I think it had any great effect on whatever I did. He spent his boyhood in Bundaberg and developed an enduring interest in flying when, at the age of 7, he saw famed aviator Bert Hinkler land on a grass strip adjacent to his old school at North Bundaberg. Sayers was a fireman and engine driver trainee with the Queensland Railways before joining the Air Force Reserve in 1941. He entered the RAAF in November that year at Sandgate in Brisbane, where he met up with a friend from his teen years, a lad named Ernie Weaver. Both were keen to become pilots, and they shared a tent during their training at Sandgate. Following this, they went their own ways, and Sayers completed his EFTS at Narromine in New South Wales. The next intermediary stop was Canada, where Sayers was bundled onto the converted liner Queen Elizabeth together with 22,000 other servicemen for the trip across to Scotland. He eventually arrived at Litchfield OTU, where, with the rank of flight sergeant, he picked up his crew. This comprised navigator Eric Strom from Victoria, a tall, well-built pilot officer who came to England with a Bachelor of Science degree. The wireless operator was Frank Hawkins, while the air gunners were Bob Barry from Western Australia and Bert Kent from Orpington in Kent. The unnamed flight engineer, according to Sayers, was a young fellow only aged 18 who suffered badly from air sickness. When the crew was posted to 617 Squadron at RAF Woodhall Spa, Pilot Officer Vic Johnson replaced the youthful engineer. On one occasion, Sayers and his crew were involved in a raid on a hydrogenation plant at Scholvenboer near Gelsenkirchen, and German night fighters twice assailed their aircraft. With Bob Barry temporarily off ops, Air Gunner Merv Johnson had taken his place in the rear turret, flying on his very first operation. Luck was with him that night as he managed to shoot down one of the fighters. But in a desperate last-ditch assault, the fighter pilot had swung his blazing aircraft straight at them and hammered away before spiralling down to earth, his port wing wreathed in flames. On their return to base, they discovered 3 cannon shells from the fighter had torn large holes just below the mid-upper gunner's turret. Fortunately, he was uninjured. During their tour flying Lancasters with 467 Squadron, Sayers' crew were all NCOs apart from Eric Strom, but the tour ended with deserved DFCs being awarded to Sayers, Weaver, Kent and Strom, while Sayers was promoted to Flight Lieutenant. They would be a very close crew throughout the war, even with a couple of changes of personnel. But Jack Sayers said he was especially pleased to have Ernie Weaver flying with him as his bomb aimer. Ernie, who passed away in 1995, was a great fella, full of life and a very capable sportsman. He'd once played rugby league as a halfback in Brisbane and was as tough as nails. Ernie desperately wanted to become a pilot, but sadly failed his training after he'd clocked up about 150 hours. While this was definitely bad luck for Ernie, it was a huge relief to me to know that if I was ever knocked about in the air and couldn't fly, Ernie could jump into my seat and take over and get the crew down safely. By now, Jack Sayers had been endowed with the nickname Slapsy. His gunner Bob Barry claims this came from a pre-war light heavyweight champion named Slapsy Maxie Rosenblum, who would later become a comedy actor in movies. According to Barry, Sayers was walking through the snow along London's Strand one night when he saw a woman being beaten up by a couple of drunks, one of whom turned out to be the woman's husband. He quickly intervened and in moments had flattened both men, who beat a hasty retreat when they saw the law arrive. His flying mates soon got to hear of this, and thereafter he became known as Slapsy, or simply Slaps. However, Sayers was amused when he saw a draft of this story and wanted to set the record straight. As usual, my old mate Bob's got his wires crossed a little. I actually got this nickname sometime earlier at Narromine back in Australia, when I intervened in a brawl at a dance hall involving a friend of mine who was being picked on. The other chap did not appreciate my intervention as a peacemaker and got his just desserts. That's where the nickname actually came from, given to me by a fellow named Ted Collins, later killed in Canada. Although the incident in the Strand did happen, and that's what Bob Barry remembers. Western Australian Bob Barry, as the crew's rear gunner, also told the author a little about their days with 467 Squadron under Willie Tate, the man who would later lead them in the Dambusters squadron. Willie Tate, about whom very little has been written, was a wonderful commander who had the respect and affection of everyone who served under him. Our association with Tate as a crew started at 467 Squadron, Waddington. Slapsy Sayers had busted both his eardrums from descending too rapidly when he had a severe head cold, and while he healed up, we were sent to Siveston, where a certain group captain, Tate, was converting to Lancasters before coming to Waddington as group operations leader. He was a dream to fly with, and this was especially noticeable in the rear turret, the best place to judge a pilot's skill, believe me, where his feather-touched three-pointers hardly made the turret shudder. Tate already had over 100 operational sorties behind him when he eventually arrived at 467. He must have felt pretty darn savage at times when he left the operations room to be regularly confronted by two eager, fresh-faced flight sergeants and asked, "How about going on ops tonight, sir?" He would know the target well in advance, but whether it was Germany or France or practically anywhere, he would puff resignedly at his pipe and invariably say, "OK, tell the rest of the crew." Ernie Weaver, the crew's bomb aimer, and I would then wander off and advise the rest of the bods, who would often give us very strained looks, particularly if they had previous engagements. Tate referred to Weaver and me as the terrible twins, possibly because of our continual insistence at 467. But despite this, he was impressed by Slap's persuasive pleading and agreed to let us join 617. He was a very good bomber pilot who, despite very little formal education, had clawed his way to his present position. He was steady, understanding, and of just the right temperament to manipulate and control a wild, volatile crew. By the time we got to 617, we were good, and we knew that we were good. Each had faith in all the others, and I feel that we could have handled just about any crisis that happened along. Again, Jack Sayers recalled things a little differently, but then said that he and Bob Barry often take an opposing yet friendly stance. We didn't actually volunteer for 617 Squadron. In fact, no one did. Ralph Cochrane pulled up whatever crews he wanted from 5 Group, but there was no volunteering involved in his selections. It happened that when our tour at Waddington ended, I was invited up to see our squadron CO, Australian Wing Commander Billy Brill. He asked me what we would think about operating on. I told him it was okay with me, but I would have to check with my crew before I could give an answer. They all said it was fine by them, so I went to see Brill again, and this time he told me that Air Vice Marshal Cochrane wanted to know if we were interested in joining 617 Squadron. I said I'd have to speak to the boys again, as 617 was a different kettle of fish. They were fine with this as well, but I did ask if we could have as our engineer Vic Johnson, who was off training at some conversion unit. This was agreed to, so we were sent to Woodhall Spa. Unbeknown to Jack Sayers, he would inherit a very well-known aircraft when he and his crew arrived at 617 Squadron. The aircraft P. Popsy that Mick Martin had flown on the Dams raid. That logo on the side of the aircraft, that kangaroo with the angel's wings holding the bomb, was the original motif on Mick Martin's aircraft on the Dams raid. The aircraft was badly damaged on the raid and was virtually a write-off, so we later reverted to one with the large bomb bays, which was used to hold the 12,000-pounder. After Mick Martin, Arthur Kell got hold of it. Then, when the squadron was split into 3 flights, which was coincident with my arriving there, it had been moved to C Flight and relettered X for X-ray. Now, by a strange coincidence, I always used to fly an X-ray aircraft at Waddington, so naturally I latched onto this one, simply because of its registration. I can still remember Arthur Kell belting through my door one day at a great rate of knots, and wanting to know how come I'd managed to grab the Australian aircraft. Once I knew what he was talking about, I told him it was pure chance and how it had come about. I didn't even know it had this Australian motif on it until I actually went out and saw the aircraft. At this stage of the war, Air Vice Marshal Ralph Cochrane was still the air officer commanding 5 Group, and to him came the Bomber Command Air Council decision that the time was ripe for an attack on the massive German battleship Tirpitz, the second of 2 Bismarck-class battleships constructed for Nazi Germany's Navy, Kriegsmarine, and named for Grand Admiral Alfred von Tirpitz, Secretary of the Navy during the reign of Kaiser Wilhelm. The massive hull was launched at Wilhelmshaven on the 1st of April 1939, with Adolf Hitler in attendance, boldly declaring that it would carry German honour out into the world and break the enemy resistance. Work on the mighty battleship was finally completed in February 1941, following which it was commissioned into the German fleet. Tirpitz was manned by a crew of around 2,500 and carried a formidable array of armament. Apart from 8 15-inch guns mounted in 4 twin turrets and 12 5.9-inch guns, she also bristled with dozens of 37mm and 20mm guns. The battleship was truly a colossus of the seas, with a deep water displacement in excess of 42,000 tonnes and armour plating a foot thick at the sides and 8 inches on the deck. Despite her ponderous weight and bulk, she could still scythe through the seas at nearly 30 knots. Aerial reconnaissance had shown the battleship lurking at berth in Kar Fjord, an offshoot of Alten Fjord, just by the northern tip of Norway. Tirpitz, larger than her sister ship Bismarck, had become something of a nemesis to Allied commanders. The thought of this 828-foot Leviathan breaking loose from Norwegian waters and prowling the Atlantic filled them with dread, as the heavily armed battleship posed a dire threat to Allied merchant shipping, and the vital Russian convoys in particular. By this time, and despite her potential menace, naval commanders were loath to dispatch desperately needed fighting ships to engage the Tirpitz in a fierce sea battle, with huge potential losses. Despite being the most heavily protected warship of that time, the Germans were prepared to go to extraordinary lengths to shield the Tirpitz from attack and set up formidable defences to protect the ship. Shore-based flak guns complemented the array of guns aboard Tirpitz, while she was surrounded by torpedo nets and smoke pots. Most remarkable of all was the fact that an entire fighter squadron at a nearby base was on permanent alert to deter any airborne attacks. Formidable as she might be, the Tirpitz had one substantial weakness, and that was the immense amount of fuel oil required to keep her operational. At this stage of the war, Germany could ill afford the fuel oil necessary for extended operations at sea by a ship of this size. To compound matters, Adolf Hitler was still smarting over the loss of the Bismarck during a fierce naval engagement in May of 1941. Furthermore, Hitler was resolute in his belief that Norway held strategic importance on his Western Front and needed to be held, so the Tirpitz became part of his defence tactics. However, the British were unaware of the fact that the great battleship had been virtually restricted to skulking in the shallow waters of Norwegian fjords. Although the basics of an air raid had already been laid down by Bomber Command and the Air Council departments, Cochrane and Tate held lengthy meetings on the problems associated with an airborne operation that now seemed the only suitable means of sinking the ship, which had been restricted through earlier assaults to a defensive position in the shallow waters of the Norwegian fjords. In September 1943, a year before 617 and 9 squadrons were drawn into planning airborne assaults on the Tirpitz, an audacious raid on the formidable battleship was carried out using 4-man midget submarines commissioned by the Royal Navy. Just 51 feet long and weighing in at 30 tons, the 6 submarines, or X-craft, were specifically designed to attack enemy shipping stationed in heavily defended anchorages. Instead of carrying weighty torpedoes, the X-craft were fitted with 2 detachable explosive charges fitted to either side of the pressure hull, each containing nearly 2 tons of Amatex explosive. Fitted with timer fuses to allow sufficient evacuation time from the detonation area, these would be dropped onto the seabed directly beneath the targeted vessel. By early 1943, Royal Navy planners knew that the Tirpitz, the battlecruiser Scharnhorst, and the pocket battleship Lutzor were at anchor in Kar Fjord in northern Norway. Armed with intelligence details, specialised crew member training was begun that June in northern Scotland under the code name Operation Source. Their X-craft would be towed behind larger S and T-class submarines to Norway, so the selected recruits had to rehearse towing techniques, perfect ways of cutting through anti-submarine nets, and carry out simulated attacks. Commanding officers aboard 3 of the compact submarines were from Australia. Lieutenant Henty Krier, RNVR, in overall command of the mission from Sydney. Lieutenant Brian M. McFarlane, RAM, from Cremorne, and Lieutenant Ken R. Hudspeth, RANVR, from Hobart. They were in charge of the craft numbered X5, X8 and X10 respectively. Another 2 Australians also took part in the raid. Sub-Lieutenant William J. Marsden, RANVR, X8 from Kalgoorlie, and Lieutenant Max Sheen, RANVR, X9 from South Perth. Late in their training, it was determined that submarine X8, McFarlane, would attack the Lutzor, and X9, Lieutenant Thomas Martin, RN, and X10, Hudspeth, the Scharnhorst. X5, Henty Krier, X6, Lieutenant Donald Cameron, RNR, and X7, Lieutenant Godfrey Place, RN, would target the Tirpitz. Moonlit conditions dictated an attack between 20th and 25th of September. The raid began when the 6 X-craft were towed by larger submarines from Loch Cairnborn in Scotland to a position approximately 150 miles from Alton Fjord. The journey taking 8 days. Western Australian Lieutenant Maxwell Sheen had been appointed as the diving officer of X9 and was on board the towing submarine HMS Certis with the rest of X9's operational crew when it was discovered that X9 had suffered a broken tow rope cable and was missing. The craft, manned at the time by another crew, was lost with all 3 hands. It was also discovered that the tow line had become entangled in Certis's port propeller, and Sheen was sent out to clear the snag. Working without his diving suit, which was in the missing X-craft, he dived into the freezing Arctic waters and managed to clear the line. However, Sheen's chance to take part in the operation was over. Later, Brian McFarlane's X8 began taking on water to the extent that the crew had to be rescued. They were loaded into a rubber dinghy after scuttling their X-craft and taken aboard the submarine Sea Nymph. Only 4 of the 6 X-craft remained. Ken Hudspeth's X10 then developed a defect in its gyro compass. The light in the magnetic compass failed and the periscope hoisting motor caught fire. The tiny craft filled with acrid smoke, forcing her to the surface. Its part in the raid was abandoned, and the craft was scuttled shortly after arrival at Kar Fjord. They were not to know that the Scharnhorst had already left the fjord, but 3 months later was attacked and sunk, which left the Tirpitz as the Kriegsmarine's only remaining operational battleship. On the morning of 22nd of September 1943, the 3 remaining X-craft slipped into Kar Fjord and began their attack. Lieutenant Cameron in the X6 lost his periscope and compass and had to attack the Tirpitz blind. Their vessel was spotted by the Germans and came under concentrated small arms fire. The crew still managed to lay their charges, but were forced to abandon their submarine and were taken prisoner aboard the Tirpitz. Shortly after, at 08:12 hours, the 46,000-ton Tirpitz was lifted several feet out of the water as the charges laid beneath the ship exploded. Her 3 main engines were disabled, and the Tirpitz began listing. Lieutenant Place in X7 had also managed to lay charges below the ship, but the X-craft became entangled in anti-submarine nets while trying to flee. It was badly damaged and still disabled when their charges exploded. They were forced to surface and surrender, although 2 men were missing, believed dead. Both X-craft commanders and 4 of the 6 crew members survived the assault. Meanwhile, Henty Creer's X5 had disappeared from sight. Last seen breaking the surface some 700 metres off Tirpitz's starboard bow, the craft was fired on and disappeared, apparently sinking with all hands on board. Back in London, with no reports coming in from any assault team, all crew members were initially believed to have perished in the raid, and the 3 X-craft commanders were recommended for an immediate award of the Victoria Cross. This was placed on hold once the Admiralty learned of some survivors of the raid being held in German POW camps. Eventually, only the commanders of X6 and X7, Lieutenants Cameron and Place, received the Victoria Cross. Lieutenant Henty Creer of X5 was awarded the lesser mentioned in dispatches, as it could not be confirmed whether his attack had been successfully completed. Despite the losses suffered during Operation Source, the immediate threat posed by Tirpitz to Russian and Atlantic convoys was at an end, and the loss of 9 lives was considered a regrettable but small price to pay to keep the dangerous battleship out of action. As far as Australian Lieutenant Max Sheen was concerned, the raid had been entirely successful. The great ship, seriously damaged, never took part in the war as a fighting unit again. The cost to us, apart from lives lost in training, was 9 men killed, 6 taken prisoner, and the loss of all 6 submarines. In the final count, such cost was negligible. Many valuable lessons had been learned both in the field of tactics and concerning design and equipment of new classes of craft. Above all, the hitting of Tirpitz sent the morale of X-craft crews sky high. Aerial reconnaissance photographs taken after the attack showed the Tirpitz surrounded by a mantle of thick oil, which covered the fjord and extended for more than 2 miles from her berth. They also showed a number of small, unidentified craft alongside the battleship, possibly repair ships or ships providing power and light. The later consensus was that the hoped-for coup de grace had not been delivered, and the damage, while severe, was repairable. In fact, it would remain out of service for the next 7 months. Other means of sinking the Tirpitz had to be explored, especially as the Royal Navy attack had resulted in the strengthening of underwater defences around the Tirpitz, leaving the RAF and its bomber squadrons as the only viable option. The wreckage of X5 submarine was never located, despite several intensive searches over the decades. There were hopes that 21-year-old Henty Creer and his crew of 3 had laid the charges before their craft was sunk, in which case he too might have been awarded a belated Victoria Cross. The claim was brought before the British Admiralty for investigation, but was eventually dismissed for lack of conclusive evidence. Henty Creer was the only one of the 5 Australians not to survive the raid. Brian McFarlane and William Marsden died on the 7th of February 1944 while in training for another X-craft operation. Ken Hudspeth and Max Sheen would both survive the war with the rank of Lieutenant Commander. Hudspeth died in Hobart on the 3rd of December 2000, and Sheen, who received the DSO and bar for his participation in the Tirpitz raid and a later operation, died in Currumbin, Queensland on the 15th of June 2009. Subsequent minimally effective naval air assaults launched from fleet carriers between April and August 1944 had demonstrated that the moment an attack alert was sounded, thick smoke belched from a pipeline around the shore and hundreds of smoke pots were ignited. The resultant smoke would completely blanket the entire fjord within 10 minutes, effectively concealing the battleship from any airborne assault. The first major hurdle facing an airborne assault was the inescapable fact that Carr Fjord was well out of return range of the Lancasters, especially as they would be carrying tallboy bombs. In order to increase the number of attacking aircraft, it was finally decided that both 617 and 9 Squadron would combine for this operation. 9 Squadron was the oldest dedicated bomber squadron in the Royal Air Force, first formed in December 1914. The aircraft would fly out of Scotland to a base in Yagodnik, an island airfield in northern Russia, refuel, and carry out the attack from the field on a 1,200-mile round trip. The raid was given the code Operation Paravine. Cochrane and Tate estimated that a landward approach would give the German defenders a maximum 7 minutes warning of the approaching bombers, and they had to gamble on a 3-minute gap in which to deliver a telling blow on the ship. This 3-minute window of opportunity would involve something like 27 hours of flying, including the 2 transit stops and the trip from Yagodnik to Carr Fjord. The crews from 617 and 9 squadrons gathered together at Woodhall Spa to receive a preliminary briefing, and it was here that many of them got to meet for the first time the renowned Barnes Wallis, who had invented the tallboy that they would carry. On the 10th of September, the assault force, consisting of 33 aircraft from the 2 squadrons, took off in 2 waves from the Woodhall base for the daunting 12-hour flight up to Russia. 2 Liberators carrying spare parts and ground crew also took off and accompanied them on their flight. The Lancasters were a ton overweight with petrol and bombs, and 1 aircraft from 9 Squadron soon had to return with engine trouble. The rest carried on, with each aircraft's navigator individually responsible for getting them to Lossiemouth and Yagodnik. After refuelling at Lossiemouth, the Liberators and Lancasters took to the skies again. The flight plan for the route was a particularly low one, just 300 feet, once the aircraft had left northwest in the Outer Hebrides until the easterly turn into Norway. Then a climb to 6,000 feet had to be calculated at the last possible moment to enable the aircraft to be at a safe height when crossing the mountainous Norwegian coast. The pilots were milking every possible advantage from the low approach beneath the assumed radar cover, although they had been assured that there was a gap in the German radar defences in the landfall area. They would fly across Sweden and the Gulf of Bothnia, maintaining height, and then drop to 2,000 feet or so across flat landscape for the remainder of the journey. The weather en route was quite reasonable, with adequate pinpoints on the Gulf of Bothnia for those alert enough to spot them. Navigator Tom Bennett picks up the story. Most of the experienced crews varied the route to strike the White Sea with its distinctive conformation readily affording an accurate pinpoint. This area was cloud and squall-free, and for our part we sighted the log cabin city of Archangel, actual name Arkhangelsk, and climbed to 1,000 feet for the run to Yagodnik. We found ourselves immersed in cloud as we approached the airfield, and even at 300 feet we were in and out of cloud and catching sight of other Lancs looking for Yagodnik. We soared to 1,000 feet and hit a reciprocal track back to Archangel, which was still clear. Then we went down the River Dwina at something like 100 feet, as soon as we were positioned correctly for the airfield. Several aircraft, however, had missed the grass landing strip at Yagodnik, and the pilots decided to put down before running out of fuel. It was raining heavily at Yagodnik, and 4 Lancasters from 9 Squadron were inextricably stuck in the marshy ground. When the weather cleared, Nick Nillens and Tony Iverson took off from Lossiemouth and successfully landed at the Russian base. Meanwhile, Bill Carey's aircraft had been hit by some flak while flying across Finland, and his mid-upper gunner Alex Sharp gave the following account. We were flying at a height of about 1,400 feet. The flight was quite normal all the way across the North Sea, Norway and parts of Sweden, until we flew over Finland when we came under heavy and light flak. Evasive action was taken. I opened up on where the tracer was coming from, and the rear gunner, Jerry Withrick, also had a go at them. In the meantime, we were hit several times. Carey's Lancaster landed safely at Jagodnik, but despite being patched up by the ground crew, it could not be fully repaired in time for the raid, and his tall boy was transferred to Tony Iverson's aircraft. Iverson had jettisoned their experimental Johnny Walker diving bombs before making his emergency landing. These 6-foot bombs carried a main charge of around 100 pounds of Torpex aluminium in a shaped charge with a hydrogen gas generation system. The idea was to form a massive hydrogen bubble that would lift a warship and theoretically snap it in two. However, they would prove to be totally ineffective against the Tirpitz, inflicting no damage at all, and were never used again. Ian Ross, in EE-131B, was one of the 617 pilots who suffered the ignominy of crash landing his aircraft in a muddy field, as related by Alf Jackson, a navigation officer who had just joined the squadron with another Australian pilot, Flying Officer Phil Martin from Perth. My first operation with 617 was with an Australian pilot, Ian Ross, whose navigator went sick on the day of the op. About 2 p.m, Phil asked if I wanted to go to Russia, and by 7 p.m, I was airborne after changing aircraft 3 times trying to find a good one. Having lost bits of my nav gear in the process, we set course for Jagodnik. Like a few others, we arrived in the area in the early hours to find fog and rain, but no airfield. Searching around for over an hour and a half and running out of petrol. We tried to land on a wooden road, but the Russian people just stood and looked at us and waved, appearing very pleased to see us. The skipper and I held a quick meeting and decided to land wheels up in what appeared to be a nice, long, soft piece of land. It turned out to be a marshy strip alongside a railway into Molotovsk. On impact, the tall boy left the aircraft and ploughed a furrow about 100 yards long ahead of us. And when Ian and I got out, we faced 6 Russian soldiers with machine guns, one of whom was kicking the nose of our bomb and another trying to steal the bomb sight. A packet of English cigarettes put things right, and we were taken to an in-tourist hotel till Mr. Tate found out where we were. In a couple of days we were taken by boat downriver to Archangel, and then to the airfield where we were billeted in underground cabins to await transport home as passengers. According to 617 Squadron Association's Spring 2020 newsletter on the 75th anniversary of the sinking of the Tirpitz, low on fuel, only 13 Lancasters landed at Jagodnik. 5 landed at Kegestrov airfield on another island in the Dvina River, nearer to Archangel, while the rest were scattered around in fields and marshes. Miraculously, nobody was hurt, but 4 9 Squadron Lancasters and 2 from 617 Squadron were written off, while the remainder repositioned to Jagodnik as the weather improved. Eventually, 31 Lancasters assembled at Jagodnik, where Soviet engineers eagerly completed repairs, using cannibalised parts from the written-off aircraft. The crews now found themselves stuck at Jagodnik, the raid delayed due to heavy rain. Fortunately, this gave the ground crews time to conduct some much-needed repairs and maintenance on the serviceable Lancasters. Willie Tate thoroughly briefed his crews while the aircraft were being readied. Because their aircraft could not be repaired in time, Bill Carey's crew was split up and would be carried as guests on other aircraft. Refuelling was a laboriously slow process involving the use of hand pumps and 44-gallon drums of petrol. On the 15th of September, after a further day's delay due to poor weather, 17 Lancasters from 617 Squadron and 10 from 9 Squadron took to the skies on Operation Paravine, beginning a 4-hour flight to Alten Fjord. The total bombs load comprised 21 tall boys and 6 Johnny Walker mines. A special film unit Lancaster from 463 Squadron had accompanied them to Yagodnik and would also fly to Norway in order to record the attack on film. The pilot of this modified aircraft was Flight Lieutenant Bruce Buckham from Penshurst in New South Wales. His crew comprised 4 men, also from New South Wales. Flying Officer Robert Board, navigator from Rose Bay. Flight Sergeant Lionel Manning, bomb aimer from Nelson Bay. Flying Officer Eric Gishk, mid-upper gunner of Henty. And Flying Officer Dick Proctor, rear gunner from Sydney. The trip up to Carr Fjord was made on a surprisingly clear and crisp sunny day, and as they approached the fjord, the pilots climbed quickly to their bombing heights. Unfortunately, radio operators on the Tirpitz detected the approaching force, and the smokescreen was quickly employed, effectively veiling the bomb aimer's view. Despite the dense cover and flak being fired from the ground and battleship, Tate and most of the other aircraft dropped their tall boys from 11,000 feet, but with little hope of success in the blanket of thick smoke. 5617 pilots did not release their bombs because the smokescreen prevented an accurate target run with the Stabilised Automatic Bomb Sight, SABS. Navigator Tom Bennett recalls that his crew scrutinised the area as they flew round, observing what was happening below. The battleship continued to spit ack-ack into the air and her muzzle flashes were very conspicuous in the smokescreen. I would have thought it better policy to have lain doggo and leave the flak to the 97 guns positioned around the fjord. Anyway, Roy Woods, our Canadian bomb aimer, and the squadron bombing leader at the time, sussed up the situation, and we carried out quite a long bombing run, during which time Tirpitz continued to fire repeatedly. Roy selected a spot just to port of the muzzle flashes and aimed his tall boy carefully. Of course, we did not see any firm result. The disappointed crews returned to Yagodnik and later flew back to base in a disconsolate mood. The exhausted pilots flew across Russia and Finland, through the Skagerrak, then across the North Sea at just 1,000 feet altitude, once again with no navigational assistance. After this, they gained some altitude for the remainder of the flight back to base. Bob Barry recalls that the trip back to base was a fairly routine flight. Returning from Tromsø after the Tirpitz trip was pretty damn boring once we were out of possible range of fighters. We kept a constant lookout for those dreaded flying gunships, the Fokker-Wulf Condors, but apart from that, life became pure tedium. The purists would have been horrified if they could have seen inside our aircraft. Vic Johnson, the engineer, Ernie Weaver and Jack Sayers, the bomb aimer and pilot, were popping away with Smith & Wesson six-shooters at startled petrels and albatrosses. The birds were fairly safe from these inexpert marksmen, but the North Atlantic was subjected to a terrible pounding. It was generally felt that the whole mission was 617's first failure for quite a long time. Compounding the keen disappointment of the crews, Flying Officer Frank Levi's aircraft had struck a mountaintop in south-central Norway on the return flight, which was almost in a direct line from Yagodnik to Woodhall Spa. The entire crew of 10 was lost. The airmen were not to know for some time that the raid had actually been relatively successful. In fact, the full extent of the damage was not known until German records were examined after the war. 1 direct hit and 2 near misses had left the engines on the Tirpitz severely damaged. This effectively finished her off as a warship, and the once mighty ship was eventually sent to a shallow berth in Tromsø Fjord, where a sandbar was built up around the crippled battleship to prevent it from toppling over if any further damage was sustained. Her lowly job now was to act as a static coastal defence battery, protecting Germany's Norwegian flank. On the 23rd of September, the squadron regrouped and returned to an old target, the Dortmund-Ems Canal. Their bombs shattered the canal's embankment, and the waterway remained unusable for the remainder of the war. Despite the loss of Flight Lieutenant Jeff Stout's aircraft on the raid, in which the pilot and 2 crew members were killed, the men felt a little better after what they thought had been an abject failure to hit the Tirpitz. Meanwhile, Back at Altenfjord, a reconnaissance aircraft discovered that the Tirpitz had mysteriously vanished. Chapter 5. Kems Barrage. As disappointment over what was perceived as a failed raid on the Tirpitz began to fade for the airmen, a new objective fell firmly in the sights of HQ-5 Group Bomber Command. The planned destruction of this target raised frightening comparison with the DAM's mission, for which the squadron had originally been formed, and once again 617 Squadron was chosen to be the agent of destruction. The target this time was a dam on the Kems Canal in Alsace, situated 6 miles northwest of the Swiss town of Basel. Huge sluice gates in the dam controlled the flow of the Rhine between Switzerland and Germany. American commanders feared that the Germans, in a desperate attempt to halt the rapid advance of US ground forces, might dynamite the dam gates and drown the assault forces as they crossed the Rhine, or alternatively separate the infantry vanguard from the main task force with the resultant surge of water. The 9th US Air Force wanted the dam, known as the Kems Barrage, destroyed well before American troops on the right flank reached the Rhine at Strasbourg, to prevent a catastrophic situation which would not only prove costly in lives, but could well put the brakes on the momentum of the sweep into Germany. Air Vice Marshal Ralph Cochrane was given the unenviable task of studying the operational ramifications of an airborne attack on the Kems Barrage. He considered but quickly dismissed the idea of a bouncing bomb raid similar to that on the mighty Ruhr dams the year before. The specially modified Lancasters used on that occasion had long since been reconverted to standard bomber configuration, and the circumstances of this raid were quite different from those encountered earlier. The logical bomb to use was Barnes-Wallace's Tallboy, dropped with such accuracy that it penetrated the water cleanly at a flat angle without bouncing, and nestled against the upstream dam wall. To achieve this kind of pinpoint accuracy, it would be necessary to order a dangerous daylight raid over enemy territory. Cochrane knew only too well the appalling losses suffered by Bomber Command in mounting such daylight raids, where easily visible bombers were at the mercy of marauding fighters and ground gunners. He felt, however, that a high-flying diversionary bomber force might take some of the initial flak away from a low-level attack swooping in from the opposite direction. The final plan was set down for the 6th of October 1944 and required a force of 13 aircraft from 617 Squadron. 7 Lancasters would fly in from west of the target, carrying tallboys with fuses set for a 5-second delay after impact. As these aircraft drew anticipated flak from the dam defences, a second group would roar in hard, fast and level at a set speed from the east to drop their own tallboys. These bombs would be fitted with a 30-minute delayed action fuse to enable the bomb to settle on the bottom of the canal by the dam wall before the DA fuse caused it to detonate. The difficulty from a pilot's point of view was the sharp turn onto the river downstream from Basel and flying along the centre of the river for 4 miles at the correct height and speed. It was further arranged that 3 squadrons of Mustang fighters, 24 aircraft in all, would cover them and provide some protection. 8 would fly at high altitude, 8 at medium altitude, and 8 at low altitude would attack ground defences to try and divert some more attention away from the low-level force of Lancasters. Willie Tate, as squadron commander, would lead the low-level flight. The other 5 aircraft with him were to be flown by Flying Officer John Sanders, DFC, Flight Lieutenant Christopher Kit Howard, Squadron Leader John Cockshott, DFC, Squadron Leader Drew Duke Wyness, and Flying Officer Phil Martin. Squadron Leader Jerry Falk, DFC, would lead the 7 high-level Lancasters. The other pilots with him were Flying Officer Freddie Watts, Flying Officer Arthur Joppy Joplin, Flight Lieutenant Jack Sayers, Flying Officer Paddy Gingles, Squadron Leader Tony Iverson, and Pilot Officer Jimmy Castagnola. The men were told they would be escorted and protected to some degree by the 3 Mustang squadrons: 315 Polish Squadron, 129 Squadron, and 306 Polish Squadron. Once again, the crews knew they were in for an extremely dangerous mission, but they began preparations with a quiet calm. The indomitable Mickey Martin had transferred out of 617 Squadron some time back, but now another Australian pilot bearing the same illustrious surname had made the journey to Woodhall Spa to join the squadron. Philip Herbert Martin was born in Gosnells, Western Australia, on the 19th of June 1923, the youngest of 3 children to Perth orchidist Herbert Martin and his wife Ruby. From an early age he had been aeroplane mad. Like other patriotic youngsters during the war years, he could barely contain himself until he was old enough to sign up for overseas service. By this time he had already met his future wife, Mavis Fuller, and was working as a geological department clerk. The very day he turned 18, he proudly put his signature on a form at the Perth RAAF Recruiting Centre in St George's Terrace and was formally welcomed into his nation's Air Force. 4 years later, on his way home from England, a second tour of duty behind him and with a brace of DFCs, the easygoing youth had undergone a dramatic but not uncommon change. Like so many others who had fought the war from the air, he was now a tired, disillusioned and bitter adult, old and experienced well beyond his 22 years. Gone was the burning gut fire of a proud teenager, to be replaced by a sombre and unforgiving maturity born of battle, created in witnessing the often horrifying deaths of friends and fellows his own age, and compounded by the unrelenting vicissitudes of war, the responsibility of command, as well as the seeming indifference and what he calls the bloody-mindedness of the RAAF chiefs back in Australia. But this was still many years away, as the lanky Western Australian was finally called up for training. After completing his training on such aircraft as the Tiger Moth and Avro Anson, Flight Sergeant Martin learned to fly the twin-engine Wellington bomber and then the 4-engine Stirling. One of his training pilots on Wellingtons at No. 17 OTU in Silverstone was Kit Howard, with whom he would later fly in 617. After completing operational training, Martin was commissioned and in January 1944 posted to 61 Squadron based at Skellingthorpe, Lincolnshire. At this crucial stage of the war, missions came quickly for Martin and his crew, and they finished their first tour of operations in August, having rapidly completed 30 sorties over such targets as Stettin, Stuttgart and Cayenne. Such was the expertise and operational soundness of the crew that a call soon came through asking if they would volunteer for special duties with the renowned Dambusters squadron. Phil Martin says that the choice was not just his to give. It was a volunteer squadron, he emphasised, and the decision to join had to be made by the whole crew. They had to agree, otherwise I would have turned it down. But to a man they all said, yes, let's do it. Martin and his crew left Skellingthorpe and joined their new squadron at Woodhall Spa. Arriving too late to fly as a crew to Russia for the first attack on the Tirpitz, they were allocated singly to assist and observe other aircraft. Their first initiation as a crew occurred on the 29th of September, carrying a 12,000-pound tall boy to the Dortmund-Ems Canal in Germany. On the 1st of October, Martin and his crew began training for the Kems Barrage low-level operation, flying Lancaster DV-380 around Lincolnshire on cross-country training flights. Many of these took them over Wainfleet Sands at an altitude of just 500 feet, although they were advised that the bombing range bore no resemblance to their actual target. Tommy Treblecock from County Durham in England was the rear gunner on Martin's crew, and he remembered going straight into low-level training as soon as they joined the squadron at Woodhall Spa. 617 Squadron was detailed for a number of low-level bombing exercises as well as ground-firing exercises, so we knew we had to attack a target from low level in the near future. In practice, our bomb aimer Don Day could hit a matchstick every time from 600 feet and won every sweepstake which was organised amongst the air bombers. I also enjoyed shooting up targets on the ground. 2 days later, they broke from their training and joined 9 other Lancasters from 617 on a sortie, carrying tall boys as part of a 247 aircraft raid on the Westkapelle Dike in Holland. On this occasion, the smaller bombs did the job, so the precious tall boys were not needed and were flown back to base in the bomb bays ready to be used another day. The crew switched to Lancaster PB415O Orange and resumed their low-level flying rehearsals over the English countryside. Phil Martin's bomb aimer was the ebullient Don Day, a cocky but highly efficient and steady young man from Essex, who later immigrated to Australia and bought a house a couple of miles from his wartime skipper. Day had undergone pilot training himself, but instead became a bomb aimer with 617 Squadron. He finished the war with a fine reputation as one of the most accomplished air bombers in Bomber Command. He modestly pointed out that he was simply a part of an extremely efficient and well-coordinated crew. When we were at Woodhall Spa, we held the high-level and low-level bombing records during the entire time we were there. You can't do that unless your navigator is absolutely tops and can give you the wind speed and direction and so forth. The only other critical point is that you must know the height of the target above sea level so that you can set the correct drift angle on your bomb sight. To do all of this, your pilot must fly absolutely spot on, and that's very, very difficult. A jink or a lurch of the aircraft could throw the bomb off by up to 300 feet or more. We had a bit of a pact on our aircraft: no smoking and no idle chatter. Phil had a system where every half hour he would call up every member of the crew and ask how they were going and what was going on. Cutting out all unnecessary talk paid off for us on at least 2 occasions. Once, when we were flying over the Firth of Forth, we were very nearly collected by a Beaufighter doing a steep turn. I just had time to yell "dive," and Phil reacted instantaneously. We just missed him. Neither Phil nor the other pilot had seen the other aircraft. It happened at least one more time when we were coming back from a V-bomb site. Phil once again reacted instantly, and the oncoming plane just clipped our aerial. The lesson was there. We just cut out all idle chatter and only talked if we had something important to say. George Lovett, who was born in the Sydney suburb of Croydon in 1924, served as the crew's wireless operator. He described a little of his function on the aircraft. Under Phil's leadership, we had developed the utmost confidence in each other and, I believe, into a reasonably effective unit. Phil was a caring captain and would not hesitate to stand up for any member of his crew when required. His ability as a pilot was undoubted, and he was superbly backed up by our navigator and bomb aimer in getting to and bombing our targets, as shown in excellent photographic records taken over the targets by our camera. The engineer nursed our engines as if they were his own, and the gunners never failed to give Phil sufficient notice to take evasive action when necessary. As electronic navigation aids progressively improved as the war proceeded, radio facilities available to the navigator through his wireless operator were less and less required. As a consequence, a radio silence had to be maintained during missions, except in cases of emergency such as SOS signals and signals emitted in the hope of rescue parties being able to obtain a fix when ditching. The role of the wireless operator under normal circumstances became a listening brief for incoming signals from base in England. The wireless operator was therefore normally cut off from the general intercom of the plane and was not aware of happenings going on around him. In addition, on night missions, the small window beside his position was covered to prevent light escaping from the plane, thus also preventing any visual knowledge. This created a situation where he had to guard against letting his mind wander on the dire consequences that could befall a raiding aircraft. The Chems raid, originally slated for the 6th of October, was postponed for 24 hours due to inclement weather, The following day, the crews filed into the briefing room where Willie Tate, in concise terms, laid out the plan of attack. The 13 Lancasters were to fly in formation until the force split. The 7 attacking from high level would climb quickly to bombing altitude, while those on the lower level run would fly a triangular dogleg in staggered pairs to enable those above to carry out their diversionary attack. Having turned onto the river just below the Swiss town of Basel, the 6 low-level Lancasters would then fly downriver. Tate emphasised that gunners on the low-level aircraft were to heavily engage the expected opposition on the bank they were facing as they ran in on their 2 abreast formation. He had a stern warning. There would be a heavily defended powerhouse just to the northwest of the target, and it was to be avoided at all costs. A reconnaissance Mosquito from 627 Squadron was to follow later, operated by Flight Lieutenants Ian Hanlon and Ken Tice. They were assigned to take photographs showing the results of the delay bomb explosions, set for 30 minutes after impact. All practice bombing had been carried out at 500 feet, but at a briefing held on the 6th of October, Barnes-Wallace predicted that the bombs might bounce if dropped from less than 600 feet, so this slightly higher altitude was then agreed on for the operation. 12 of the Lancasters took off after lunch into a light haze. However, the weather over most of Europe was forecast as fine and sunny. They picked up their fighter escort at 4,000 feet above a cloud bank over Marston. Alf Jackson, Martin's navigator, recalls the trip across Europe. Setting course on the day was uneventful, quite a pleasant trip, bang on course as usual. I remember clearly, as we ambled along quite low down, seeing a farmer and his cows, each with a bell around his neck, crossing a bridge. I had never seen cows with bells on, only in books. Quite a peaceful scene, soon to be forgotten in the next few minutes. Flying Officer Freddie Watts left a little later than the others, having suffered a mechanical delay, and in his haste to catch up, unintentionally strayed across the clearly marked Swiss border. Swiss gunners immediately opened up on his aircraft and damaged his outer starboard engine, but he resolutely carried on to the target. Ahead of him, the formation had seen Basel pass to their starboard and had split into the 2 forces. The dam defences were relatively light, but just as Tate had forewarned, there was much heavier flak issuing from the power station on the run-up. As Jack Sayers opened his bomb doors, their tall boy simply dropped out, an unhappy electrical failure. According to the 617 operations book, which records the bombing times as registered by the navigators, Freddie Watts dropped the first tall boy from the higher level force at 16:45 hours, followed in rapid succession by Castagnola, Iverson and Joplin, whose tall boy fell at 16:49 hours. Castagnola's bomb appeared to be a direct hit on the banks of the Kems barrage. Tate now flew in from the east at 600 feet, steadying at the designated height and speed above the river. Ahead, there were explosions and vast eruptions of water as the high-level tall boys detonated, but Tate concentrated all his attention on his height and speed. The gunners on the parapets of the dam were now throwing everything at Fawkes formation, all but 2 of which had dropped their bombs. Tate's Lancaster EE-146 came roaring in, and his bomb aimer Walter Danny Daniel bent down over the recently fitted bomb sight. The bomb sights had been seconded from Coastal Command expressly for the 6 low-level Lancasters and were designed for attacking E-boats from low altitude. The sight showed a graticule moving towards the target. When the graticule stopped momentarily, the bomb aimer pushed his bomb release. Also fitted was an electronic low-level altimeter, which worked on a pulse bounced back from the water. Things had certainly advanced since the days of the Ruhr Dams raid, when beveled spotlights and wooden handheld sights had been used. Tate's run-in was relatively trouble-free. Only a little of the white-hot flak came their way. Danny Daniel released their bomb cleanly at 16:51 hours, and as they roared over the dam wall under full throttle, their bomb sliced into the water, right on target by the right-hand sluice gate. As Tate swung out and began circling the target area, his rear gunner Jimmy Chapman pointed out that very heavy flak was bursting all around them. Tate, suddenly remembering his own warning at the crew briefing, sheepishly responded, "Oh, we must be over the power station." Drew Winus followed Tate on his run-in. By this time, the German gunners had been alerted. They now swung their guns around and were blazing away at the approaching aircraft. Winus simply had no chance. The flak at this low level was devastating, with shells and bullets slamming into the oncoming Lancaster. The aircraft began to belch smoke and burst into flames before reaching the drop point. Their tall boy was released prematurely as the doomed aircraft shot over the dam wall and vanished into the valley beyond. An eyewitness, fishing on a lake below the dam, stated that Winus's blazing aircraft hit some high-tension wires before going in, but this has never been confirmed. Phil Martin had originally been slated to accompany Tate on that first run, but Winus was chosen to be Tate's flankman. Such were the ironies and fortunes of war. Kid Howard was the next pilot in, and he defiantly raced over the water. All around the barrage, Mustang fighters were blazing away at the defences in the forlorn hope of trying to distract the gunners, but the Germans chose to ignore them. They had tasted success, and at such low altitudes the heavily burdened Lancasters were more vulnerable, presenting easy targets as they flew in straight and level. Kid Howard bore down on the dam, with Phil Martin following into what Bob Barry later described as the most frightening barrage of light and medium flak that we have ever seen during the war. Also in Martin's aircraft, bomb aimer Don Day was finding it impossible to get a good sight. The aircraft was jinking about violently in the turbulence from Howard's Lancaster and the flak bursts around them. Realising he could not drop the bomb with any degree of accuracy, he reluctantly cried out, "Go round again!" Martin immediately pulled out and banked hard to starboard. At the same time, Kit Howard called over the RT that he too was going to make another run, and his aircraft also veered off to starboard. John Cockshott was next in the battle order, and he managed to evade the flak long enough to drop his bomb at 16:54 hours, but he had been thrown about in the slipstream turbulence, and his tall boy fell wide of the target. John Sanders was coming in behind and to the right of Cockshott, and he managed to drop another tall boy into the dam's water. The German gunners on the Kems Dam, particularly on the heavily defended east side, now watched as the two bomb-laden Lancasters of Howard and Martin performed a sweeping turn to starboard and came around again on the original attack course, veering sharply onto their low-level run more than 3 miles out. The two aircraft came charging at them as hard and fast as they could, Howard leading Martin in. This time, the gunners checked their cannons and waited, despite continual harassment from the Mustang fighters and the rear gunners of other circling aircraft. It is not known if Kit Howard even realised that Phil Martin's aircraft was accompanying him, as he didn't wait for Martin to pick up formation, but went straight in at full throttle. He was flying directly ahead of the second Lancaster, slightly higher and about 400 yards in front. The Germans, fully alert to the low-level attack, were determined to shoot down the two approaching Lancasters, and were prepared to be very, very accurate. The crew members of the other aircraft circling above could only watch in anguished silence, knowing full well the enormity of what the two pilots faced as they flew into the teeth of an intense and deadly barrage. They watched with admiration, but helplessly, as Howard's and Martin's Lancasters hurtled along over the chopped-up water. The scene, while dramatic, gave the appearance of being only half real as the two aircraft kept disappearing into patches of smoke. The flak was as heavy as ever. The Mustangs were still darting around trying to quieten the deadly guns, and Martin's gunners were firing streams of tracer back at the enemy. Suddenly, the onlookers witnessed what they'd prayed would not happen, as the starboard wing on Kit Howard's Lancaster became engulfed in bright, raging flames that quickly trailed out wildly behind the aircraft. A few moments later, the blazing wings sheared off the fuselage, and the aircraft slowly veered off before crashing into a forest just beyond the bank of the river. Despite this, Don Day states that Phil Martin never faltered. I heard the bomb aimer report that the flak was very heavy, unusual for him as he normally concentrated on his bombing run. I searched the sky for enemy aircraft, but there were none to be seen, so I turned my gun turret to see the flak. It was a sight I will never forget. Shells were bursting everywhere. I cocked my guns when I heard our skipper say, "Hold it, Kit. I'll go in with you." We were about 2 miles from the dam, and I had to attend to my attack. As I bent over the bomb site, Kit Howard, who had been flying straight and level for some seconds, as I thought to give his bomber a chance of hitting the target, began to curve away to starboard, being raked by cannon fire the whole time. Then, in a moment or two, the following occurred. A Mustang appeared at an angle of 45 degrees to our course, firing towards ground and passing under us. A moment more, and I released the bomb. The aircraft lifted with the release of weight, at the same time shuddering to a number of explosions. Don Day is emphatic that the intervention of the Mustang pilots saved their lives that night by distracting the fire of the gunners that had brought down Howard's aircraft. Tommy Treblecock was the rear gunner of Martin's crew, and he too vividly recalled the events as they unfolded. We had started our bombing run when the bomb aimer and the skipper reported that Kit Howard had been hit and was going down. I then saw Kit Howard's aircraft exploding in a wood. This made me very angry. I opened up my guns at the defences and gave them everything I had. I can remember seeing the tracer bullets going into the defences with men running about. It was a relief when I heard the bomb aimer say, "Bomb gone." Just then there was the noise of an explosion, and our aircraft gave a violent shudder. I reported that I thought we'd been hit. The captain, although struggling with the aircraft, called to every member of his crew. Flak was pretty intense, Martin later recalled, and as I was making my second run we were hit on the starboard elevator by a 20mm cannon shell. The explosion threw our nose up, and we almost stood on our tail. It rather spoilt my bombardier's aim for the moment, but all the same he managed to get his bombs into the target area. With the release of the 12,000-pound bomb, and as the wall of the dam loomed closer, Martin's Lancaster, its mighty Merlin engine screaming in defiance, dived into the valley beyond the dam at incredible speed, and then climbed away to safety. Don Day continues. My last glimpse of the target gave me the impression that the bomb was aimed slightly left of centre. Phil's attacking speed was higher than our planned attack. The bomb may thus have gone over the top of the sluice gates. I just do not know for sure. At all events, we were out of control doing a wide turn to starboard. Phil was using his engine to control turns as the rudders were damaged. In a few seconds we were weaving through a balloon barrage. I remember our mid-upper gunner Harold Mayo shouting, "Balloons! Can I have a go at them, Skip?" And Phil saying, "No, they're Swiss." There was a good deal of tracer flying about. I don't think the Swiss were really trying to hit us. Then we were roaring across a whole lot of red roofs with people everywhere staring up at us. We missed the balloon cables. As their battered Lancaster headed for home, Phil Martin spoke to his engineer, Jack Blagborough, over the intercom. As Blagborough tells it, their problems were far from over. Phil said he was getting no response with the rudder. I went to the rear of the plane and found where the rudder wire had been cut by flak. I got the fire axe and wrapped the rudder wire around it. I connected up the intercom and told Phil what I had done. He would tell me port or starboard, and I did what I could till we got away from the target. After Martin had wheeled away from the target area, the two high-level aircraft that still had their tall boys, those of Paddy Gingles and Jerry Falk, released their bombs from high altitude. Tate did not need to risk any further low-level stuff. He knew that Danny Daniel had put a delay bomb into an effective position by the left-hand sluice gate. From the first bomb to the last, the entire assault lasted only 20 minutes. Some recent research on the Thames Barrage raid has revealed that a tall boy was in fact recovered intact from the dike at the side of the barrage and was defused by the Germans. Current reasoning is that it was from Kit Howard's aircraft, jettisoned as the doomed aircraft veered off and falling into the dike on a flat trajectory without detonating. Following the operation, as the Lancasters and their fighter escort turned for home, the photographic reconnaissance Mosquito from 627 Squadron arrived and flew overhead waiting for the 30-minute delay fuses to explode the low-level tall boys. Soon after, Tate's bomb erupted and the left sluice gate was ripped apart. The level of the water upstream dropped dramatically and the objective of the raid had been realised. However, a high price had been paid. Of the 6 low-level aircraft, 2 had been destroyed, and the crews of Wyness and Howard, 16 men in all, had been lost. As Jack Sayers recalls, even the trip back was not without incident. On the way home, low down we saw some German soldiers on bicycles, so I let the gunners loose on them, including Ernie Weaver in the front turret. We did get down fairly low when we did this. We also flew around the War Memorial at Villers-Bretonneux to the delight of some French farm workers, who had obviously spotted the kangaroo motif on our Lancaster. After we'd arrived back and were inspecting the aircraft, I remember Vic Johnson coming up to me with a small tree branch he'd found jammed somewhere and saying, "I think this is yours." When Phil Martin finally landed back at Woodhall Spa, he taxied over to the dispersal area, where the crew clamoured out to inspect the ruins of their tail assembly. All of them were wondering how their tail gunner Tommy Treblecock had managed to survive. Tommy, however, recalls being more interested in the fact that he only had a few more rounds of ammunition left, which would have proved disastrous had they encountered any fighters. Altogether they had sustained a total of 106 holes in their aircraft. The ground crews, to their credit, hardly turned a hair, and soon had the Lancaster ready to fly again. For their stoic heroism under fire, 5 squadron crew members received an immediate DFC. For Phil Martin, it was the first of 2 he would ultimately receive. 2 other pilots, Squadron Leader Cockshot and Flying Officer Sanders, received bars to their previous DFCs, while Danny Daniel and Mike Vaughan from Tate's crew were also proud recipients. As far as Phil Martin's DFC was concerned, there was quite a measure of confusion. He had been recommended for a non-immediate DFC for his service on 6-1 Squadron. Then he was recommended for an immediate bar to the DFC for his exemplary participation on the Thames Barrage. However, in the administrative jungle into which award recommendations were plunged, the immediate award was progressed before the non-immediate, so that the award for his Thames effort became a DFC, and the much earlier 6-1 Squadron award was gazetted as a bar to the DFC. Such things were not meant to happen, but in Martin's case they did. Bob Barry, the rear gunner on Jack Sayers' crew, had witnessed the entire raid. He feels that the crashing of Kit's aircraft and its explosion, the bursting flak shells all over the area, the dust and debris which was floating everywhere, and the general confusion gave Phil Martin and his crew the only slim, very slim chance they had of completing the run and dropping their bomb. Willie Tate also offered his reflections on the raid. About 3 years ago, I was the guest of the Aviation Society of Alsace and flew the course to the Thames Dam in a very manoeuvrable little aeroplane and found it quite tricky. So I reckoned I must have been pretty adept to kick that old lank into the right place, speed and height. Looking back, I think the whole plan was too complicated. The high-level force did not divert the flak, it alerted them. Likewise the fighters. It would have been better to have 2 or 4 aeroplanes on the low level and nothing else. We would have probably slipped in without anyone being alerted. Chapter 6. Sink the Tirpitz. 6 weeks after the first, seemingly unsuccessful raid on the Tirpitz, planning for a second assault on the massive battleship, euphemistically known as the Lone Queen of the North, was underway. A little over a month after the first attempt to sink the ship, a recce aircraft had sent an urgent transmission from Tromsø in northern Norway. "Tirpitz in Tromsø this afternoon," it said. Big hole in forward deck. The crippled battleship had made a slow passage southwest, sometimes under its own power, at other times assisted by tugs. From the British point of view, and not knowing that the ship was actually close to irreparable following the previous raid, it meant that the Tirpitz was now 200 miles closer to the United Kingdom. Consequently, it was within range of the Lossiemouth base in northern Scotland and Cochrane's Lancasters. Once planning for a second air raid, this time under the code name Operation Obviate, got underway, certain modifications were made to the Lancaster bombers from 6, 7 and 9 squadrons that would take part. More powerful Merlin 24 engines were installed. The mid-upper gunner's turrets and the pilot's armour plating were removed, while overload fuel tanks from Wellington bombers and a Mosquito drop tank were inserted into the fuselages. On the 29th of October, 38 Lancasters from the 2 squadrons took off for Scotland and landed at either the Lossiemouth base or the 2 offshoot bases of Kinross to the west and Milltown to the east. Here they refuelled and set off for the flight to Tromsø. For most crews, it was a relatively uneventful flight, but for Bob Barry, the rear gunner on Jack Sayers' aircraft, the night could have ended very differently. We had flown individually through the black northern night and were scheduled to rendezvous just before dawn. To the east of us, the daylight struggled through the darkness, making an eerie break to the day. I was very alert in the turret, as we'd been warned of 2 fighter squadrons stationed not far from the target, and in any case we were very conscious of the fact that we must do all we could to avoid giving away our presence to the enemy, and with it, the obvious reason for being there. Suddenly, peering into the lighter part of the sky to the east, I jolted upright and prepared to fire. From just forward of the starboard beam, and flying on an exact reciprocal course, was a lumbering old Ju-52, tiredly staggering its way southward towards Germany, those within probably eagerly anticipating their coming leave and certainly not expecting to see enemy aircraft heading towards the North Pole. We were not spotted. If we had been, none of us would have come back to Lossiemouth that night. The fighters would have made sure of that. That is why I did not fire at a target which looked close enough to reach out and touch. In a remarkably bad piece of timing, the wind shifted to the west and a thin layer of stratocumulus clouds swept in to cover Tromsø just as the bombers arrived. It was not man-made smoke this time, but Mother Nature that caused further havoc and frustration for the crews. Several Lancasters made as many as 4 runs over the target, but once again some pilots decided not to waste their precious tall boys by dropping them blind through the covering clouds. They would return disappointed to Lossiemouth. The men later learned to their increasing chagrin that the raid had inflicted very little damage to the ship and its immediate vicinity. Phil Martin was the only pilot who got a momentary clear run on the Tirpitz and managed to drop his tall boy. One near miss was later recorded, probably Martin's. An itinerant member of Arthur Kell's crew was Keith Asprey, a well-known and larger-than-life character from South Australia for whom the term larrikin seems to have been created. Despite his knockabout nature, Asprey was nevertheless an extremely proficient bomb aimer, whose first operational experiences began with No. 49 Squadron at RAF Scampton in April 1942. It was a long way from his days as a railway porter back home in Maryborough, Victoria. By early 1943, Asprey had already completed his first operational tour, in the course of which he had been commissioned and earned a DFC. For a time, he became an instructor and lecturer, specifically on the Mark 14 bomb site, which was then being fitted to aircraft in 5-group squadrons. But Asprey, affectionately known as Aspro, felt tied down and was itching for a return to operational status. He had heard that Group Captain Leonard Cheshire was taking over command of 617 Squadron, and promptly presented himself to Cheshire as a volunteer. He was not only accepted into the squadron, but was doubly delighted to find himself on Cheshire's crew. Content to be in such fine company, Asprey now began working with the crew members on developing their skills with the Stabilised Automatic Bomb Sight, SABS. When Cheshire left 617 Squadron, Asprey hooked up with several crews, but never settled into one on a permanent basis. With the appointment of Willie Tate to lead the Dambusters, the South Australian continued to fly on operations for a while, but was then assigned to a non-operational position with the Air Ministry in London. It was stifling work, and he hated every minute of it. His one desire now was to return to operational flying and be out there again with the bombing crews. It was particularly hard on him when he read of 617's foray against the Tirpitz in early October 1944, which had crippled the mighty battleship. Soon after, Asprey received a guarded phone call from Arthur Kell, who told him that his regular bomb aimer had tripped on some stairs and fractured his skull. He was likely to be out of action for some time. Kell also intimated that there was an interesting mission coming up, and he needed a skilled replacement in a hurry. With very little hesitation, Asprey granted himself a 48-hour leave pass and drove straight up to Woodhall Spa. To the frustration of Kell and his crew, scattered clouds kept concealing the Tirpitz from view during the second assault on the battleship. However, like other crews, he decided to keep making runs over the drop site, hoping for a clear view of the ship. He made a wide detour of the area and then came in for another run, but this time flew straight into some concentrated flak fired from the Tirpitz. Finally, to his disgust, Kell had to abandon plans to drop their tall boy. Reluctantly, he departed the scene in his Lancaster NG-181 M-Mother and set course for a return to Scotland. The bad news did not end there for Kell. On the way back, he was told there was insufficient petrol in the tanks to reach the Scottish base, as related by his engineer, Jim Sellew. We were returning on the long haul back from Tromsø with the tall boy still in the bomb bay. We were short of fuel and couldn't make Scotland, so we diverted to Sumber in the Shetland Islands. We were preparing to land, but found the hydraulics on the undercarriage and flaps had partially failed. I reported to Arthur and suggested leaving the bomb strapped in rather than trying to smash it through the closed doors, which he had thought of doing. On our final approach, the rest of the crew were at crash positions. One wheel, the starboard, was not locked, and the flaps were only partly down. Arthur brought her round on a long, low approach with no fuel for an overshoot. He slammed the aircraft down hard on the port wheel, and lo and behold, the other one locked down and the flaps came full on. I reckoned he was the best pilot we had at the time with, of course, the best engineer to advise him. Following the landing, Kell taxied over to a grass dispersal area where he applied the brakes and shut down the Merlin engines. There was now a small complication, as the 12,000-pound tall boy might damage the Lancaster's main spar if it was left on board too long. Kell and his bomb aimer Keith Asprey discussed the problem and then decided to open the bomb bay doors fully to complete the bombing circuit, while Asprey checked that all the bomb switches were on safe. He then pressed the bomb release button, and the now harmless tall boy thudded heavily to the grass. What the crew did not know was that the base's commanding officer had never seen an operational Lancaster with a tall boy attached close up, so he had driven over and parked near the wing before clamouring out for a closer look. If he was astonished at the sight of the massive bomb dangling from the belly of the aircraft, he was even more astounded when it suddenly fell and slammed into the ground just 3 feet from where he was standing. Moments later, Keith Asprey clambered down the ladder and casually dropped his flying gear on the ground. He then walked over to the pale-faced commander with a broad grin spreading across his face. "It's quite all right, sir," he called out. "I dropped it safe, and it won't go off." He then laconically added, "Besides, we'd have heard the bang by now if it was going to go off." With this, he patted the shaken officer on the shoulder and strolled off. As he passed the tall boy, he gave it a couple of hearty whacks with his hand on the nose and belly. Moments later, the officer smiled weakly, climbed back into his car as if he'd aged 100 years, and sped back in the direction of the officer's mess. "I never did get to know that CO's name," Asprey reflected. "In fact, he never spoke a word to me during the whole 2 hours we were in the mess. For some reason, I got the distinct impression that he viewed me with great disfavour." The trip back to Lossiemouth proved a nightmare for Jack Sayers and his crew. They were having a problem with their fuel crossfeed, and it seemed the fuel was just siphoning off somewhere. At the same time, their fuel gauge was dropping at an alarming rate. They finally made it past the Orkneys and decided to try for Lossiemouth, although Sayers and his engineer Vic Johnson were holding their breath as the fuel gauge neared empty. Eventually they reached Lossiemouth, and Sayers requested a clearance for an immediate landing, but this was denied due to a heavy volume of taxiing aircraft at the base. They flew around in a wide loop, and as they lined up at the far end of the strip for a reciprocal approach, he once again asked for an emergency clearance to land. The ground controller seemed in no hurry and simply replied, "Stand by." However, Sayers was having none of this and responded, "Too late." He came in fast downwind and threw his Lancaster down onto the runway. One engine had started spluttering by the time they reached the end of the runway and turned off, and they had to quickly switch off the 2 outboard engines as their fuel was virtually exhausted. It had been a very close thing. Australian pilot Bill Carey in E-Easy had run into trouble at Tromsø when on his first run in, his aircraft was hit by flak fired from the Tirpitz. The starboard outer engine was damaged, but it continued to operate even though a fine spray of fuel was evident behind the wing. Carey persisted in his efforts to drop their tall boy, and on the 6th run, with flak bursting all around them, his Canadian bomb aimer Doug McLennan managed to drop their bomb. As Carey flew low over a small island on the run-out, a lone gunner in a village managed to hit their port inner engine, and it too was badly damaged. Petrol streamed from this engine as well, but luck was with them this day, and once again it did not ignite. It was not all good news. With the port inner engine gone, the aircraft's hydraulics burst, causing the undercarriage, flaps and bomb doors to all flop down. Carey now had the 2 remaining Merlins running at maximum revs against the tremendously high drag. He called out to his crew, "We can't ditch and we can't get home, so it's over the mountains to Sweden." He turned towards land and headed for Sweden on just 2 engines and low on fuel. Meanwhile, the crew were throwing out all excess weight, including the guns and ammunition, bomb sight, cameras, parachutes and radios which fell into the Malangay Inlet. Slowly, the aircraft managed to claw back a little altitude as it approached the coastline. Flying at just 100 feet over some mountain tops, Carey somehow threaded the Lancaster through a mountain pass into Sweden. The wheels were cranked up by hand, the crew were warned to assume their crash positions, and Carey belly landed in a bog near a small Lapland village called Porjus. Once everyone was off safely, the crew set the aircraft alight with paper, petroleum and incendiaries as per regulations, although ultimately only the front section of their Lancaster was destroyed. Bill Carey was lapsing into unconsciousness and in a great deal of pain from a badly dislocated kneecap, so 2 of his crew went off to get help. After a while, they returned with some Swedish soldiers in a truck. Bill Carey had his kneecap skillfully reset the next day in a hospital at Jokkmokk, while his crew had passed through to Stockholm. There they enjoyed a short respite from the war as diplomatic arrangements were made for their return to England. 2 weeks later, rested and dressed in smart new civilian attire purchased for them by the British Embassy, they somewhat reluctantly boarded a Dakota aircraft and returned to England to continue their part in the war. Bill Carey was released from hospital on the 7th of November. He had enjoyed his recuperation at Jokkmokk on the shore of beautiful Talvitas Lake, but he was also keen to return to his squadron. He finally arrived back in England 2 weeks later, where he was subjected to a joyous reunion with his squadron mates at Woodhall Spa. Filthy, deteriorating weather caused several cancellations of a return mission to Tromsø over the next few days, as the crews flew back and forth from Lincolnshire to Scotland. Then, on the 4th of November, the crews were ordered to assemble at Lossiemouth and the 2 satellite stations in anticipation of a third raid on Tirpitz the following morning, although gale-force winds would delay this third strike for a week. Jack Sayers, as acting flight commander of Sea Flight at Milltown, was hoping for a little better luck on this operation. Twice before, on raids to the Dortmund-Ems Canal and the West Capelle seawall, Sayers had been forced to return to base with their bombs still aboard through no fault of their own. Then, on the Thames raid, their tall boy had dropped prematurely right through the bomb bay doors due to an unresolved mechanical problem. That night, as they prepared to fly out, the Scottish weather closed in, and it was freezing cold, with snow and sleet clumped all over the ground. As there was no mid-upper turret on Sayers' modified Lancaster, Bob Barry had given up his rear turret position to Bert Kent, even though he had been keen to make a return trip to the Norwegian fjords. As departure time approached, Jack Sayers made sure the ground crews properly de-iced the Lancasters before they taxied out. Despite this, there were prevailing concerns as the pilots fired up their engines, and the takeoff would still require a great deal of concentration and skill. Jack Sayers recalls some apprehension as he belted along the runway in his ponderously heavy Lancaster. We took off sometime after midnight. It was a bit frightening because there was still some heavy sleet and slime around, and I remember as I took off I was skidding a bit, scudding on the runway with a fierce crosswind. Conditions were no better over at Kinross. If anything, they were marginally worse, with a 2-foot blanket of snow on the ground as the Lancasters moved out to take off. 2 of them became bogged in the snow and thick sludge, and the other aircraft had to taxi around them. Eventually, 29 overloaded aircraft had taken off and were on their way to Norway. All up, each of the Lancasters was carrying 7 tons of fuel and 6 tons of bomb, an overall weight of 32 tons. Willie Tate was flying in his EE-146 for the first time since it was badly damaged in the Thames raid. This third assault was called Operation Catechism. Keith Asbury would fly once again with Arthur Kell's crew, even though he had been forced to return to his old job at the Air Ministry after the second Tirpitz raid. When he learned that 617 Squadron was about to fly a third and hopefully conclusive strike on the elusive battleship, he drove out to Woodhall Spa and found that Arthur Kell's bomb aimer was still indisposed, so he arranged to join the crew once again on their latest operation. Fortunately for the bomber crews, there was some sort of confusion at the German fighter base of Bardufoss near Tromsø, and no enemy aircraft flew up to intercept them. They had been sweating on this disturbing possibility, as each aircraft was lumbering along some 2 tons overweight and would have been easy pickings for the waiting fighters. Although there was a little fog in the valley, there was no cloud this time, or any covering smoke. The smoke machines from Kar Fjord had not been installed in time. The strike force turned inland after crossing the Norwegian coast, in order to approach the fjord from the least expected direction. By now the crew of the Tirpitz had been alerted to a possible attack, and 13 miles out the leading aircraft came under fire from the battleship's main guns. Soon after, more fire came hurtling up at them from 2 flagships and shore batteries. There would be no providential escape for the battleship this time, as the Lancasters sped in at 14,000 feet. The Tirpitz, a clearly visible dark shape below them, anchored close to land. In these ideal conditions, and now equipped with the new deadly Mark 14 bomb sight, it was time to finish the job. In all, 20 tall boys streaked down, landing and exploding on or near the stricken battleship, which could not possibly survive the savage onslaught. One bomb struck the Tirpitz cleanly amidships, and a vast plume of water shot into the sky as other tall boys filled the target area with water spray. Some shore-based smoke screens had begun to operate, but they were too few and ineffectual. The thick smoke simply added to the maelstrom of spray, flames and oil smoke. Another tall boy struck the aft quarters of Tirpitz, and the airmen could see fierce tongues of flame licking out wildly through the dense smoke belching from the damaged hull, where a hole 100 feet long had been blown out, sealing the ship's fate. Slowly, the Tirpitz began to heel over, finally listing around 30 degrees to port. The mighty battleship had been built to withstand a great deal, but not the tremendous explosive force of the tall boys. Another bomb then hit, totally destroying one of the main turrets. It was the final mortal blow for Tirpitz. Her magazine exploded and she began to roll over, trapping many of her crew, who could not escape the blazing inferno below decks. Flight Lieutenant Bruce Buckham was once again flying his special cine film unit, Lancaster nicknamed Woe Bessie, from 463 Squadron. It was his crew's third 13-hour trip out to Kar Fjord and back with the main bomber force. Although the crew of the cine film Lancasters normally carried bombs, there were none on this mission. All the space was needed for cameramen and petrol on the long journey. This time, flying at 5,000 feet, they recorded on 700 feet of cine film the final moments of the once proud battleship, as Buckham later recalled. We flew over it, around it, all about it, and still it sat there with a dignity under a huge mushroom of smoke which plumed up a few thousand feet in the air. There were fires and more explosions on board. A huge gaping hole existed on the port side where a section had been blown out. We had now been flying close around Tirpitz for 30 minutes or so and decided to call it a day, so we headed out towards the mouth of the fjord. Just then the rear gunner, Eric Giersch, called out, "I think she's turning over." I turned back to port to have a look, and sure enough she was, so back we went again. This time we flew in at 50 feet and watched with bated breath as Tirpitz heeled over to port, ever so slowly and gracefully. We could see German sailors swimming, diving, jumping, and by the time she was over to 85 degrees and subsiding slowly into the water of Tromsø Fjord, There must have been the best part of 60 men on her side as we skimmed over for the last pass. That was the final glimpse we had, as we flew out of the fjord and over the North Sea. Eric Giersch rounded off the story with his recollection of the raid. As I looked back, I could see the ship listing to between 70 and 80 degrees. I could see her red-painted hull in the sunshine. I shouted back to the skipper, Buckham, what I had seen. I can't tell you the language I used, but I can tell you I felt good. Overhead, other departing crews watched with a silent mixture of awe and triumph as the shattered superstructure of the battleship disappeared sideways beneath the waters of the fjord, to be replaced by the glistening black hull. By the following morning, the huge ship was completely upside down. Within hours, final confirmation of the destruction of Tirpitz had reached the jubilant crews in England. In the space of just 8 minutes, the battleship that simply had to be sunk was reduced to a wallowing mass of sunken steel. However, the news was tempered by the fact that nearly 1,000 Kriegsmarine crew members aboard the ship had lost their lives. It was later revealed that 80 men had been saved by knocking on the hull and were cut free, but others drowned before they could be reached. It had taken a total of 76 tall boys to sink the Tirpitz, dropped in 3 separate attacks. Post-war, Norwegians broke up the rusting hulk. The pilots and their crews had been fortunate. Not only did they encounter unseasonably clear weather conditions over Tromsø Fjord, but it turned out that 8 fighters scrambled to intercept them had been recalled to their Bardufoss base when the Germans somehow fell under the misapprehension that the bombers were on a raid to that airfield. Of the Australian pilots, Arthur Kell, Bunny Lee, Ian Ross and Jack Sayers recorded possible hits. Phil Martin had turned back to base with fire in his hydraulics. As recorded in the 617 Squadron Association's Spring 2020 newsletter, German records showed that 2 tall boys hit the ship on the port side, one near turret Bruno and the other amidships near the plane hangar, which started an internal fire. The amidships tall boy penetrated the decks and armour, detonating in a wing tank output of the port turbine room, which blew off the hull plating and armour, pushing the armoured decks downwards and opening a gap between the side of the ship and the decks. The day after the successful raid against the Tirpitz, Bruce Buckham and Eric Giersch from the 463 Squadron Cine Unit Lancaster were called to London to take part in a world press conference, along with Wing Commander Tate of 617 Squadron and Squadron Leader A.G. Bill Williams of 9 Squadron, both of whom had led the raid. The conference was broadcast over the BBC's World Service. Back in Sydney, Buckham's wife Gwen had tuned in to the broadcast. The BBC reported that the Lancasters had bombed the Tirpitz and there were fears that some of the aircraft were missing, she later stated. I didn't know if Bruce was on that mission or not. We never knew. Then they announced at the end of the bulletin that Bruce would be interviewed. That was the only time I knew that he was still alive. It was the first time I had heard his voice in almost 2 years. For his gallant leadership on the raids, Bruce Buckham would be awarded the Distinguished Service Order, DSO. When Arthur Kell's crew eventually returned to Woodhall Spa, the station commander, Group Captain M.G. Monty Philpott, demanded an immediate audience with their erstwhile bomb aimer, Keith Asprey. Philpott had been informed that the Australian had somehow ducked out of an Air Ministry posting to Bournemouth, from where he was due to be shipped home under repatriation orders. In effect, he was AWOL. However, the crews decided that the rascally Asprey deserved a good old send-off before he left, and gave their beloved Aspro a farewell party. Following this, Group Captain Philpott retrieved the reluctant Asprey and sent him on his way back to the Air Ministry. Here he was given a good dressing down for his disobedience of orders and told to make his way down to Bournemouth immediately, where they made sure he boarded the next ship bound for Australia. Asbury's war was over, and he resumed his former life in South Australia. He eventually passed away from a blood clot on the 14th of June 1976, just a few days short of his 76th birthday. Such was Keith Asbury's popularity that when he died, more than 800 people attended his funeral. As with other squadrons, the aircrew of 617 Squadron would recognise then and always the magnificent work of the ground staff, or ERCs, who maintained their aircraft and fitted the armaments, among a host of other duties. They were NCOs, sergeants and flight sergeants, and rankers, corporals, leading aircraftsmen and aircraftsmen 1 and 2, AC1 and AC2. It was very often felt and often said that the ground crews owned the aircraft and lent them to air crews, provided they brought them back in one piece. Typical of these was Lewis Blackwell, who as a 23-year-old mechanical engineer was one of the first ground staff transferred to RAF Scampton. Originally from London, Blackwell's family had known the worst days of the Blitz, and in his ground service with 617 Squadron, he found himself readying Lancaster bombers and bizarre new weapons for daring raids inside the heart of Germany and later in other occupied countries. These ground crews ensured that the pilots were focused on the mission ahead, confident that the technology would work at the vital moment. Although the engineers were relegated to the back rows of the squadron's official group photograph behind the aircrew flyers, Lewis Blackwell was always proud of the fact that he had personally loaded the tallboy bombs dropped on the Tirpitz in November 1944. When he died in January 2005, his coffin was carried from the church to the stirring sound of the Dambusters March. It should never be forgotten that they too played a crucially important role in every operation of 617 and all other wartime squadrons, and success largely relied on their skills and labours. Howard Gavin and his crew arrived at 617 Squadron during the first week of November 1944. Born in East Melbourne on the 16th of November 1919, Gavin enlisted in the RAAF as an aircrew trainee in March 1941, after spending some 9 months on the reserve list awaiting his call-up. He completed ITS at Somers, Victoria, and volunteered for aircrew training in Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe. In June 1941, he left Australia on the Queen Elizabeth, one of 40 aircrew trainees among a shipload of AIF troops bound for the Middle East. As he recalls, it was a hell of a trip because of constant ragging and tormenting by the AIF. This was the period when we were called Blue Orchids, and we were treated accordingly. We were in a transit camp near Suez for a month or so, and then sailed for Durban and onward travel in southern Rhodesia. I commenced elementary training on the 22nd of September 1941, progressed to service flying training, graduated as a pilot, and commissioned as a pilot officer on the 28th of February 1942. Howard Gavin trained on Tiger Moths and Harvards and was posted to the Middle East for advanced instruction and employment on single-engine fighter aircraft. Unfortunately, there were too few aircraft and no OTU vacancies for the number of rookie pilots waiting for further training. This was the time of the German advance to Alamein and the Allied retreat. Gavin and 3 others from his course in Rhodesia were shipped off, out of the way as he describes it, to Khartoum, where they languished in a transit camp with absolutely nothing to do. This enforced inactivity did not sit well with the feisty Australian. As we were so browned off, at the first opportunity we volunteered for anything that was available. The first option was service with the RAF levies in Iraq. This turned out to be duties as second-in-command of a company of Assyrians operating in northern Iraq, some miles north of Mosul. The duties were completely military, but it turned out to be a lot of fun. Briefly, plenty of horse riding, quite a lot of contact with Kurdish tribes, and a most interesting exchange of information with the Assyrians. We had no warlike action, and on the 7th of December 1942, the four of us, all keen budding fighter pilots, were posted to number 458 Squadron, which was a Wellington torpedo bomber squadron. There was no provision for conversion training, nor even a dual-control aircraft, and for four young blokes who had never been in a twin-engined aircraft except as passengers, it seemed like the end of the world. We carried on as second pilots and learned to fly as best we could. I eventually completed a tour of operations in September 1943 and was then posted to the United Kingdom. Once in England, Gavin elected to do a further tour of operations, but this time with more comprehensive operational training. Having served in Rhodesia and the Middle East, he was unfamiliar with bad weather, and on his first flight he became lost in the circuit, unsure how to cope with built-up areas and a cloud base of 1,000 feet. He then embarked on the same operational training system as a newly graduated pilot, and was subsequently allotted the same crew who would transfer with him to 617 Squadron. They were his navigator Alan Buxton from Parramatta, New South Wales, bomb aimer Warren White, Swan Hill, Victoria, wireless operator Neil Sainsbury, Muswellbrook, New South Wales, mid-upper gunner Tom Redden, Brisbane, Queensland, and rear gunner Les Burrows, Coolgardie, Western Australia. It was an all-Australian crew until Gavin picked up a young RAF flight engineer named Joe Brown, who must have wondered what he had done wrong to be the odd man out in a crew entirely made up of Australians. Alan Buxton said it was a long and interesting path to being a part of this particular crew. Like Les Burrows, I had been in the Middle East with the AIF, but unlike Les Burrows, who obviously juggled his age downwards, I put mine up from 19 to 21 in early 1940 to enlist in the AIF after failing in my application to the RAAF as aircrew because I wasn't fit all flying duties, a requirement in the early days of the war. They said I wouldn't be able to judge height accurately enough to land an aircraft satisfactorily. On return from the Middle East in May 1942, the RAAF was seeking recruits from the returned soldiers, and because the aircrew requirements of being fit all flying duties had been relaxed, I was able to transfer to the RAAF, and after ITS at Bradfield Park in New South Wales, trained at No. 2 AOS Edmonton, Canada as a navigator. This was quite an experience, especially the winter of 1943 when the temperature fell to minus 35 degrees Fahrenheit. We Aussies thought this was cold, but we were told that the temperature dropped to minus 65 Fahrenheit the previous year. The crew's training was quite uneventful until they came across the notorious Stirling aircraft at the Heavy Conversion Unit. At HCU, they lost more engines on more flights in the Stirling than they did on 2 subsequent tours of operations flying Lancasters. On one occasion they lost no fewer than 3 engines, and to their great aggravation had to bail out. Howard Gavin applied for special duties and regarded it as an honour when he was selected to join 617 Squadron. I now believe that our selection for 617 and our reasonable performance on the squadron was very largely due to Warren White, our bomb aimer. Certainly, there has to be close cooperation between the pilot and bomb aimer, but I have never been better than a good average pilot, and our good bombing results, which were essential for 617 operations, had to be due to Whitey's skills. They would need every ounce of skill, as the squadron's missions continued at an unrelenting pace. More than ever before, accuracy in delivering tall boys and grand slams was critical for any pilot joining the squadron. Flight Lieutenant Bob Horsley, DFC, came to 617 Squadron on the 25th of November 1944. having converted from bomb aimer to pilot in Canada before returning to England. Since 617 Squadron had a special bomb site, the SABS, I was not allowed to operate until my bombing error came down below 100 yards at 20,000 feet. I had a good bomb aimer, and one bright cloudless day we went up to 20,000 feet and dropped 8 practice bombs, of which 6 were direct hits on the target. And so we were then operational. We only did 13 operations before the war in Europe finished. However, our bombing record was fantastic. And as we only carried one bomb, a Grand Slam, we managed to get direct hits on 9 targets and 4 near misses of about 30 yards. Bob Horsley served in the RAF, but decided he would immigrate to Australia when he retired from the RAF, which occurred in mid-1972. The very next day he was on a ship bound for Australia's shores. Meanwhile, it was deemed time for Willie Tate to hand over the reins, and a new leader was about to step up and take command of the Dambusters squadron. Chapter 7. Grand Slam. By December 1944, Willie Tate had completed well in excess of 100 operations, and Air Vice Marshal Ralph Cochrane decided that the man should no longer press his luck. With the gratitude of the RAF and the men he had led, Tate handed over command of 617 Squadron to Air Commodore John Farquhar. The position of Air Commodore was non-operational, so Farquhar did the same as Cheshire and reverted to his old rank of Group Captain in order to lead his men just as the past commanders of the squadron had done, from a pilot's seat. Of all the Canadians in the RAF Bomber Command, John Emilius Farquhar was one of the greatest operational leaders. The seemingly indestructible bomber pilot who now began his 3rd tour of operations with 617 Squadron. Born in Ottawa in 1909, Farquhar seemed set for a comfortable career in sales until he joined the Montreal Light Aeroplane Club and discovered he had a natural talent as a pilot. He then started up and ran a 2-aircraft bush airline from a lake bordering a mining town in northern Quebec. By the time the war began and he had signed up with the RCAF, Farquhar had flown more than 300,000 miles. For 18 months he was a pilot instructor in Canada and was not posted to an operational unit in England until June 1941. From there he was assigned to No. 405 Squadron, which by February 1942 he was commanding, the first Canadian to lead a bomber squadron into battle. In July he was awarded the DFC, and having completed his tour of operations, was assigned a job at RCAF headquarters in London. Farquhar suffered the non-operational role for 10 months, and then asked to be reposted to 405 Squadron, which by this time was flying Lancasters as part of the Pathfinder Force. In August 1943, he was promoted to Group Captain and given the first of his 3 eventual DSOs. The words on his citation read, "He set an example of the highest order." The men of 617 Squadron, who felt they merited complete relaxation from duty when not flying, were horrified when their new CO, a Canadian of all things, began a course of early morning exercises for them. They were now more than happy to get back into the air simply to escape his rigorous campaign. Despite the men's initial misgivings, Farquhar would prove to be a peerless leader, and Bob Barry from Jack Sayers' crew remembers him as such. Johnny Farquhar was a fine commander. He had the reputation of being a tough, hard Canadian, and we awaited his arrival with some trepidation. But nothing changed on 617. If you dropped a clanger, you got hit hard, but that's exactly the way it was under Tate too. He didn't smile often, but he did have a sense of humour. Towards the end of the war, when we were just about the most experienced crew on the squadron, together with Phil Martins, and probably the most flak-happy, we attended a briefing on Bremen. a target to which we had been before in daylight, and which had us fairly scared because our welcome had not been pleasant on that occasion. Our nerves weren't the best, although we weren't aware of this ourselves. Anyway, at this briefing, some wag had laid a line of cordite between the two ashtrays at our table, and when one of our two smokers, either Bert Kent or Slaps, butted his cigarette, there was an explosion and an enormous puff of smoke. 7 flak-happy crewmen jumped to their feet and clutched each other like frightened children. Fakir gave the ghost of a smile and said very quietly, "Okay, fellas, now let's get on with the briefing." By now, 2 of the long-standing Australian pilots were tour expired with 617 Squadron and returned home. South Australian Ross Stanford had flown on 24 raids with 617 Squadron, completing his tour of duty with a total of 47 operational sorties and the rank of flight lieutenant. He resumed working for the State Bank before turning his attention to becoming a market gardener with his family. After selling this business, he worked for a television company and then took a job as a gardener with the huge West Slopes project. He retired in 1967, but continued to work vigorously for a number of charities, was instrumental in the forming of the Ryder Cheshire Foundation in South Australia, and also served as the Australian representative and organiser for the 617 Squadron Association. In 1991, he was awarded a Medal of the Order of Australia, OAM, as was his wife Joyce 10 years later. Sadly, she died a few months before it could be presented to her. Ross Stanford, cricketer and bomber pilot, passed away in Adelaide on the 11th of July 2006, aged 88 years. Bunny Lee was discharged from the RAAF on the 18th of September 1945 and went on to become a flying instructor and then a pilot with Australian National Airways, ANA. In 1952, he joined Qantas Airways, eventually gaining his captain's stripes while flying their fleet of Lockheed Constellation and Super Constellation aircraft, and later moving on to the airline's 707 jetliners. Following his retirement, he found more time for his main passion, refurbishing fishing cruisers. He passed away in hospital on the 31st of July 2002. On the 29th of December 1944, the squadron made one of their successful attacks on Hitler's E-boat pens, with a determined raid on the docks of Rotterdam in Holland. Ian Ross reported that his tall boy scored a direct hit, while Howard Gavins was a near miss on the entrance side of the underground docks. Considerable damage was caused at Rotterdam and another submarine pen located at the Dutch North Sea fishing village of IJmuiden during raids a few days before and after. Although direct hits did not destroy the shelters, huge holes were ripped in the roofs of the pens, while adjacent installations and loading facilities were ravaged. At IJmuiden, the tall boys caused more than 13,000 tonnes of ferro-concrete to collapse into the pens. Phil Martin reported that his tall boy had landed in the southwest corner of the target, while Ian Ross wrote that his bomb fell just 20 yards from the entrance to the massive concrete shelters. On another raid to Hamburg, the massive roofs and walls collapsed, killing dozens of men and completely crushing 2 U-boats, while 6 more were severely damaged. The effectiveness of these raids soon became evident. U-boat raids slowed considerably, while those who sailed in them, or workers at the pens, became increasingly reluctant to be involved with what were quickly becoming known as death ships. There were multiple targets on the agenda as the squadron took to the skies on the 12th of January 1945, accompanied once again by aircraft from 9 Group and a Polish fighter escort. 16 of the Lancasters were loaded with tall boys to attack U-boat pens, shipping and a floating dock at Bergen on the west coast of Norway. 3 aircraft, led by Phil Martin, were to attack the floating dock. 6 were detailed to destroy what they could of the observed ships, and the rest were to concentrate on the pens. As the Lancasters swept in, the target was becoming obscured by a combination of ground haze and a smokescreen. Their Mustang fighter escort peeled away to attack ground defences. The Lancasters forlornly circled over the target for a seemingly endless half an hour while enduring moderate flak, their crews stewing in the uncomfortable knowledge that enemy fighters would have been scrambled to intercept the force. Bombing finally commenced at 12:57 hours. Phil Martin in Lancaster DV-393R made a first run over the floating dock, but it was obscured under the heavy smoke and he decided to try again. Meanwhile, another aircraft, piloted by Flight Lieutenant Jimmy Castanola, was observed making a direct hit on the middle of 3 ships lying at anchor. Martin flew over the dock repeatedly at 15,000 feet, but each run was aborted due to the thick smoke. The crew could see Johnny Farkia's Mosquito flying over light flak bursts beneath them, but apart from his aircraft, they appeared to be alone. Unknown to them, the other 2 Lancasters detailed to attack the floating docks had been attacked by fighters. The light flak, comprised of 20mm and 40mm shells, was exploding relatively harmlessly around Martin's aircraft due to the extreme range, while the heavy flak, a long line of 88mm flak bursts, were poorly aimed and astern of their Lancaster, so he persevered with his run-ins on the dock. However, after the 10th unsuccessful run, bomb aimer Don Day spotted a fat merchant man proceeding up the bay towards the town. They called up Farkia for permission to attack the ship, as the smoke showed no signs of dissipating over the docks after 50 minutes and 10 runs. He gave his consent, and Phil Martin was directed into an attacking position on the craft, coming up practically unmolested from astern. Don Day got a perfect sight on the merchant ship, and as the warning light illuminated on the bomb site indicating 5 seconds to automatic release, there was an almighty crash mixed with a sound, as Day recalls, like hundreds of coins being thrown against the fuselage floor. The aircraft bounced, and their tall boy dropped away with half its tail assembly blown away. The bomb spun downwards and fell uselessly into the sea 25 metres off the port bow of the ship. There was no explosion. Their aircraft had sustained a direct 88mm hit in the bomb bay, but luckily for the crew, their tall boy had taken the full force of the explosion, deflecting the shell fragments through the bomb bay doors and not into the body of the aircraft. The bomb bay doors were riddled with holes along their length, and the arming wire to the bomb had been severed. Somewhere in that stretch of water still lie 5,600 pounds of unexploded Torpex. The squadron suffered some more casualties on this raid. Flight Lieutenant John Pryor ordered his crew to bail out after his aircraft sustained crippling flak damage, then got out himself after savage fighter attacks finished off his Lancaster. All bar one of the crew managed to parachute to safety, but were picked up by the Germans and taken prisoner. Squadron leader Tony Iverson was able to nurse his badly damaged aircraft back to a successful but difficult landing in the Shetlands after 3 of his crew had misunderstood orders and bailed out in considerable haste. Fortunately, all 3 landed safely, but they also saw out the next few months as prisoners of war. Up until this time, only 2 Australian pilots had been killed in the entire wartime activities of 617 Squadron. Bob Barlow, who died on the Dams raid, and Les Knight, killed on the attack on the Dortmund-Ems Canal. Flying Officer Ian Ross now became the 3rd and last. Following the Bergen raid, Ian Ross's Lancaster was observed heading down towards the sea in a lot of trouble, with one engine engulfed in flames and trailing black smoke. Meanwhile, a pair of German Focke-Wulf FW-190 fighters buzzed around the crippled bomber, watching as it slipped inexorably down to the waiting sea. Freddie Watts radioed the force leader that he was going to assist where he could, and he dived down on the fighters, his front gunner Mervyn McKay firing furiously to distract them. Another Lancaster, Castanola's, also came back to assist. Despite the attention of the two fighters, Ian Ross had managed to feather both port engines to contain the fire. The fighters would ordinarily have moved in for the kill, but the withering gunfire from Mackay's twin Brownings sent them on their way. Ross made an excellent job of the ditch landing, and the Lancaster settled on the calm surface of the sea. Soon after, Freddie Watts and his crew saw the top hatches pop open and the crew scrambled out onto the floating fuselage, where all seven quickly donned their yellow Mae West life jackets. Watts, now getting low on fuel, had done just about everything he could under the circumstances. But as he circled, his wireless operator tried to organise some help from Coastal Command. The navigator gave him a firm location fix, and the wireless operator sent out an SOS on behalf of the downed aircraft. Below, they could easily see the crew moving around trying to keep themselves warm and waving occasionally at the circling Lancaster. Eventually, Watts was told that a Warwick Air Sea Rescue aircraft from 279 Squadron was being dispatched to the area from Sumburg. After circling for another desperate 20 minutes to allow the Warwick to home in on an intermittent signal they were transmitting, Watts' engineer finally said they had to break away and go if they were to make it back to the base at Milltown with their remaining fuel. As he flew over Ross and his crew for the last time, Watts waggled his wings, and the crew waved back in gratitude for his having stuck around so long. Meanwhile, Flight Lieutenant Jimmy Castanola's front gunner Norman Evans had also helped chase off the predatory German fighters, and they watched in relief as the Lancaster made a copybook landing on the sea, and the crew tumbled out of the top hatches. They noticed that the crew did not deploy a life raft, but like Freddie Watts's crew, assumed it had been too badly damaged in the fighter attacks. By now, Castanola knew it was Ian Ross's Lancaster that had been shot down, and he was determined to do all he could to help them. The men were firm friends and their crews often socialised. He asked his navigator to wrap an emergency radio into a couple of Mae West jackets and drop it down to the crew. Curiously enough, in all the time Watts and Castanola stayed around to help the downed crew, neither pilot realised the other was in the vicinity. Castanola also had his wireless operator, Bill Eaves, send off a message requesting an air sea rescue aircraft for the downed crew. Soon after, Castanola's engineer reported their fuel was critically low, and they were also forced to leave the area. As night began to fall, the Warwick arrived. A life raft was tossed down for the crew, who swam out to it from their nearly submerged Lancaster. Hardly had this happened when a lone Focke-Wulf FW-190 appeared in the area, and the unarmed rescue craft was forced to fly away. Later that night, Coastal Command dispatched a Catalina rigged with spotlights to try and locate the crew in their life raft, but without success. They found it curious that the crew did not operate their radio transmitter to give them a bearing or set off a flare for them. The following day, several aircraft joined in the search, but again this was unsuccessful, and by nightfall there had been no sign. It was nearly 2 months later that the body of Ian Ross's wireless operator, Flying Officer Mowbray Elwood, was found in the sea by a Norwegian fisherman. No other bodies were ever located. Coastal Command found the loss of the crew almost incomprehensible. Even though conditions would have been freezing in the life raft, they had provisions, flares, a transmitter, and the life raft was even fitted with a small but efficient motor. Yet they had vanished without trace. There would later be considerable conjecture that the pilot of the lone Focke-Wulf had wheeled about and with callous barbarity had begun strafing the tiny lifeboat containing Ian Ross and his crew. If this was the case, although there are no facts to support this theory, the helpless men never stood a chance in the face of such murderous fire and would have been shot to pieces. Post-war investigations have never determined what happened to the crew, and their fate has always remained a mystery. 4 years later, the Department of the Air sent a letter to Ian Ross's older sister Nan, which read in part, "I refer to previous communications concerning your late brother, Flying Officer Ian Stuart Ross, and now advise that a report has been received from Overseas Headquarters, Royal Australian Air Force, London. The report confirms that the body of Flying Officer Elwood, DFM, a Royal Air Force member of your brother's crew, was washed ashore on the Osvar Islands and interred in the Nesna Churchyard Cemetery, Norway. I regret to state that all efforts to establish whether your brother's body and those of his 5 other comrades were ever recovered for burial have proved unsuccessful. It is concluded, therefore, that they were lost at sea." Today, Ian Ross and his crew, whose remains were never found, are among those commemorated at the Runnymede Memorial in Surrey. It is a place of remembrance dedicated to the more than 20,000 men and women serving in the air forces of the British Empire lost during the Second World War and who have no known grave. Ian Ross's name is also located at panel 129 in the commemorative area at the Australian War Memorial. While the tall boys had proved their considerable worth in destroying several previously impregnable German installations, the intrepid Barnes Wallis was also working on the further development of an even more colossal and potentially more destructive bomb. He had shown Air Chief Marshal Sir Arthur Harris photographs taken in the Calais area of workmen amid the devastation of the U-boat pens at Bremen, Hamburg and Imuden. It was obvious that they were working to further strengthen these enormous pens by piling more concrete on top, increasing the thickness of the ferro-concrete roofs from 16 to 30 feet. Harris was deeply concerned and pensive after viewing the photos, and spoke candidly with the inventor. "Looks as though we're going to have some more substantial targets," he declared. "After what you've seen of the rocket sites, do you think a tall boy could cope with these?" Wallis then laid his thoughts out to Harris, who listened carefully. "I think 1 or 2 tall boys broke up the concrete. But if we're going to have something still bigger to deal with, I think we should throw something bigger at them. Something like a 10-tonner. I've been suggesting a 10-tonner for some time now, and I believe the Lancaster has developed enough to carry it into Germany." Harris grunted, and Wallis feared the worst. But then the Air Chief Marshal spoke the words Wallis thought he would never hear from the man. "Mr. Wallis, I said once you could sell me a pink elephant. I think perhaps this time you might at last sell your 10-tonner." As Barnes Wallis indicated, the Lancaster bomber had undergone significant improvement since its introduction into service with the RAF, and the Lancaster B Mark I was now capable of carrying such a massive bomb, which soon became known as the Grand Slam. The Grand Slam was a 10-ton device containing 9,500 pounds of Torpex D1 encased in a special chrome molybdenum steel shell. Designed to be dropped from a great height, the bomb would penetrate to a significant depth, where its blast would have no easy escape route and consequently create a small earthquake in the impact vicinity. Grand Slam was to be the biggest bomb ever carried by any aircraft during the war, and the fuselage of the Lancaster was virtually a gutted shell designed to carry the massive device. The bomb bay doors were taken off, and the bay fared in at both ends. With a Grand Slam loaded, the all-up weight of the Lancaster was 73,000 pounds. When carrying one, an aircraft had a range of approximately 1,650 miles on a reduced fuel capacity of 1,675 gallons, and a ceiling of only 17,000 feet. A 260-mile-per-hour limit was placed on loaded aircraft. By the end of the war, a total of 41 Grand Slams had been dropped, usually obliterating the target or rendering them irreparable by the enemy. Meanwhile, operations continued for the squadron, and by the 3rd of February the weather had improved enough for 617 to mount a raid against some midget submarine pens in Portershaven. John Fuckier led a force of 18 Lancasters armed with tallboys and escorted by 2 squadrons of Spitfires. Howard Gavin and Phil Martin were 2 pilots involved in this raid, while other Australians were scattered between other crews, including Warrant Officer Les Birch, DFM, from Kingaroy, Queensland, the rear gunner on John Cockshot's crew, and Flying Officer Ken Jewell from Albury, New South Wales, rear gunner for Flying Officer Freddie Watts. The pens had often been attacked by Coastal Command Blenheims, Beaufighters and Hudsons, but 617 would deliver the final devastating blow. Despite vast amounts of smoke obscuring the target, direct hits were scored by squadron leaders John Brooks and John Powell. On the 24th of February, they returned to familiar enemy territory to finish off the Dortmund-Ems Canal. By mission's end, Jack Sayers was absolutely furious, and not simply because they had lost their port outer engine to flak. For the second successive trip in the same aircraft, his tall boy had dropped prematurely, through no fault of his crew. When he landed back at Woodhall Spa, Sayers shut down the other 3 engines and told his crew to check the position of every switch, but not to touch anything. He then told the ground crews to clear off, and ordered the aircraft locked up until someone could identify the problem that had caused their very expensive tallboys to be dropped without warning. He and Ernie Weaver agreed they simply had a recalcitrant SABS, but they were the ones risking their lives and wanted the damn thing fixed. Eventually, Squadron Leader Richardson came over from Coningsby to investigate, with an Australian bombing leader from the Pathfinders in tow. The entire bombing kit, including the control unit, was removed from Sayers' aircraft for their inspection. Sayers would later call this Australian inspector a loud-mouthed oaf, as his initial suggestion was that the engineer had probably pulled the jettison toggle in panic. By this time, Sayers and his crew had flown nearly 40 operations together, and their blood was beginning to boil. The inspector's next expert opinion suggested that bomb aimer Ernie Weaver had somehow thrown the jettison bars. He was so derogatory in his remarks that Jack Sayers had to be physically restrained by his crew. Sayers told Talking Bomb Richardson to get the man out of the room immediately, or there would be a great tragedy before too long. This was done, and Richardson patiently continued to check the equipment. Suddenly he cried, "Got it!" He had discovered a hair-trigger electrical fault that caused the jettison bars to vibrate minutely the moment the bomb door levers were touched. Contact was made, which would prematurely close the circuit and cause the bomb to drop. The crew were completely absolved and the problem fixed, but Jack Sayers maintains he would still have liked a few minutes behind a hangar with Richardson's so-called expert. The first mission carrying a Grand Slam was slated for the 13th of March 1945, but the massive bomb was still untested. In fact, the initial drop test was scheduled to take place the same day it was to be used operationally for the first time. That morning, a specially modified Lancaster flew over the Avon Valley to the Ashley Walk bombing range and released its deadly cargo high above Sandy Balls. The bomb exceeded the speed of sound as it plunged earthwards, finally burying itself deep in the ground of a plateau near Pitts Wood. For the next 9 seconds there was nothing but silence around the impact area. Then, far underground, delayed action fuses detonated nearly 10 tons of explosive. The ground above seemed to briefly heave upwards and then subside back on itself. When the swirling clouds of dust finally settled, an enormous chasm 130 feet wide and 30 feet deep had suddenly become the landscape's newest feature. Within minutes, a call had been made to 5 Group HQ. Orders were relayed, and the loading of the giant bombs into 617's Lancasters began at Woodhall Spa. John Farquier and Squadron Leader Jock Calder, DFC, were to carry 1 Grand Slam each to the Bielefeld Viaduct in northern Germany, but on this occasion bad weather forced a postponement. Their YZ series Lancaster aircraft had been specially modified with strengthened undercarriages and were now powered by 4 1,280 horsepower Rolls-Royce Merlin engines. To further cut down the weight, the wireless operator and mid-upper gunner were dispensed with. The crews were a little disparaging in their comments on the YZ series, calling them the Greyhounds or the Gutless Wonders. The next day the 2 pilots were given a go-ahead for the mission to the viaduct. But as they warmed up their aircraft, Farquier suffered the loss of his starboard inner engine due to a broken connecting rod. To compound matters, his bomb sight, indispensable on this particular mission, became unserviceable. Farquier scrambled out of his Lancaster and began running across the dispersal area to where Calder's Lancaster sat ready to take off when the green signal was given. He was frantically signalling to Calder that he wanted to assume command of his aircraft. Calder saw what was happening and blithely pretended he hadn't noticed his commander's presence by the runway. He wanted to be the first person to drop a Grand Slam, and so he opened his throttles at the go signal and made a hurried takeoff, leaving a gasping Farquier stewing in the wash from his propellers. Accompanied by 14 other aircraft from 617 carrying tall boys, Calder made his way to the viaduct and managed to drop his Grand Slam from just under 12,000 feet. It whistled to earth on its 35-second vertical plunge, finally burying itself almost 100 feet deep in a marsh near the foot of one arch of the target. Because his bomb had an 11-second delay fuse, Calder was not able to witness the explosion of this very first Grand Slam, but explode it did, amid a flurry of tall boys from other aircraft. When he was finally able to see the destruction they had wrought, 100 yards of the viaduct, 7 complete spans in all, had disappeared into a massive cavity created by the effect of the 1 Grand Slam. Flying Officer Grant Perry from Adelaide, South Australia, was flying with Flying Officer George Lancey's crew, and he saw the effects of the colossal bomb exploding underground. He said that the entire viaduct was simply lifted into the air and crumpled into a heap. Over the next few days, several Grand Slams were delivered to 617 Squadron and fitted to their modified Lancasters. Phil Martin's aircraft, PG 996C Charlie, was loaded up with one of the 10-ton monsters, and he was destined to become the first Australian pilot to drop a Grand Slam on enemy soil. On the 19th of March, the briefing was for a second Grand Slam attack on the Arnsberg Railway Viaduct, which spanned the River Ruhr in the narrow, winding valleys of the Sauerland region. The 9th US Air Force had previously attacked the viaduct without apparent success, and 2 Grand Slams had been dropped just 4 days earlier by squadron leaders Calder and Cockshott. They had fallen well to the east of the viaduct, and only minor damage had been inflicted. John Farquier, now leading the squadron, had another opportunity to drop a Grand Slam. He pointed out at his briefing that a large hospital was situated quite near the target and must not be damaged. 19 Lancasters flew to the target. 13 were loaded with tall boys, while 6 carried Grand Slams. A reconnaissance Lancaster from 463 Squadron at Waddington was accompanying them on this particular raid, flown by RAAF Flight Lieutenant Thomas A. Perry, DFC, from Victoria. His crew's mission was to film the dropping of a Grand Slam, and the photographer managed to shoot some remarkable footage of the mission as he followed Phil Martin's aircraft, recording the release of their 10-tonner. The film then follows the fall of the bomb to an absolute bullseye hit on the western end of the viaduct. Although he would come to live in Australia after the war, Don Day was English and RAF. Long after the event, he was surprised to see footage of the Grand Slam being dropped from their Lancaster. Some years after the war, I happened to see a factual wartime movie called The Real Glory, and there, to my surprise, was the film taken of us that day as we dropped our Grand Slam at Arnsberg. It followed our complete run over the viaduct and panned down to show the bomb actually hitting the target. Squadron Leader Moody from an RAF bomber squadron was sitting on my shoulder as an observer to watch the trail of the bomb as we flew up to the target at 12,000 feet. He was right over my shoulder over the bomb site as it dropped, and we watched it land right in the middle of the bridge. It was a lovely shot. Anyway, the bomb exploded, and just a few moments afterward we were thrown upwards and almost went upside down from the concussion, because as our bomb hit, about 4 tall boys also exploded within, I would say, about 2 seconds, and we just ended up a tangled heap over the bomb site. Howard Gavin was also carrying a Grand Slam on that mission, and was very keen to become the first Australian pilot to drop the bomb, but Phil Martin beat him to the honour by a matter of seconds. Later, however, he did claim that their bomb aimer, Warren White, was the first Australian air bomber to look through his sights and send a 10-tonner onto German soil. To his intense frustration, Jack Sayers made 2 runs but was unable to release his Grand Slam. They would later discover that the entire release solenoid had become encased in ice, preventing the release. Flight Lieutenant Barney Gumbley dropped his, but it fell 50 yards short. Flying Officer Mark Flatman's bomb also landed well away from the target. However, Flight Lieutenant Mike Dobson scored another direct hit. Howard Gavin's bomb dropped into the confusion of smoke and debris below, while Fakia's Grand Slam was released just a little too early and undershot. When all the smoke had cleared away, it was observed that the central spans had gone, as had more than 30 metres of the embankment. The hospital Fakia mentioned in his briefing had not been hit and safely survived the attack. As one can imagine, there was hardly any real need to call bomb gone when a 10-ton Grand Slam was dropped from a Lancaster, as everyone in the aircraft knew it immediately. Jack Sayers once described the sensation this way. "We all know when the bomb is about to fall and are prepared for it. The Lancaster shoots right up, and you can level it out within 200 or 300 feet if you want to. When we dropped ours on the Bremen U-boat pens, I had another Lancaster right in front of me, so I used that upward motion to get out of the way. I let our aircraft rise 500 feet before stopping it." Jack Sayers' bomb aimer Ernie Weaver said that when the 22,000-pound bomb dropped, the swift upward motion held him tightly against the floor of his compartment. However, the bomb was so huge that the crew could visually follow its fall all the way down, which is how he saw one of their Grand Slams land right on top of the 8-metre thick concrete-reinforced pens at Bremen. Sadly, death was never very far away from the men of 617 Squadron. Friends and fellow officers who shared breakfast with them would later be reported missing in action or presumed dead. Bob Barry from Jack Sayers' crew recalled one sortie where he had to watch helplessly as a whole crew perished before his eyes. On the 21st of March 1945, we were briefed to go to Bremen. Actually, Bremerhaven. The main force was going to Bremen. And I was sitting in the locker room putting on my flying kit talking to a New Zealand pilot Flight Lieutenant Barney Gumbley. Barney by this time had amassed a vast total of missions, and like many of the rest of us was defying the terrifying odds against survival. His engineer, Flying Officer Eddie Barnett, a tall, fair-haired, good-looking Londoner, was one of the most likeable personalities on the squadron. I said to Gumbley, "When are you going to give it away, Barney?" And he replied, "Pretty soon. I've just about had enough." About 3 hours later, on a sunny spring afternoon, we were flying through a very heavy anti-aircraft barrage and watching the new German jets easily dodge the Spitfires, Hurricanes and Lightnings which chased them all over the sky, while the jets picked off our Lancasters at will. Just off our port quarter and only a couple of cricket pitches away, a Lancaster in our gaggle took a direct hit on the starboard wing. It started a death dive and then spiralled a few thousand feet before it exploded. There was no chance for anyone to bail out. I still have a crystal clear picture in my mind of Eddie Barnett's white face staring helplessly out of the cockpit's starboard window. He appeared to be looking directly at me, but I suppose he was staring in horror at the space where the wing used to be. Barney, like so many others, just didn't make up his mind soon enough. Nor did the crew. On the third occasion that Howard Gavin carried a Grand Slam, on the 23rd of March, his Lancaster was coming out of Bremen after attacking a railway bridge on the River Weser. His bomb aimer, Warren White from Devonport in Tasmania, had just dropped their 22,000-pound bomb, and the aircraft had levelled out at 10,000 feet when they were suddenly attacked by a jet fighter. The green ME-262 came out of the sun at terrific speed, and with a burst of fire hit the starboard outer engine, which apparently fell right out from beneath the wing. With only a split second to aim and fire, their rear gunner Les Burrows managed to get in a burst before the fighter was lost to sight. The Lancaster made it back safely to base on 3 engines, but not before a memorable exchange had occurred over their intercom about the damaged engine. As Warren White recalls, soon after they were hit, Howard Gavin got on the intercom and called out to their engineer, Joe Brown. "Quick, feather it, Joe!" There was a brief pause, and then Brown called back, "Feather the effer? There isn't any effing effer to effing feather!" Warren White described his wartime skipper as a pretty imperturbable fellow, and added the following words of tribute. It does seem to me that the character of Howard Gavin was of a steady, pragmatic, sensible, non-flamboyant fellow who wanted to survive the war with the wife he nipped off to London and collected without telling us one day, but who also wanted to do his bit, as we were keen to do in those days. Howard Gavin has already praised the accuracy of his bomb aim on Warren White. After their mission to Bremen on the 23rd of March, for example, the following was recorded in the unit operations history sheet. Bremen, 1 times special store, i.e. Grand Slam, 1004220, 17,400 feet. Our bomb fell about 5 yards from target point and scored a direct hit on the bridge. No damage was seen due to smoke. 3 other direct hits seen. To drop a 22,000-pound bomb from nearly 3 miles up to within 5 yards was an extraordinary piece of bombing accuracy. Squadron leader Talking Bomb Richardson stayed with the Dambusters from August 1943 until the end of the war. And though his principal task was to lecture the crews on SABS, he managed to fly on no less than 15 missions with the famed squadron in order to watch the innovative bomb sight in action. As Paul Brickhill wrote in the Dambusters, he was not a bomb aiming enthusiast. He was a fanatic who started talking bomb aiming at breakfast and was still on the subject at bedtime. If he talked in his sleep, no one doubted what the subject would be. He lectured the crews, flew with them, experimented with them, and after a time, no one had any chance of not knowing everything about the SABS. Bomb aimer John Pearson Barber, originally from Wingate, England, joined 617 Squadron as part of Flying Officer Ron West's crew late in the war, after they had transferred across on the 4th of April 1945. The crew never actually flew on an operation, but Barber enjoyed his training under Talking Bomb Richardson, even though the use of SABS was not without its dangers. I was late in arriving at 617. I found being part of a first-class crew and my knowledge of bomb sights engineering were the reason for our transfer from 463 Squadron. At 617, I was introduced to Talking Bomb Richardson. In action, there was a considerable run-up to stabilise the SABS. If fitted, the run-up would be 4 or 5 times as long as when it was not fitted, which meant the enemy would have oodles of time to plot the run-up. We had some real discussions on this innovation, but fortunately for our crew, the end of the war was near. We must remember the dedication for accuracy was paramount, and Squadron Leader Richardson had been in the forefront of achieving this accuracy. Post-war, John Barber would emigrate to Australia with his wife Ivy and settled at Rocky River, near Uralla in New South Wales. He passed away on the 17th of June 2006, aged 91. Bill Carey's last operation was on the 27th of March 1945 to Farja, near Bremen, where he dropped a Grand Slam. A total of 97 Lancasters from 463 and 467 squadrons had been assigned to bomb underground oil storage facilities at Farja, while 617 was detailed to destroy the nearby U-boat pens. That same month, to his unabashed delight, Carey was awarded the DFC. He had flown on 48 missions overall. For a time, he served as an instructor for the RAF until he returned to Australia and was demobilised before making his way back to Mount Gambier. Post-war, he joined his uncle in the hotel business and in 1951 married his sweetheart Margaret. They had 2 sons, who are now involved in the family's hotel business. Carey became the inaugural president of the southeastern area of the Ryder Cheshire Homes and had interests in the South Australian Jockey Club and the East Gambier Football Club. A well-liked and affable personality, Bill Carey was killed in a tragic accident on the 17th of February 1979, when the car in which he was travelling was involved in a collision. It rolled and threw him out, and he died instantly. Fellow South Australians from 617 Squadron, Ross Stanford, Keith Astbury and Jim Chapman, attended the funeral of their former colleague. He would be sorely missed. On the 13th of April, 20 Lancasters flew out on a 6-hour, 45-minute flight from Woodhall Spa to bomb the last German pocket battleship, the Lützow, which was sheltering at Swinemünde in the Baltic Sea. Heavy cloud in the area caused the attack to be called off. The same happened 2 days later, but on the 16th of April, 18 Lancasters made a successful run and pounded the Lützow, which finally sank and came to rest on the bottom of her anchorage, the decks awash but visible. The crews had encountered a good deal of flak fired from the township of Swinemünde, and Howard Gavin's aircraft was hit. This caused him to jettison their tall boy, which overshot. "We thought we'd been mortally hit," he told the author. "It was the worst explosion I had experienced, and I thought we were done for. My immediate and quite automatic reaction was to order our bomb jettisoned." It was over 6 hours flying back to Woodhall Spa, and Gavin's bomb aimer Warren White clearly remembers the agonisingly long trip home. "We'd been badly shot up over the target and there seemed to be bits falling off all the time. The rear gunner, Les Burrows, was always formal in his communications. He would call up, 'Rear gunner to skipper.' Gav would reply, 'Go ahead, Les.' Les would reply, 'Rear gunner to skipper, there is another piece which has just fallen off about the size of a car bonnet.' Gav, 'Thanks, Les.' This sort of conversation went on all the way over Germany, with Les describing various bits falling off from the area of the starboard wing, and Gav's laconic replies, 'Thanks, Les.' Despite shedding some metal on their way back, the crew subsequently found no signs of serious damage after landing. In fact, as Howard Gavin recalls, they were quite surprised to find so little damage after the clamour on their way back to base. Fortunately, there had been no enemy fighters, but several other aircraft, including Fakia's, had been hit by flak during the raid. One aircraft, KCV, and its crew under squadron leader John L. Powell, DFC, fell prey to the ferocious flak, which peppered their Lancaster. The port wing was hit and fell off, and the disintegrating aircraft spun downwards, crashing into a wood near the target, killing all on board. It would thankfully prove to be the final loss suffered by 617 Squadron for the remainder of the war. The last operation of the war for the Dambusters was a raid mounted on the 25th of April 1945. Some of the Australians noted with interest that the date actually coincided with the 30th anniversary of the Anzac assault on Turkish beaches at Gallipoli. It would be a daylight attack and included such targets as Adolf Hitler's chateau, his Bavarian mountain retreat at Berchtesgaden, southeast of Munich on the German-Austrian border. According to Allied intelligence, Hitler was in Berchtesgaden, but planned to leave that day for Berlin. A nearby secondary target would be some SS barracks. A combined force from 1, 5 and 8 groups was tasked with the daylight operation, including 16 Lancasters from 617 Squadron. On that day, 617 and 9 squadrons led a huge airborne force comprising 359 Lancasters and 16 Mosquitoes on the raid. They rendezvoused over the English Channel, picking up a Typhoon fighter escort before they set off for the target. Howard Gavin provided his impressions of the assault. The last trip of the war was to Berchtesgaden. We thought this would be where the Germans made their last stand, and most of us expected it to be heavily defended. Main force, that is about 300 or 400 aircraft from the normal bomber squadrons, were part of this raid, but we led the bombing so that we could identify our targets. Main force, of course, were only required to area bomb. Our crew and 3 others had as our aiming point the Eagle's Nest, Hitler's own complex. It was a little way from Berchtesgaden itself, and we 4 detached ourselves from the force and went looking for the Eagle's Nest. Whitey was issued with binoculars, and of course we had received a special briefing on locating the target. Unfortunately, we could not positively identify the target, and there was therefore a terrible anticlimax. As a matter of interest, it was not really heavily defended, and it was really one of the easy trips. There had only been moderate to heavy flak in barrage form as the attack began, but this diminished as the raid continued, and no fighter opposition was encountered. Apart from some slight flak damage, all aircraft returned safely to their bases. Unfortunately, the mountains and buildings in the target area had been covered in a thick blanket of snow, making identification almost impossible. However, the SS barracks were destroyed, while some of the Adlerhurst, Hitler's Eagle's Nest complex, was damaged. It was later revealed that Hitler had been in Berlin all along. 5 days later, with Russian forces moving in on his bunker headquarters in Berlin, Adolf Hitler committed suicide. The raid on Berchtesgaden had been Howard Gavin's 20th operation with 617, amounting to a full second tour. He went on leave, only to return to his squadron and find his crew had finished up and scattered themselves to the 4 winds. He would not see them again until a huge squadron reunion in England in 1968. Gavin stayed in the RAAF until his retirement in 1973 as an Air Commodore with an OBE and a DFC. Howard Gavin passed away peacefully on the 27th of March 2011, having already lost his beloved wife Nora in 1988, and is survived by their 2 children, Wendy and Jenny. For Jack Sayers and his crew, their operational war may have been at an end, but it was not the end of their story. Together with Ernie Weaver and Frank Whitmer, he was sent to an Air Force centre at Gamston in Nottinghamshire, where they helped Bomber Command aircrew readjust to civilian life before they were sent home. They were officially known as Welfare, Sports and Hospitality Officers. Bob Barry, who would become the Assistant Adjutant at the base, joined them at Gamston. Sayers and his crew believed that the war would probably drag on until the middle of the year, but decided they'd done their bit and would finish up on the 31st of May. As it turned out, the war finished some 3 weeks earlier on the 5th of May. However, there was some unfinished business to attend to, as Jack Sayers explains. Going back a while in the story, right from our days at Lichfield, we used to go to the West Midland town of Walsall in Staffordshire whenever we had a break. Ernie, Bob and I became quite well known there, and even honorary citizens, I think. In a 6-month period prior to our operations finishing with 617 Squadron, the 3 of us managed to become engaged to girls from that town. In June that year, for 3 weekends running, 3 marriages occurred in Walsall. First, Ernie and Rose got married and stayed together until they both died a while back within 18 months of each other. Next, Bob and Marjorie got married. For my part, I married a Walsall girl named Jean. I got to know the family well whenever I made it there during any breaks in my flying, and Jean and her parents offered tremendous care, comfort and support to me. Unfortunately, the marriage eventually broke down, and I later married Mavis, another Walsall girl, and my major support for 51 years, so they were pretty good stock there. Jack Sayers joined the RAF VR in 1949, became a regular, and was eventually discharged as a squadron leader in 1971. He lived out his retirement years in Brisbane, Queensland with his wife Mavis. John Lyle Jack Sayers formerly of 463-467 Squadron RAAF and 617 Squadron RAF, passed away peacefully on the 23rd of November 2007. Prior to this, for the sake of his two grown sons Stephen and Chris, and for this book, he had been finally convinced to commit his war story to tape. Jack Sayers' wartime rear gunner Bob Barry passed away in Western Australia in April 2013. At the time, his daughter Carolyn Grant said her father rarely discussed the war when she was growing up, a reticence she attributed to some of the traumatic things he had experienced. "He never liked to talk about it with me," she said. "Mum," Marjorie, would tell me about some of the things he had done. Arthur Kell would be awarded a bar to his DFC, having been credited with his crew's tall boy scoring a direct hit on the forecastle of the Tirpitz, causing extensive damage. His citation read, "Since being awarded the DFC, this officer has participated in many sorties, the last three of which were attacks on the German battleship Tirpitz. He has invariably displayed a high degree of skill and courage, and his determination to make every sortie a success has won great praise." He would also end the war with the Air Crew Europe Star and Clasp, the Defence Medal and the War Medal. He had survived many dangerous missions and would always say how extremely lucky he and his crew were to survive. During the time he served in England, Kell had found time between operations to watch specially organised RAAF cricket games at Lord's, rugby league football matches at Bradford and Warrington, and fights in London. In 1944, at the time he was being awarded his DFC, he remarked that one of his biggest sporting thrills happened while he was undergoing training to gain his pilot's wings at Halifax. He'd been given special leave to visit New York for 2 days with another Australian trainee pilot. As they were strolling down the streets of New York, they accidentally bumped into Jack Dempsey, America's heavyweight boxing champion. Kell's friends seized the opportunity to introduce him as an Australian boxing champion. A delighted Dempsey then showed the two Australians some of the sights of New York, later introducing Arthur to Sonja Henie, the Norwegian figure skating champion and film star. This event was later reported in Sydney's Daily Telegraph newspaper on the 23rd of May 1944. "I met him one afternoon in 56th Street and he insisted on entertaining me for the rest of the day," Kell told the newspaper. "We saw the Madison Square Garden fights and Dempsey introduced me to the enormous crowd. None of the fans had ever heard of me, but they gave the RAAF uniform a great hand. Dempsey introduced me to so many personalities during a round of nightclubs that I was bewildered." On the 16th of January 1945, with the end of the war now in sight, Kell reported to Number 11 Personnel Disposal and Reception Centre for repatriation back to Australia, where he arrived on the 19th of February. 2 days later, he was transferred to the RAAF Reserve after indicating he would like to fly commercial aircraft with Qantas Empire Airways in Australia. He had married in 1946 on his return to Australia, but that didn't work out, and in 1952 he and June were divorced. Not long after, he married again. He and his wife had a son they named Peter. Following his discharge in 1946, Kell joined Qantas as a first officer pilot and worked for the airline for around 12 months, mostly on Lancastrian aircraft, a civilian derivative of the aircraft he had flown during the war. He was eventually discharged from Qantas for several misdemeanours. One in particular was taking a friend on board as a non-paying customer. A lot of ex-servicemen returning to civilian life after the war were not sure what the next step should be, and after he left Qantas, Kell took up a position as a flying instructor at Bankstown Airport. This suited him very much, and he continued in this occupation for many years. Tragedy was to strike, however. On the 27th of January 1968, he was giving flying tuition to a young student pilot, demonstrating the correct method for recovering from a stall over Coppity near Camden. The aircraft, an ex-RAF Chipmunk, suddenly went out of control and crashed to the ground, killing Arthur Kell and his student. The cause of the accident was traced to a 20-cent coin that had come loose and become wedged in the controls. At the later inquiry, it was disclosed that the coin was bent, probably due to Kell using excess force in an attempt to avoid the tragedy. The official report stated that the leather or canvas boot around the base of the stick was in poor condition, thus allowing the coin to enter. His funeral service was held at St Philip's Church in Sydney, conducted by the Reverend Gordon Powell, a well-known former RAAF padre who wrote a book, 2 Steps to Tokyo, on his wartime service in the Air Force in the Pacific while attached to a Beaufighter squadron. Phil Martin did a rehabilitation course on his return to Australia and was married 4 years later. He became a photographer with the Daily News and West Australian newspapers and derived a great deal of satisfaction from the job, particularly as it allowed him to travel the outback extensively in his 4-wheel drive. In a 38-year career, he rose to the position of Photographics Chief of Staff with the West Australian. He retained his flying licence for 10 years, piloting light aircraft in an aero club, but then gave flying up for good. He never flew an aircraft again. In 1968, at the Dambusters reunion in London, Phil Martin finally got to meet the other Martin, his famous namesake from earlier squadron days, Mickey Martin. Phil and Mavis, May Fuller, married in 1949 and raised 4 children. Following his retirement, he and Mavis travelled extensively across Western Australia in their 4-wheel drive vehicle and moved to Carnarvon, where he suffered a stroke and a fall. Phil Martin passed away in hospital on the 25th of January 2010, aged 86 years. Having completed 101 missions, James Brian Willie Tate, a quadruple winner of the DSO, together with the DFC and BAR, stayed on with the RAF after the end of the war, initially training Canadian bomber crews and then serving in Southeast Asia, India, the Middle East and Singapore. Like Leonard Cheshire, his predecessor at 617 Squadron, Tate was recommended for the Victoria Cross for his sustained gallantry over nearly 5 years of operations, but was instead awarded a 3rd bar to his DSO. In 1945, he married Betty Plummer, an officer in the WAAF whom he had met during the war. Tate received his final promotion to Group Captain in 1953 while commanding RAF Coningsby, and was appointed aide-de-camp to the Queen in 1959 before retiring from the service in 1964. In his later civilian life, he undertook training as a computer programmer and joined International Computers Limited, ICL, as a technical representative, later becoming an investment advisor. His wife Betty passed away in 1990, and he died on the 31st of August 2007, aged 90, survived by 2 daughters and a son. John Farquhar had been forcibly retired from operations before the airborne assault on Berchtesgaden. This followed stringent RCAF orders taking all Canadian personnel out of operational status, irrespective of rank or position. He was reinstated to the rank of Air Commodore and retired after a long and distinguished career. Following his return to Canada, he did some promotional work for the RCAF before he and his wife settled in Toronto. Farquhar then started up a large concrete firm, which he ran until his retirement. Johnny Fakir died on the 3rd of April 1981. Leonard Cheshire became a life peer in 1991. On his momentous last operational sortie on the 9th of August 1945, he had been the official British observer aboard a photo reconnaissance aircraft over Japan and witnessed at first hand the atomic bombing of Nagasaki. Following his discharge after the war, Cheshire found it hard to adapt to civilian life, saying he felt lost and empty. Within a couple of years he had finally discovered a vocation, founding a worldwide string of homes for the sick and disabled. By the end of 1955, he had set up 6 Cheshire homes in Britain and 1 in India. Others then followed in Singapore, Sierra Leone, West Africa, Morocco and Jordan. Cheshire Foundation Homes amalgamated with the Sue Ryder Homes for the Sick in 1958, and the following year Cheshire married their founder Sue Ryder. They had 2 children, Jeremy and Elizabeth, Gigi. On the 31st of July 1992, aged 74, Lord Cheshire passed away after a long battle with motor neuron disease. After the war, Dr. Barnes Wallace, who had been made a CBE following the raid on the Ruhr Dams, became Chief of Aeronautical Research and Development at the British Aircraft Corporation in Weybridge, Surrey, and continued his work on revolutionary aircraft designs. On the 8th of June 1968, he was knighted for his services to his country. Unfortunately, as in the past, his innovative projects were constantly hampered by political wrangling and a lack of development funds. Nevertheless, he pressed on, and was still working on designs for swing-wing and hypersonic aircraft when he was forced to retire at the grand age of 83. Sir Barnes Wallace died peacefully in his sleep in hospital in Leatherhead, Surrey, on the 30th of October 1979, aged 92. In his own curious and meticulous manner, he had predicted his death at this grand age some years earlier. With the cessation of hostilities in Europe, 617 Squadron aided in the transportation of ex-POWs back to England. They were then put back into training for Far East operations in the war against the Japanese. Tall boys were shipped from Britain in 2 large convoys to support a long-range bomber force of 400 RAF Lancasters and Lincolns that would add their weight to American B-29 operations against the Japanese mainland. The RAF's first 2 squadrons, 617 and 9, were to be operational in the Far East by the 15th of October to start softening up resistance on Kyushu Island before an Allied invasion planned for the 1st of November. The dropping of the atomic bombs cut short months of slaughter that lay ahead of the Allies on their long road to victory. 617 Squadron received a number of Lincoln bombers in September 1946 and was thrust into the jet age in 1954 with the arrival of Canberra bombers. These Canberra jets took an active part in airborne operations against communist guerrilla forces in Malaya during Operation Firedog. It was not the end for the famed Dambusters squadron, as they were reformed at RAF Scampton on the 1st of May 1958 and equipped with Vulcan B-2 bombers. The Vulcans would serve with 617 until the 31st of December 1981, when the squadron was disbanded once again after many years of distinguished post-war operations. The most famed squadron in the RAF would again not be out of action for long. In 1983, the unit was reformed and equipped with Tornado GR-1s in a nuclear strike role at RAF Murrum in Norfolk and became known as 617 Tornado Squadron. In 1990, the squadron found itself back in a combat role when Iraq invaded Kuwait and their low-level, high-speed skills were called upon once again. 4 years later, 617 Squadron, now based on familiar ground at Lossiemouth in Scotland, took on the role of a maritime strike force using British Aerospace Sea Eagle sea-skimming anti-shipping missiles. On the 18th of April 2018, on the 75th anniversary of the formation of 617 Squadron and the centenary of the RAF, the squadron was reformed to fly the United Kingdom's latest fighter jet, the F-35B Lightning, the most advanced and dynamic fighter aircraft in the RAF's 100-year history. The American-designed aircraft replaced the Panavia Tornado GR-1 aircraft, which had first been introduced in 1983. The Lightning Force commander, Air Commodore David Bradshaw, said of the occasion, "This is a most momentous day for the UK Lightning Force, as we celebrate the reformation of 617 Squadron. Manned by highly capable Royal Air Force and Royal Navy personnel, and equipped with the truly remarkable F-35B Lightning, 617 Squadron will once again provide potent, flexible air power for the nation." Following pilot training in the F-35B, the squadron moved with a number of aircraft to its new home at RAF Marham, Norfolk, where the squadron took part in a consecration parade on the 21st of September 2018. In 2020, for the first time in its history, the command of 617 Squadron was handed to a Royal Navy aviator, Commander Mark Sparrow. "I am delighted to be commanding 617 Squadron and extremely proud to be the first Royal Navy officer to be selected to the position in its illustrious history," he said at the time. The next 2 years will see the potent combination of Lightning and the Queen Elizabeth-class carriers becoming jointly operational. "I look forward to us playing a key part in the generation of both the Lightning Force and Carrier Strike Group's capabilities." As we close in on nearly 80 years since the formation of 617 Squadron, we should pause to remember and reflect on those gallant airmen who flew during the horrendous days of World War II, their bold exploits giving a concerned nation hope and renewed belief during its darkest days, and forging a unique and unforgettable place in the history of the Royal Air Force. May their courage and sacrifice never be forgotten. Roll of Honour. These Australian aircrew of 617 Squadron paid the ultimate price for their gallantry, daring and sacrifice. Flight Lieutenant Robert Norman George Barlow, DFC, 16th of May 1943. Flying Officer Charles Roland Williams, DFC, 16th of May 1943. Flight Lieutenant Leslie Gordon Knight, DSO, 16th of September 1943. Pilot Officer Frederick Michael Spafford, DFM DFC, 16th of September 1943. Flight Lieutenant Robert Claude Hay, DFC and Bar, 12th of February 1944. Flying Officer John Irvine Gordon, DFC, 13th of February 1944. Flying Officer Stanley George Hall, 13th of February 1944. Flying Officer Ian Stewart Ross, 12th of January 1945. Including the raid on the Ruhr Dams on the 16th of May 1943 and the assault on Berchtesgaden on the 25th of April 1945, Number 617 Dambusters Squadron flew a total of 95 operations. During that period, the squadron suffered the loss of 189 aircrew. May their example be an inspiration to us, now and in the future. Marshal of the RAF, the Lord Tedder, GCB. This has been a Simon & Schuster Australia production of Australia's Dambusters, Flying into Hell with 617 Squadron. Written by Colin Burgess, narrated by Steve Shanahan. Copyright Colin Burgess, 2021. Production copyright Simon & Schuster Australia, 2021.